Director Powell, Student Director Ramos, Director Ng. Director Ng, you're muted. Okay. Director Yee. Here. Director Williams.
Present.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Present.
Vice President Davis. Vice President Davis. And President Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. We are going to recess to closed session to discuss labor and legal matters. But before we do, are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment on any of our closed session items?
Yes, we have speakers. Our first speaker is Carolyn Bernstein.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Bernstein. Ms. Bernstein, looks like you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. I was wondering if we can add reopening of the schools to the agenda.
So tonight we'll have public comments on non-agenda items as we always do, and that will be the time to make comments on anything that's not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Annie.
Hi there. My comments are also related to school reopening. I wasn't sure if they'd fit here because it looks like negotiations are part of the closed session. So would it be okay to share comments here?
You can comment on negotiations. That's a closed session item.
Okay. So my name is Annie Gottbe-Hewitt. I'm a mother of a kindergartner at Montclair Elementary. I'm an ardent supporter of public schools, and I'm the daughter of 2 union members and the daughter-in-law of a retired California elementary school teacher. I share this to show my respect and my understanding for each stakeholder in this decision that we're in right now. My ask of the board is threefold. I think the science is clear, and we should begin opening schools in March, starting with PK through 2nd grade, and rolling to open at all elementaries this year. Number 2, we should have 5 full days of in-person school for the 21 to 22 school year. And number 3, we should require teachers without medical exemptions to teach in the classroom. I won't take the time now to share the long list of experts, leaders, politicians, organizations who support reopening. The science and consensus are clear. It's time to reopen. And I beg you all to put Oakland students first and do the hard work now to reopen. Thank you. This year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That was our last speaker.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Floyd. With that, we will recess to our closed session. We will reconvene here at 5:30. Thanks, everybody. Ready to go?
We are ready, yes?
Great. Welcome, everybody, to the February 24th Board of Education meeting. Can we begin with an attendance roll call?
For the second attendance roll call, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos, Director Ng. I'm not hearing any answers. Director Yee?
Yes.
Okay, Director Williams?
Here.
Director Hutchinson? Director Hutchinson? Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Here.
And President Gonzalez?
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. So we'll begin with our report of reportable action taken in closed session. Well, I guess I'll do the whole script. So thank you for joining us tonight. I'll turn it over to General Counsel to do our introduction to interpretation.
Thank you, Madam President. If Ms. Vargas could come off of mute and ask who in Spanish needs interpreting. So all those with hands raised, I'm going to lower the hands because that is how we ask members of the public to indicate if they need language interpreting. Go ahead, Ms. Vargas.
Muy bien, pues buenas tardes. I raised my hand, I'm sorry. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a esta junta. Necesitamos saber quién necesita el servicio de interpretación en español y para ello, por favor, necesitamos que levante su mano en la parte inferior de la pantalla, busque el botón con una pequeña manita y levántalo si necesita interpretación al español. Una vez que activen el servicio, busque el globo terráqueo, púlselo, seleccione Spanish y si hay cualquier cosa, avísenos por el chat. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Okay, I do see one hand up, and so we will start with Spanish interpreting. Oh, the hand went down. Okay, we will not do Spanish interpreting. For right now, let's move on to Cantonese. Ms. Ho.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm finished, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Seeing no hands, we will not start off the meeting with Cantonese interpreting. And then Ms. Jimenez for Mom.
Excuse me, I apologize. I'm only interpreting for one section of the meeting, the materials revision.
Oh, just for the public hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That doesn't start until 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay, then I'll return at 8 o'clock.
Okay, let's say 7:45 just to be safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Madam President, back to you.
Great. We're gonna check for interpretation needs at the beginning of each item, and then we'll release our interpreters if there are no requests for interpretation by section T, which is new business. And then for those interested in making public comments tonight, we're gonna have 7 opportunities. We did take comment on closed session items. We normally have public comments on non-agenda items. We will be doing that today, even though it's somehow got left off of the agenda. So don't worry about that. If you'd like to make a public comment on a non-agenda item, that will take place after J before we get to L. And then on L, we'll also take public comments on all agenda items. And then section M, we have special order today. You can make comments there, as well as on our public hearing tonight and our unfinished and new business items. And then always at the end of the meeting, we have our section Z, public comments on any topic at the end of the meeting. Of course, you can offer e-comments via the agenda for the meeting. And you can also email board members, firstname.lastname@oust.org. We're gonna be on video tonight, the board and the superintendent. Staff will come on video only when they're presenting or responding to questions. If you have joined via computer and you would like to speak during a public comment session, you can click raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. If you speak another language and you want to make a comment in another language, you can just state in Spanish or Cantonese or Mom tonight that you would like interpretation, and then wait a minute for us to get the interpreter over from that channel so that we can make sure that everybody can understand you. And then make sure you're using a current version of Zoom, because old versions of Zoom make it hard for us to allow people to speak during public comments. Lastly, if somebody says something that's inappropriate, I'm going to do my best to put a stop to it. I don't have controls over the meeting, and so I can't always respond in the moment, but just that's always our intent. And then finally, here's our report out of closed session for tonight. C1, conference with labor negotiators. We received a report, we discussed it, and we gave direction. Item C2, on existing litigation. We approved initiating litigation. I made the motion, Vice President Davis second, and it was a unanimous vote. Item C3, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. I made the motion, Director Yee seconded, it was a unanimous vote. Item C4, we did not take up tonight. And that is the end of our closed session report out. And with that, we will move to item H, which is celebrations and recognitions. We'll start with Director Van Cedric Williams. Would you be willing to give us a land acknowledgement as we kick off our meeting tonight?
Thank you, Madam President. We're sitting here this Wednesday and every Wednesday that we meet as a community to just recognize that the work that we're doing is to uplift all of us and our children. This is a work that's been done by Native Americans all their lives, and it is an acknowledgement and to elevate the awareness and the commitment of Native Americans across our country to bring light to some of the inequities of Native folks. We also want to bring light to both our Indigenous and our African forebears who committed to continuous struggle and liberation for reparations and through this for freedom and justice for all of us. As we lift our most marginalized, we lift up everybody. So we're here to support that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Director Williams. Is there anybody who'd like to kick off our celebrations and recognitions this evening? Go ahead, Director Ramos.
Real quick, I just want to thank all the families, parents, teachers who attend the literacy workshop, who was hosted by OUSD, but also Jerome for always being a good supporter and a good host. Yeah, and it was an amazing learning about more about what books we can read to our students and being able to increase their literacy at a young age. And I've started to actually get some of those books and be able to use it for the students that I tutor.
Awesome. Thank you, Director Ramos. Anyone else?
Yes, I would like to thank several individuals, and I'll say your names, but I just want to couch it in something and let you know that I am so appreciative that individuals have given me positive and constructive feedback in terms of my operation on the board. I've had the opportunity to engage with many individuals from the community. So I want to begin by saying thank you very kindly to everyone, my board colleagues, all of you, Jamila Bolin, James Taylor, Janet Serra, Cesar Escalante, Charles Mintz, Michael Scott, Maria Flores, Michael McDaniel, Javier Baraza, Measure G Committee, Lisa Givas Deigak, Rosinda Thomas, Deidre Robinson, Sharon Thomas, Jody Talkington, and Elijah Suresh. Thank you very much for assisting me through this operation. Thank you, Madam President.
Director Yee, go ahead.
Thank you. This last Monday, I had a chance to attend a Zoom in-service put on by Kareem Weaver, Fulcrum, NAACP to talk about the science of reading. They brought together the Reading League and many educators across the country. And I was once again, it underscored the national importance of early literacy, but literacy for all and all grade levels for all of our kids. And I'm really glad that Kareem, the NAACP, and our own superintendent have placed such a focus on literacy. And so thank you very much, Mr. Weaver, for that work, and keep it up.
Great. Vice President Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize all the families who lost someone to the pandemic or who are struggling with the pandemic. On Saturday, I was actually having lunch with Director Thompson, and I ran into the family of a former student at a restaurant, and the mom was an adult education student of mine 14 years ago, and I've known that family for a long time. And she is, her name is Veronica Rodriguez. She's currently in the hospital with COVID, battling it, and I wish her all the best and her family all the best in this very difficult moment as we, we're coming to the light at the end of the tunnel, hopefully, with this pandemic, as infection rates are dropping and vaccine rates are rising. But there has been just tragic loss across our city. So many of our families have lost people or have family members who've struggled mightily with this disease. And so I just want to appreciate them all for all they're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice President Davis. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge ICS International Community School in Manzanita Seed. I had really good meetings with the school site communities over the last 2 weeks, just assessing how we can get our schools reopened and really addressing some of their concerns that they see coming for next year. And I really want to give a shout out to Fremont High, especially the staff who has been working on site during this pandemic at Fremont High. There's been recently established at Fremont High a community vaccination pod run by the county. And not only has the staff and the community at Fremont High been really supportive of that effort, a lot of time, day in, day out, they've really been helping the community get appointments at that site and really be facilitated. And I really want to point out to everyone, this site was intentionally set up as a measure of equity for the community. And it was especially targeted at parts of the community that don't have access to the vaccinations. And I'm really excited with further on in the consent report tonight, there's a measure where we are looking to expand our abilities of being able to provide more sites for the community to get vaccinated. And so as we go through tonight, and it might get a little contentious at some points, I really want to shout out the school site staff at Fremont High for helping to make that vaccination pod a success.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. I think Director Eng, did I see your hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you call on Director Yi first?
No, Director Eng, sorry.
Oh, great. I just wanted to quickly shout out the amazing team at Franklin Elementary. They had partnered with Tribe to do a drive-through food pickup last week, and also we met with a collaborative team of community members, staff, and administration, as well as community partners with the city, the Department of Transportation, to continue to prioritize pedestrian and traffic safety at Franklin, and work with our city partners to ensure that there's safe access in the perimeter of the schools. They're doing just amazing work to really continue to build out a community school model at Franklin. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Eng. Director Williams.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I have a couple of shout out. I want to shout out the American Association of Yemeni Students and Professionals. We had a great meeting with Superintendent Johnson Trammell. Thank you very much. It was really informative, community spirit. Looking forward to doing more work with them. Also, I love my schools. I want to shout out Prescott. Prescott is working with Common Visions, doing some work growing food and feeding the Hoover families and communities. Just want to definitely shout out Wanda. Thank you. Also want to shout out WALMS, West Oakland Middle School. They have raised $7,000 for families who are experiencing hardships during this time. They've helped families secure housing by assisting with deposits on apartments and allocated funds for several undocumented families who are not eligible to receive unemployment assistance and stimulus checks. So that's really beautiful. And lastly, WALMS also has making huge strides in student attendance during distance learning. They've been recognized by OUSD as an attendance achievement school. And I am done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Williams. Really quick, I wanted to shout out Angela Scott, who's an amazing East Oakland leader and organizer for Communities for a Better Environment. She's going to be the District 6 representative on our Sustainability Advisory Council. And I hope other folks, board members who haven't appointed the person yet from their district will make their appointment soon, because that group is supposed to start meeting soon. I want to congratulate Wes Jock, Jeannie Bruland, Lisa Hobbs, and Sam Solomon who worked really hard on getting our digital library up and going. I heard really positive things about them from the executive director of Friends of the Oakland Public School Libraries. So thank you to those staff members. Congratulate CCPA on their 97% engagement and attendance. Right now, they are tied with Oakland Tech for having the best attendance and engagement in the district. So congratulations to them, and to Tanya Beck, who's a classified staffer there on their special education team, who is one of our classified employees of the year. And so far, students at CCPA have won scholarships to Mills, Loyola, Tulane, Haverford, Barnard, St. Mary's, and Willamette universities, with more to come. Early applications for Skyline indicate growing interest in the school, and the 9th grade class will be much larger this fall, looks like. So exciting to see that growth. And then Skyline students are working on wide plan research projects connected to making schools more safe and racially equitable. They're doing a student survey right now that's going to lead to making recommendations to the administrators at the school. Finally, I want to thank General Counsel Daniels. He's going to join me at Greenleaf's Career Fair on March 26th, and others can join too if you are interested in coming and sharing your career with Greenleaf students. And finally, congratulations to our teacher induction team. Some of you may have seen in our superintendent report to the board that they received the highest rating possible from the California Teaching Credential Commission, or whatever the CTC stands for. They got a 7-year renewal, and the CTC told them there's literally nothing that they could have done better. So really big congratulations to that team. Good. So we will move on to future engagement opportunities.
May I just mention one person's name? I forgot. And the person that selected to be on the Sustainability Advisory Council is Damon Grant. And so I do want to shout out her name, Damon Grant.
Okay.
Thank you very much for allowing me.
Future engagement opportunities, item I. Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Director Yee. I think Director Yee might be frozen. Is there anyone else who would like to?
I would just like to, following on Dr. Thompson, announce my appointment to the Sustainability Commission, Mr. Bob Munn.
Okay, great. Okay, future engagement opportunities, guys. We've got Charter Matters Committee on March 4th. That's going to be at 5 p.m. I have my office hours this Friday at 4 p.m. and that's on my website if you want to join. Anybody else want to share any future engagement opportunities? Director Ramos, go ahead.
Just real quick, another shout out to Director Thompson, Director Mike Hutchinson, and Director Sam Davis for coming tomorrow to the All City Council meeting, which is for high school students. We would love to have all of the board members there, but we all know why. And thank you so much for signing up, and we hope to see more students and parents. Please have your high schoolers go. We'll be also talking about reopening sessions and how students feel about that.
Thanks, Director Ramos. Other future engagement opportunities? When our facility and BNF meeting? Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm having a forum tomorrow night on improving enrollment in Oakland Unified to address some of the different initiatives that are happening. And it's at 5:30 on Zoom, obviously, and the details are on my website. I also want to thank Shannon Tracy for agreeing to be the District 1 representative to the Sustainability Advisory Council.
Great. Does anyone want to share on next BNF and Facilities Committee meetings, when those are happening?
Facilities Committee is March 12th at 8 a.m. on Zoom, President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Director Yee. BNF? Okay, I guess BNF is going to remain a mystery for now, so that's okay. We will move on.
BNF committee, sorry.
That's okay.
In terms of the date, the BNF committee will be March 11th at 6 p.m., but there's also going to be that special meeting on the 16th that will be with the full board.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Director Ng. So thanks everybody for sharing future engagement opportunities. We're gonna now move on to modifications to the agenda. Are there any modifications to our agenda for this? Oh, I do have one, which is that we do have public comment on non-agenda items right after this. But are there any other modifications to the agenda for this evening? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. And so that answered the first question. So public comment on non-agenda will just be the next item after this.
Yeah, that was inadvertently left off. Sorry.
No, I understand that now. No time, so that's helpful. So I wanted to pull two items from the consent report. The first one is V9, which is 21-0272, and that's the contract with Teach for America. And the second item was V17, which is 21-0185. And that was the learning pod at Sequoia Elementary. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Director Hutchinson. Are there any other changes to the agenda for this evening? Okay, we will take those up when we get to the end of the consent agenda. So now we will move on to what is supposed to be item K, which are public comments on non-agenda items. So this is the time to raise your hand if you would like to speak on any items that are not on our agenda tonight. But before we start, we will do our interpretation check, General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam President. If Ms. Vargas could come on and check for interpreting needs in Spanish.
Una vez más,
I'm sorry, Ms. Vargas, before you that. So I apologize to everyone with their hands up. We need to actually lower the hands because that is the way that we see who needs language interpreting. So forgive me, but you all need to lower your hands. We're going to do Spanish and then Cantonese, so don't jump in as soon as the Spanish is over. Okay, Ms. Vargas, go ahead, please.
Okay. Muy bien, pues esta es la oportunidad para participar en comentarios públicos y si desea usted interpretación al español, por favor levante su mano para que sepamos que hay usuarios del servicio de interpretación al español. Una vez que se active, este es el momento de levantar la mano, entonces estamos pendientes de que usted active, pulse el botón de Raise Hand para ver si hay usuarios al español y una vez que lo activen, pulse el globo terráqueo de Interpretation y seleccione Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. I saw a bunch of hands go up and down. Why don't we do Spanish interpreting for this item? So give me a moment while I set that up. Okay, now I'm going to, so Spanish interpreting should be live. Now I'm going to lower all hands again. And Ms. Ho, if you could ask for Cantonese, please.
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上面舉手等我哋知道。多謝。I'm finished, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Okay, I see a hand go up and down. I think probably that doesn't mean a need. It's in the chat, so hopefully if someone does need it, they can chat it in. So we will not do Cantonese interpreting at this moment. Thank you. So we'll just do Spanish. Back to you, Madam President.
Great. Vice President Davis is going to take over for me for a little bit here, and we're going to do item K, well, the item formerly known as item K, which is public comment on non-agenda items, which was inadvertently left off tonight. So we'll take 1 minute public comments, and we normally do up to 30 minutes. And so please raise your hand now if you would like to make a public comment on a non-agenda item. And the next thing on our agenda will be public comments on items that are on our agenda tonight.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. And so, Ms. Floyd, if you want to call the first speaker.
Our first speaker is Mrs. Woods. I'm not able to allow General Counsel needs to make me a co-host, I believe.
I apologize. Give me a moment. Okay, Ms. Floyd, let me know if that works for you.
Yes, it does. Our first speaker is Mrs. Woods.
Hello, everyone. I'm Renetta Woods, and I have a son, Aiden Woods, who is at Greenleaf Elementary. He's a second grader, which is a dual language school here in East Oakland. I'm here tonight just to speak on how I'm not too for sure if I really want my son to return to school. Only around the safety issues, of course. The thing is with me is that when we left the school, it was in a sort of like in a state of emergency situation. And I always felt like things would turn around in a week or two and we'll be back to norm. But unfortunately, this has been a way of living since that day in like maybe March or the end of April. And all kids are different. They learn differently. They receive things differently. And it's already been a struggle having him to adjust from not being in school, from learning social distance learning, which has been a major problem with my son. And so now we want to send the kids back to school. And unfortunately, with my son, things don't just work like that. Like he can't just snap on and snap off. So while I'm in the process of still getting him to adjust from not being in school.
Thank you, Vernetta. Sorry, I have to cut you off because we have a lot of speakers, but thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Mark Airgood.
Yeah, yes, this is Mark Airgood, Equal Opportunity Now, by any means necessary, Civil Rights Caucus, OEA site rep. I'm speaking for keeping schools 100% virtual learning and keeping them that way in 100% that way until we have vaccines for teachers and for students. We're seeing the virus follow a central law of evolution in that whatever variant is able to reproduce faster and more effectively is the one that spreads. That's what we're seeing with the UK variant, with the California variant, which are becoming dominant in the world along with other fast spreading variants that may be more lethal. If we put younger children together, we're creating a petri dish for allowing a variant of the virus that spreads easily among children to develop. There's already cases like this under study. We cannot go willy-nilly into creating conditions that would endanger the lives of young children and their families. We need to put human life first.
Time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Amy Golden.
Go ahead, Ms. A.
This is my son, August Goodson. He's going to speak. I think that we should go back to in-person school because it is more productive because I can speak to my friends and like have a community to talk to. And it's also easier to speak one-on-one with my teacher instead of having to go through the trouble of getting into a breakout room just to talk to her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Jennifer Shanowski.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
My name is Jennifer Shanowski. I'm president of the Peralta Federation of Teachers, AFT Local 1603, the union that represents the faculty of the Peralta colleges. The students served by the Oakland Unified School District are the students served by Peralta. Your students are our students. And when they come to our colleges, we see the cumulative effects of institutional racism, white supremacy, implicit and explicit bias, and the other ills that have plagued our country for hundreds of years. These are the conditions that our students come to us from and with. Peralta serves students who want to transfer, students who want training in the trades, and students who just want to expand their perspectives. Most come because they simply want a good job to support themselves and their families. But we can't serve students that aren't first served by you. I'm here tonight representing the PFT, who have endorsed the Reparations for Black Students resolution. And I'm also here as a chemistry instructor from Merritt College, demanding the same. We ask that you show your students what they mean to you and that you see them, where they are and where they've been, and that they are worth it. They are worth seeing and investing in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Shannon Woodworth.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm a teacher and a parent of a first and third grader in OUSD, and I'm imploring you to please listen to your constituency and open up the schools. Our children are not thriving. They are not thriving because they experience daily frustrations with computer classes. They miss their teachers, they miss their classmates, they missed interaction. It has been 11 months and they're not coping and they're not thriving. There are vaccines available for faculty and staff. Our positivity rate has dropped to 9 per 100,000. There are safety precautions that we can take that are not too costly and are above all worth it. You are a public school board and we elected you to lead our schools in a safe and sane manner. Please honor your elected office and put your public school children back to the classroom where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Alexia Maciel.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Alexia Maciel. I'm a parent leader from the organization Plan. We have a campaign by the name of Keep Our Kids Safe. It's pretty much about keeping our kids safe from anything. But for right now, it's about keeping our kids safe in the house, because it's not a guarantee that going back to school, the schools or the district is going to give them the safety or the protection they really need of not being infected. Yesterday, we had a meeting with some doctors and the Latino meeting that were talking about the only reason kids could get infected is if parents will go to parties or gatherings or kind of those things. It was kind of complicated to understand that if you send your kids to school, but you don't go nowhere, they're going to be safe. But that we don't have no guarantee that other parents would do the same thing as ourselves. So our campaign is pushing parents, if you don't feel the need to send your kids, if you don't feel safe, that your kids are going to be 100% protected in school, don't send them. And
Thank you, Ms. Maciel. That's your time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sasha.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sasha Shane. I am the senior parent organizer with Bay Area Plan. And right now we are in the midst of our campaign, Keep Our Kids Safe campaign. And it is essentially us asking you that we keep our kids in mind as we're thinking about the reopening plan. We've had a lot of conversations with our base. We would like better or quality distance learning. We want to ensure that children have access to the internet, that they have computers. And of course, those who need the most support can get that one-on-one in-person instruction. But overall, our families are not feeling comfortable returning to school. We have an overwhelming number of families who are saying they do not feel comfortable sending their children back to school. And we want to ensure that resources are provided so that those families who choose to keep their children at home are able to do so. We want to make sure that all those children are actually getting the education they deserve at home and that their families are getting that support as well.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asa.
I am insulted that Santi Gonzalez would get up and leave during public comment. Okay, I am insulted by that because what I have to say has to be directed towards this group. We are the public And you have all of these little games that you're playing right now because I can't show up at a board meeting. I can't see my constituents. I can't participate. It's your responsibility to create the best arrangement you can for us who are here talking to a screen. And Shanti Gonzalez set this up to begin with so that we can't comment appropriately. All our comments are being shifted, and we're really playing. You guys are playing shell games with the community here, and it is horrible. You guys are disgraced at the way you're not allowing us to participate adequately. Come on now, this is not fair. And I'm using my time to tell you that what you're doing is wrong, and the way you're treating us is wrong. Yes, I know my time is up. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Well, I attended 2 charter school finance committee meetings this week. Francophone has a negative fund balance. Francophone is looking at handling their revenue issues by increasing their kindergarten classes from 2 to 4. That means that's taking kids away from us. Last year, Francophone raises $100,000, and they're going to raise more money this year to deal with their revenue issues. Education for Change has a $45 million budget. They need money, but they can borrow from charter school option programs for borrowing money just for chartered schools. Tomorrow, Yao Ming has a board meeting at 4:30, and Education for Change has a full board meeting at 4:30. I'm going to try to get into one of those meetings and find out what's going on with charter schools. I just gave you some information. I'll try to do it every time we have a board meeting. What's going on with the charter schools? And they don't understand the Brown Act. They don't know the difference between
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time.
Our next speaker is Luna Fife.
Hi, my name is Luna. I'm a Black OUSD junior, and I know the governing systems inside America are violently anti-Black. Whether that means local, state, or national, you can debate the details of the violence, but I'll spell it out for you using synonyms. Brutal, inhumane, and destructive. Brutality in OUSD looks like Black students being subjected to mental or verbal abuse and having their lives threatened via non-Black students and it being swept under the rug by administration. Inhumanity looks like Black students having to suffer the generational consequences of the widening education gap that is specific to us. And I think it's destructive that President Gonzalez has the audacity to speak for a group of Black students, parents, and teachers and say that there are already systems that benefit us. If you choose not to pass this resolution, you are telling all of us that you're here to uphold these anti-Black institutions in Oakland, and you do not deserve your seat. And we will continue to dismantle these systems of Black oppression. That can either be through civil discourse or civil disobedience. Thank you.
Thank you, Luna.
Our next speaker is Dina Franson.
Yeah, thank you. As you know, I am with a group of parents who've been discussing data, science, and a safe reopening of schools. We were chided when we started because we were in the midst of a post-holiday surge, but we knew that it would take a while to get to where the schools were ready to open and the conversation had to start. Well, here we are. While not official, my data says that we have hit the California red tier. It should be official next week. CDC says at these levels, K through 12 should be fully in, not hybrid, fully in person, distancing, flexible. More conservatively, California and Alameda County guidelines still say that we should be gearing up for K through 12 in hybrid mode. There was a report today that experts say we should be hitting herd immunity by April. Teachers are getting vaccinated as we speak. Masks work. All Oakland zip codes are under an adjusted case rate of 15, and we don't even have a date on the calendar to open the school doors for kindergartners, 5-year-olds sitting at home Zooming still. It's time to give choice, yes, choice. I heard the other families, to families and kids to go back in person. It's time to have plans full in person for all grades for the fall.
Thank you, Ms. Franson.
And you don't have to laugh, Mike Hutchinson.
Our next speaker is Nicole Bratton. Nicole.
Please proceed, Ms. Bratton. Maybe you should go on to the next speaker and
I'll go to the next
Okay.
speaker. Kate
Okay,
McCarthy.
I'm here. How y'all doing? Nicole is present. Should I go or wait?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I couldn't unmute myself fast enough. But good evening, greetings, and abundant blessings to you all. My name is Nicole Bratton. I'm a former OUSD teacher, educator, and even a student of OUSD education. And I'm currently the parent of two OUSD students, one in the 9th grade and one in the 6th grade. And I'm standing in solidarity for reparations for Black and African American students. No slack, no lack, reparations for Blacks. There has been a huge disparity in the education that Black and African American students have been receiving over the decades, and there needs to be a change, there needs to be a revamp. But at the same time, you got this distant learning going on, and we have parents who are wearing many hats. They're being stretched thin, having to be the facilitator, the delegator, the teacher, the counselor, provide extracurricular activities and all those things. And so all the money that's been allocated for each pupil, each student, each day, each year, some of that money should be offset and reallocated back into homes, into families, into parents, into the children, so that they could be provided better education. And at the end of the day, we are doing the work. So we need to be compensated just as well as the teachers. You know, it's like a unified front.
Thank you so much,
A
Ms.
unified
Bratton.
front.
That's your time.
Reparations for Blacks, no slack.
Next speaker is Katie McCarthy.
Let's go ahead, Ms. McCarthy.
Hello?
Yeah, we
Go
can hear
ahead.
you.
Sorry. I guess I was on mute. I have a 5th grader and I'm speaking tonight because I find it incredulous that the agenda tonight does not include an item about reopening. I fully support reopening the schools before the end of the school year. I implore you to not run down the clock and let an entire school year go by without any in-person instruction. I hear families' concerns about safety, and I hear that they are not comfortable sending their children to school. Students and their families will not be forced to send their child to school. Families can opt in. Their concerns should not force all children to remain in distance learning. Oakland needs to follow CDC and state guidelines. The state and the county allow schools to open right now. Half of the neighbors on my street send their kids to private schools, and they are in person. My son keeps asking me why he can't go to school, and I can no longer answer him. He desperately wants to go to school. Open the schools now to mitigate learning loss. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beth Guzman.
Good evening. I work at an OUSD school, and I am here tonight to ask to reopen the schools. I find it unbelievable that no one seems to have noticed the children that have turned their screens off, the children that over the course of a 30-minute period come off and on multiple times due to connection issues. I watch their frustration. I see their tears in 1st and 2nd graders' eyes as they are trying their hardest to be able to learn, and they are not able to do so. There is a meeting tomorrow about encouraging enrollment in Oakland. The biggest thing you could do to encourage enrollment in Oakland for next year would be to reopen the schools. I see it all over social media. Numbers of families that are actively seeking alternatives for next year. 2 out of the 20 children in my child's 1st grade class have left. Please reopen the schools and stop this attrition now when you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jayden Polk.
Go ahead, Jayden.
I'm unable to bring Jayden aboard. I'll go to the next speaker, Sabrina B.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am a parent in District 7, and I've got a 3rd grader in school here and a rising kindergartner. I'm exasperated. I'm working full time. I'm at home. My daughter's teacher is amazing. There's only so much you can do. She is suffering emotionally. and socially. Please open schools. I've seen the OUSD PPE online. It's safe. It meets CDC guidelines. I know we can do this if we focus on a solution. I know that there's fear. I have fear too, but it can be debilitating, and we cannot let that happen at the expense of our kids. Please open the schools now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Rosario Becerra. Rosario Becerra.
Yes, hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Samuel Becerra. I am a father of a first grader at Montclair Elementary. I grew up in Oakland, went to OUSD schools, Jefferson Elementary, Calvin Simmons Middle School, and Fremont High School. I saw on a regular basis growing up in what we call the flatlands, children suffering at home and on the streets, and what was safe to them, what provided them an outlet, and what really allowed kids to change their lives and learn was being in school. I have a lot of classmates that were unsafe at home. And unfortunately, we see these stories on a regular basis now where kids are not safe at home, not receiving resources and food that they need, and not receiving the education to be able to improve their lives. I see that with my daughter, that she is struggling academically as a first grader, emotionally. There are often times that she is breaking down emotionally. So I urge OUSD and the teachers union to put aside differences and open up schools for the sake of our kids and for racial inequity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Council Member Carol Fife.
Good evening, board members. I'm proud to come to you tonight as one of a majority of city council members that are pushing for Black reparations for our OUSD students now. I'm a former teacher. I subbed for OUSD long-term, also taught in my own educational institutions. And I did that because I know the imbalance that Black students receive in the public education system. So I've personally taken it upon myself to educate Black girls, but also went into the public school system so I could make a difference in the lives of children who did have access. I think it's really critical that you all vote tonight so the task force can begin their work. But I, once again, am proud to say that almost unanimously, every single city council member in the city of Oakland has endorsed this effort. And I look forward to your unanimous support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fife.
Our next speaker is Allison Stockman.
Hi, thank you for listening to my comments. I urge you, the school board, we elected you to look after the interests of our children, not the union, not anyone else. I do not hear your voices advocating for our kids. The union has its representatives to advocate to the teachers. We have you to advocate for our children. We need to open schools now. We need to open all Oakland schools now for in-person learning. Please do not wait. Please do not let our kids suffer any longer. Please stop ignoring this issue. Put it first on your agenda instead of nowhere on your agenda. This should be the only thing you're talking about until we figure out a way to get our kids back in school. Number one on the agenda. That's what I want to see. Open our schools now, please. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yaya Mustafa.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. We need solutions. There isn't one Black family in OUSD that hasn't experienced anti-Black racism in OUSD schools. This is how OUSD negatively affects Black OUSD students through neglecting. We need reparations for Black students now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rosinda Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'm here to speak on behalf of my members that are with the Black Women's Caucus of OEA, but mainly I want to first give an acknowledgement and say thank you to Director Thompson for acknowledging me earlier. But the most important thing that I'd like to ask is tonight that you pass this resolution for Black reparations, not only for just one member, but for all of you. We'd like to see this passed unanimously. As a Black teacher, as a Black woman, and a second generation Black teacher in this district, I ask you to do this on behalf of all of our students in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Juanita Villa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, my name is Juanita Villa, and I am a parent in OUSD. I have a third grader and a first grader, and I wanted to just say that, you know, it's really hurtful that you don't have reopening schools on your agenda. This is so important. I mean, we are now going to be entering March, and the mental health issues that we're having with our children, it's so sad and it's so upsetting to see with my kids, but other kids across our district, all over the district, from the hills to the flatlands, if you want to say. And I really think that you guys need to address this issue seriously. Take a look at it. We want to talk about it. We want to talk to you. We want to talk to the union. We want to make this happen for our students, and it can happen safely. There are districts all over the country that are open, like in New York City, a very, very diverse district. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, David Castillo. Speaking tonight as an East Oakland community member, D7, a former teacher and a former school leader with 20 years of experience in East Oakland. There's a robust conversation happening now regarding the reopening of schools. A lot of people are regulating who gets to say what about their own kids, who doesn't get to talk. Tonight, I want to talk about kids that nobody's talking about. I looked at the OUSD data today and learned that chronic absenteeism has skyrocketed at both Fremont and Castlemont. This year is a real crisis for those children. Both schools have experienced a huge spike, 50% of kids that are chronically absent across both schools. Kids that are logging off, being pushed out. Across those two schools, that's about 1,000 Black and brown kids in East Oakland, the majority brown. So the kids are not okay. The question to the community is who is speaking for them. As a former school leader in East Oakland, I understand the importance of attendance. I also know the life outcomes for Black and brown children that do not finish high school. Let's get real about reopening schools. There are real lives.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. And then, Ms. Floyd, I think we could take 3 more speakers and because we have a long agenda.
Okay, our next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
You know, I've watched the last 3 board meetings, and it's disgraceful to watch what's going on when it comes to public comment. If you didn't want to spend the time and hear the people speaking, you should not have ran for the office. 1 or 2 minutes is absolutely disgusting. The new 4 board members need to demand that the public have time to speak. You wanted us when you were passing the bond issues. When are we going to solve the lead problem at McClymonds? 5 years later, the report I just received shows 4 places, the cafeteria, the pool, and the gym still have lead. Cliff, we have lead out at Elkhorn. We need to find out what's going on if the campus is not safe. Every school, high school has been remodeled except McClymonds. You should be ashamed of yourself. We have Measure J funds. We have Measure Y funds. You are not treating those kids in West Oakland the same as the other schools. Shame on you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Excuse me. Our next speaker is Aisa.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my name's Aisa, and I'm a sophomore at Berkeley High School. And as a Black Bay Area high school student, I stand in solidarity with Black OUSD students and their demands for reparations in schools. OUSD has made many claims in its support for Black Lives Matter, yet disproportionately suspends its Black students more than any other racial demographic. It sends a mixed message about OUSD's genuine care for the cause. Black students only make up 22% of OUSD students, but make up 57% of all suspended students. The criminalization of all Black students in schools needs to end, and drastic steps need to be taken to reform the suspension policy in OUSD schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take one more speaker. It says Ms. Woods,
Tiara.
but yeah, thank you.
Tiara.
Hi, good evening. This is Tiara Kareem. I'm with Parent Voice of Oakland. And I want to start with saying good evening to everybody, but the school board really needs to consider a lot of parents are leaving OUSD and going into charters due to a genuine lack of trust in the OUSD system after years of dropping the ball. This resolution would begin to build the bridge back into OUSD. We need the public commitment that you will vote yes to the resolution, which would help stop the school to prison pipeline. I am counting on you to vote yes on this resolution tonight so my son can be a future OUSD student. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on non-agenda items.
President Gonzalez, I would respectfully request that we allow, I mean, there are a lot of hands still raised, and especially for the item of reopening, which is not agendized, this is the community's only opportunity to speak on that. And I would respectfully suggest that we extend public comment to allow the community to speak, especially on that important issue.
So colleagues, we still have to take public comments on agenda items, which will be another 30 minutes of that. And then we have public comment another 5 times after that this evening. So is there anybody besides Director Hutchinson who feels very strongly that we should continue with non-agenda items and not move on to public comment on agenda items? Okay, I see you, Director Williams. Okay, I don't see a majority that has an objection to moving on. So we're going to move on to item L, which is public comments on agenda items. So this is a time to speak on items that are on our agenda this evening. I still see lots of hands raised, and we'll do 1 minute and take 30 minutes of public comment on agenda items.
First speaker is Ms. Woods.
Yes, I'm saying that we should not allow our students to return to OUSD schools if we do not know what this thing is. We don't even know how to keep ourselves safe inside of the United States of America, yet alone inside of our schools. We need to keep our kids home. We do not know what this thing is. And while we're watching our kids cry over Zoom, you're going to be crying because your child has lost his or her life. This is not a game. These are lives that we are speaking on. Keep our kids home until we know exactly what this thing is. Safety is way more important than numbers and being in that seat and accounted for so we can get an extra paycheck or whatever. My son's life is important. He will not be going into nobody's school until the nation, yet alone OUSD, know exactly what this thing is.
That's your time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Zach Norris.
Hi, my name is Zach Norris. I just want to suggest procedurally that you all consider putting in the chat the order of the public comment queue, if that's possible, so people know when they'll be up. I'm a parent of 2 kids in Oakland Unified School District, member of Oakland Not For Sale and the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, and I'm here to register my support for reparations for Black students and our support for reparations for Black students. One of my mentors, Michelle Alexander, once said that the only thing that Black people ever asked for more of and got more of was police and prisons. You have an opportunity to reverse that trend. We are demanding an end to the school to prison pipeline, that you repair the immediate harms that are happening to students, that you invest in students, and that you transform schools to center Black students. You all have an obligation to reverse those trends. Now is the time. This pandemic is the moment. We would like to see everyone vote for the reparations for Black students resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is John Fast.
Hello, everyone. I'm in here today. My name is John Fast. I'm a resident of Oakland, and I'm here today to demand that you vote yes on the reparations for Black students resolution and make a 5-year commitment to all Black students thriving. It's time we do something comprehensive to support Black students that actually results in all Black students achieving. This is more than a Black Lives Matter sign in the window. The words are meaningless without action. There has never been a solution to match the scale of the problem. There has never been a comprehensive multi-year systemic plan and significant resources to protect Black children from anti-Black racism cooked into our institutions and school board. And some school board members may be thinking it's too complicated, it's too much, not now, we need incremental change. The fact is either Black students matter or they don't. So again, I'm asking you to vote yes on the reparations for Black students resolution and make a 5-year commitment to all Black students thriving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Flora Dodu.
Hi, my name is Flora Dodo, and I have 2 first graders that go to East Avenue. I myself, I work at a hospital, and I got the vaccination myself, and it messed me up for some days. So I don't trust the vaccination for my kids, and I don't think they should reopen the schools. They should make sure the school is safe, like they have a safe environment for the kids. And secondly, I feel like the teachers are doing an amazing job, like keeping up with the kids, checking up on them. The parents ourselves, we have to help our children. It's not the teachers have to do everything. The parents have to take time off at work and have time for their kids and do their homework. I have 4 kids of myself. Sometimes I have to call off to do their homework. So don't put all the stress on the teachers. They are doing what they have to do. Just do your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Melody Davis.
Ms. Davis, you need to unmute yourself. Ms. Floyd, let's come back to her and go on to the next person.
Okay, next speaker is Oakland Rising 2.
Hi, thank you. My name is Liz Huck. I'm the interim executive director for Oakland Rising. We represent 60,000 voters, supporters in the flatlands of East and West Oakland. I'm also a parent of 2 Oakland Unified School District students, and I'm Korean American, a Korean living on Ohlone land. And I want to just throw my support behind and our organizational support behind Black reparations, and want this to pass as soon as possible, because as a multiracial collaborative of organizations in Oakland and serving Oaklanders, we really believe that the liberation of Black students is integral to the liberation of us all. So we really urge this board to pass that resolution. And I also just want to say, please do not open the schools. We already have schooling happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Melody Davis.
Okay, let's keep going, Ms. Floyd.
Okay, next speaker is Sherry Murphy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Minister Sherry Murphy. I'm an interfaith organizer with East Bay Alliance for Sustainable Economy, FAME. I live in District 5. We're a network of clergy and people of faith who act in solidarity with a multi-ethnic, multi-generational diverse group of low-wage workers who treat life as sacred and pursue equitable policies that sustain lives, which brings me here tonight. The East Bay Alliance for Sustainable Economy is in support of the reparations for Black students. This is about the unfinished legacy of ending human suffering, one that leaves no child behind. And I am in agreement with the Black members of the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education calling for reparations for Black students in the district. A call to address centuries of slavery and institutionalized racism against Black Americans. Our students are owed a quality education, and so is the community. And that's why I'm asking you to support this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sonia Carabel.
Hello, my name is Sonia Carabel, and I'm with the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy. We advance economic, racial, and social justice by building a just economy based on good jobs and healthy communities. And eBase supports reparations for Black students. As an economic justice organization, we recognize how racial and economic inequality is perpetuated through disinvestment in Black students. Historically, Oakland schools that serve majority Black populations with high poverty levels have been underfunded and closed down. It is time for reparations to ensure that Black students in Oakland receive a quality education that prepares them for good jobs in the future and for a lifetime of economic stability. We must also invest in our school employees to carry out this vision, recruiting a diverse workforce from the community and making sure that these are good jobs. If we hope to bridge the racial wealth gap and prevent further displacement of Black Oaklanders, we must invest in Black students. We urge the board to adopt the reparations for Black students resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Council Member Nikki Fontenot Bass.
Good evening, school board. Good evening, all of you. I am here today to express my support, my very strong support for the reparations for Black students resolution put forth by Directors Williams and Hutchinson. And as you know, this is backed by a coalition of Black-led organizations, Black students and parent leaders, and the progressive Oakland community. Last year, the body took the necessary and long overdue step of adopting the George Floyd resolution for police-free schools to address the policing of our Black and brown youth. I was really proud of our school district to do that as the city of Oakland embarked upon reimagining public safety for the city of Oakland. And now during Black History Month, the board has an opportunity to create a comprehensive plan to address the harm of anti-Black racism in our schools. This also being Lunar New Year, and as Oakland is gaining the national spotlight around issues of Black Asian unity, I'm proud to be one of Oakland's 2 Asian council members in support of this resolution, and hope that you will move forward to create a plan, a fund, and a commitment to ensure our Black students thrive. Because I understand that when we invest in our Black community, we help to lift up all of our communities here in Oakland. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Board President Bass. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jessica Trevania. Jessica.
Virginia, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, let's come back to her, Ms. Floyd.
Okay, our next speaker is Shella Delgado.
Delgado, you need to unmute yourself.
Oh, yes. Hi, I am an OUSD alum, teacher, and parent, and I am here to speak in support of the Black reparations proposal. I just want to say I was part of some of the planning of this, the meetings that we held in Humanist Hall 2 years ago, the meeting that we held in the library at Fremont, and numerous other community student meetings that were held to ask the community what was needed to really support Black students. And this proposal is the result of that work. So some folks I know are saying it's not the time, we need to be focusing on other things. This is the result of several years of organizing with Black families in OUSD. So I respectfully ask you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Delgado. Next speaker.
Our next speaker, we're going back to Jessica Trevina.
Hi, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Jessica Trevina. I'm a parent of a future OUSD student, and I'm also a staff member of the Bay Area Parent Leader Action Network. Given the inequity that Black students face in our school system, which have effects on their educational attainment, lifetime earnings, self-esteem, mental and physical well-being, and interactions with the prison industrial complex and other penal systems, being that we're only a couple generations out of Brown versus Board and we're still suffering under Costa-Hawkins, it's time to take affirmative steps for equity. I fully support the resolution as it is. And I hope that you understand that the long-term divestment requires long-term investment for sustainable change in the name of reparations. In addition, I also support keeping our kids safe in the classrooms. The classrooms in the Flatlands are very different than those in Montclair or neighborhoods where students are majority enrolled in public schools. Students at these schools, particularly Black students in underfunded schools, have never been safe or received proper education through OUSD. I'm referring to graduation rates, lead in the water, carcinogens on campus.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rose Thomas.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rose. I also go by Tisha. I'm a student. I'm a parent of a OUSD student, a brilliant, bright, beautiful fourth grader. And I'm here in support and standing in unity with Parents Voice Oakland and for the solution of reparations for Black students of Oakland, more specifically in support of the Black Education Fund to support Black literacy and academics, because we all know that the times have changed and either the neglect of our Black students and their education comes to an end, or we will relentlessly continue to bring it to the spotlight. I'm pressing you all to make the only obvious right vote tonight. And this is out of not based on emotion, it's based on the undeniable facts. We need each and every one of you to do the right thing and make the commitment to Black students thriving in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is B. Alawi.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Bilkis Alawi. I work for Bay Area Plan. I'm the Arabic parent organizer. I'm here to represent the Arabic speaking parents in Oakland. Parents fear sending their kids to school, and they urge you to invest in distance learning. The kids they have to stay safe, keep our kids safe, keep our family safe. Arabic parents also support reparation for Black students. They believe that better education for Black students would be better for education for all. So we support Black reparation for Black students, and we support keep our kids safe.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Janine Grantham.
Good evening. My name is Janine Grantham. I'm a parent coordinator with the district. Greetings to the community that stands fearlessly in the fight for justice and for the reparations for Black students resolution. And good evening to the board. I'd like to say tonight, not tomorrow, we demand systemic change. We need more Black family parent coordinators, academic support. We need for this to be a community-driven process and for the digital divide to be closed. To the board, either you stand on the side of justice and approve the resolution tonight, or you stand complicitly in racism. Thank you.
You.
Our next speaker is Divya Ferraris.
Hi, my name is Divya Farias. I'm a teacher at CCPA. I want to bring to the forefront the history of reparations, right? The idea of reparations started after the Civil War, and the idea was that newly freed African-American people would be given 40 acres and a mule. And that was never granted, right? Andrew Johnson became the president, and that was taken away. And so we are still fighting for that same legacy today. And that's what the reparations resolution is about. And I want to highlight specifically that the resolution calls for an end to closures of historically Black schools, right? Over the period of the past several decades and potentially moving forward in the future with the blueprint process, we're in danger of Black students continuing to be disenfranchised in terms of literal resources and land and property as their schools are closed. And these socio-emotional supports can't even be offered because they're pushed out of the schools and in many cases out of Oakland. So approve the resolution with no amendments, especially no school closures and charter co-locations.
Thank you, Ms. Farias. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Noni Galloway. Noni Galloway.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
we
you hear
can.
me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Noni Galloway. Okay, hello, my name is Noni Galloway. I'm a parent leader at Parent Voices of Oakland. I'm also a parent coordinator at Greenleaf Elementary School, and I am here to stand with Black reparations, and I'm asking that the board please, please pass this. We are at a time where everything is needed for our children to be supported. This is this reparations resolutions is exactly what we need. It should not be about Black or brown or anything like this, but we do understand that the difference between the Black students getting what they need is this resolution. So I know that all of you know what we need, and all you need to do is vote yes tonight. So I'm asking you, as for one, Oakland native, fourth generation. I'm asking as a Black woman. I'm asking as a mother of a Black son. And I'm asking as a person who has been in this community and knows that we definitely need this resolution to be passed. So you have the power to do it, do it.
That's your time. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Acedo Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sader Wilson. I am a former OUSD student, former OUSD educator, currently a teacher at Richmond High School, and I'm also the treasurer for United Teachers of Richmond. I highly stand in solidarity with not just United Teachers of Richmond, but also as a community member and as a Black man who grew up in Oakland, California, and has seen a lot of things in the education system that can be rectified through the passing of these reparations. So I highly recommend that you all do the right thing. It's not time to wait to do the right thing. It's time to do the right thing now. I also like to share that United Teachers of Richmond, we voted, our rep council voted in solidarity, or not solidarity, unanimously to support this resolution, the entire rep council. So OUSD, all the educators out there, Richmond, we got your back. Just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Phyllis Copes.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Copes, and I am the newly elected SEIU 10-1 school chapter president, and also the administrative assistant for the Office of Equity. And I'm just on here today to say that we stand in solidarity of passing the resolution for Black student reparation. I think the time is now. We've already waited as a people over 200 years. So please vote for this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Copes. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Crystal Bannigan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Crystal Bannigan, and I'm with Bay Area Plan. I'm also a mother of 3 school-age students. I want the school board to pass the Reparations for Black Students resolution as it is tonight. We are no longer going to wait for change. How many more schools do we have to close? How many more families have to leave Oakland before you realize that closing schools with majority Black students is not only racist, but it is gentrification at its finest? Policies that displace thousands of families from one population are racist policies. Policies that enforce the historical oppression of one population are racist. Board members, when you tell me you already invest in Black students and they're consistently across the board not succeeding, I say where? When you tell me you don't have time for an equitable policy for Black students and their families, I say when? You're failing Black students, and you have been historically. So you need to stop upholding racism and oppression and pass this resolution as it is tonight. We are not waiting any longer for real change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bannigan. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kimmy King.
Sorry, I was muted there. Good evening, members of the board. I'm here tonight as a lifelong Oaklander and educator for the last 22 years. I want to appreciate all of you during your campaigns. You all expressed a commitment to increasing access to quality schools for our Oakland kids, especially our Black and Brown kids. You have certainly a responsibility as board members to provide access to quality schools that get equitable outcomes. And I appreciate the way that that shows up in your words. Tonight, you actually have an opportunity to take action to keep a quality school open. And that school is Aspire Eris Academy that's outperforming 11 of 12 schools in its neighborhood. There's national outrage that Aspire Eris might be allowed to close. That hinges on your decision tonight to support a material revision that would increase enrollment there and allow the school to stay open. We look forward to your support and not putting 240 students out in the cold during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Key. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mary Grace McGee.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mary Grace McGee, and I'm a OUSD teacher, a parent, although my children went K-12 and are now moved on in their life. And I'm a community member. We need Black reparations now. It is deserved. It's a start that we can build on. Black students have long been given less than they deserve by OUSD, as evidenced by Ed data. Reparations will focus on Black achievement. It's accountable. It's an economic resolution. We need that. This resolution is good for everyone. OUSD itself will likely become a full charter district if the Black community continues to lose faith in OUSD. Their loss of faith is resulting in Black families leaving OUSD at a rate of 400 plus students a year. Without the support of Black families that OUSD has long enjoyed, it will literally dissolve into a privately owned mishmash of charter schools. Let's make OUSD stronger and better. Justice for one is justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sydney Morgan.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sydney Morgan, and I am a middle school teacher at Melrose Leadership Academy. I would like to speak in favor of the Reparations for Black Students resolution. I have only been a teacher in Oakland for 6 years, but over that time, I have seen the systematic closing, merging, and co-locating of schools with predominantly Black students. This not only sends the message that our Black students are not important, but it severely impacts their mental health and learning. OUSD's failure to invest in our Black students did not just start recently, and it is urgent that OUSD finally begin to repair the harm that has been done. I have had many amazing Black students in my classes, and they deserve more than what they are being given by OUSD. Anyone can say Black Lives Matter, but those are hollow words if OUSD does not put their money, time, and resources into showing that Black students and families do matter. We cannot waste any more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. I think we can take 4 more speakers.
Okay, our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I want to start with V36 to V45, which are all amendments to policies. Suicide policies, we're talking about policies related to early childhood education, adult education, Title I, discrimination, harassment, and transgender policies. All of these policies are being rubber stamped for amendment, and we're having no discussion about, and these are important policies, about what's being amended. I'd like to talk about V9, Teach for America, $750,000 for 50 teachers. And we have to pay them, each teacher, $5,000 annual fee. As it relates to the money for the Spanish-speaking Unity Council. That contract started in July of 2020 and ends in June.
Ms. Olaguala, that's your time. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Edgar Ramirez.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Edgar Rodriguez, a former teacher and assistant principal here in Oakland Unified. I'm calling here to speak in support of Teach for America. I started my career in education through Teach for America. They helped me build my instructional capacity and committed not just to me as an educator when I was in the Corps, but also to the community that I was serving and had the privilege of serving for 5 years. As an alum, TFA continues to support my leadership and again, the community that I have the honor and privilege of leading. TFA provides school hiring teams with quality candidates that are willing to do the work and partner with the community that they get to serve. TFA by no means is perfect, so I want to also say that. And there's a lot of unlearning that the organization is leaning into to ensure that they continue to bring high quality educators, ensure they partner meaningfully with schools where they're placing core members, and continue to support alums and core members, especially those of color. I just urge you all to support the Teach for America contract and to also listen to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez Ramirez. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Adrian Grays.
Hello, OUSD board member. My name is Adrian Grays. I'm a mother of 5 Black children in OUSD. I am here to stand in solidarity with reparations for Black students. You guys have failed me in OUSD. I will no longer let you guys fail any other Black student in OUSD. I sit on the SSE and also the LCAP as a member. And I see the data and I hear that you guys say that you invest in Black students, but that is not true. I'm wondering, when is it going to be time that you guys invest in our students and the non-closure of all Black schools? I am hoping that you vote yes tonight on reparations for Black students, and it is our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graves. Next, this will be our last speaker.
Our last speaker is Asa.
Hi, I just really want to thank you, Member Williams and Mike Hutchinson, for bringing this forth. It would never have happened without you two here. So God bless you, God keep you, God thank you for being here, supporting your community, supporting our community, and it's our responsibility to back you up. We need to support you who are supporting us, and we got to make that commitment to support you. We all know everything has already been said already. Okay, we've got a bunch of Proud Boys taking over the Capitol. We got crazy stuff going on, but at the same time, we have a wonderful vice president. You know, it's way past time to pass this Reparations Act. I mean, 400 years we've been here and we're going. Some people like the status quo. Some people are happy with the status quo, and you're going to hear from them today too. They're happy with the status quo. We are not. They're benefiting. We're not. We got to work together, y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That will conclude.
Madam President.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I make a motion to extend this at least 15 minutes? I'm looking at the list. We have 316 attendees, 316. And we probably, I counted right now, we only went through 40. So I'd just like to see if we can, it seems way longer, but we only done 40. And I think at least 15 minutes, allow another 40 so we can make sure you can go back to your community and say, I gave you an opportunity to have voice on this particular issue. I please
Okay,
ask for a motion.
we are going to take more public comment when we get to unfinished business, but why don't we do another 10 minutes now? We still haven't got to our special orders of the day, but I think we should do another interpretation check. General Counsel, it's been an hour before we keep moving.
And the special orders of the day is scheduled, or the public hearing is scheduled for 8 o'clock. So we have time to ensure that we allow all the public comments now, because we're only going to have a little time between when we finish with this and that public hearing that's scheduled time certain. So I definitely would second this, and hopefully we can accommodate all the people who are here to speak on these important issues.
So we're going to do another interpretation check right now, and then we'll do another 10 minutes.
Madam President, I would recommend not doing interpreting, just because I would have to then unselect all the hands. And
Okay, fine. So we'll take 10 more speakers. Ms. Floyd.
Our next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
Cliff, I'm waiting for you and Sam to step up. You see what's going on. We have had 400 years of discrimination. And here we are, 2024, talking about equality for Black students. The fact that we do not have equity and quality in our schools, particularly Black and brown, it needs to be addressed. You spent 3.5 hours last week on charter schools. We need 3.5 hours talking about Black students and what's not happening in our district. If Black lives matter, brown lives matter. Those two ethnicities make up 70-some% of our students, and charter school and public school Black and brown students are not being served. Watching what's going on is disgraceful to me, and I've already said it. Sam, you and Cliff need to step up. Maybe we need to start a recall, Chauncey. I know you had more than an hour at a charter school convention.
Next speaker is Emily Novick.
Yep. Hi, my name is Emily Novick, and I'm an OUSD educator in District 6. So this month began with an email from the district that Black History Month is about more than a celebration, and I think it's time to make those words true. It's time for the board to prioritize Black students, families, educators, and community members, and reinvest in schools that make all Black students feel safe, achieve academically, and thrive. So I strongly urge the board to please vote yes on the Reparations for Black Students resolution.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Carrie Anderson.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Carrie Anderson. I teach 3rd grade at Manzini Community School, and I'm a resident of District 5. I am also joining the meeting tonight and speaking in support of the Reparations for Black Students. As you have heard, there are all kinds of reasons for you to support this, so I'm not going to repeat. I certainly can't compete with some of the amazing speakers we've listened to tonight. I've been teaching in Oakland for 16 years in East Oakland, and I as well have witnessed time after time the neighborhood schools of Black students being disrupted by school closings, by school mergings, and co-locations. I urge you to get this done tonight, pass it unanimously. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Susan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello, my name is Susan, and I'm a community member at District 1. I'm also a grandparent of a 1st grader at OUSD, and I am also wanting to show my support for reparations for Black students. As a previous speaker mentioned, people have given many excellent reasons, and I agree with all of those. And I would also like to add that by doing this, by passing this unanimously, we will also be sending a very strong message to the children in our community and to the entire community. This is long, long overdue, and we won't get anywhere if we don't start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Amara.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amara Schoenberg, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Melrose Leadership Academy, and I'm a resident of District 4. I'd also like to speak to show my support for the Reparations for Black Students resolution. Throughout this call, we've heard speaker after speaker from the community calling for your unanimous support of this resolution. I don't need to explain that Black students and families have been underserved and discriminated against for centuries. The resolution provides a path to eliminate the Black student opportunity gap in LUSD and raise the voices that have been historically suppressed for decades in this district. It is clear that what has been done to support Black students in the past has either only partially worked or not worked at all, and it's time to try something new in partnership with the community that has been affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jayden Polk. Oh, I'm not going to be able to bring Jayden aboard. Our next speaker is Bacolia Manigo.
Good evening. Good evening to the board, Superintendent Johnson Trammell. I am so proud of Oakland tonight because you put a challenge to us over the last 2 board meetings to demonstrate that Black students and Black parents care about this resolution. You challenged us. And we've not only met that challenge, but we got city council, we got assembly members, we got your state representatives all telling you it's time. So the question before you is, can you hear us? Do you see us? Will you validate us? Will you stand with us? Will you show up and make Black Lives Matter right now? That's what's before you. You can nitpick, you can be scared, but you cannot deny that it's our time. I told you, and I kept my promise, that Black students was gonna get done right this year. So you either vote tonight for this resolution, or we're gonna keep coming. And we're gonna keep showing you that we do not want a racist system anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Manigo. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Lucas.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
My name is Lucas Brecky Meisner. I'm the executive director of Oakland Kids First, a 4th generation East Oaklander, an OUSD alum, a parent, and a D6 resident. And I'm here to speak in support of reparations for Black students. I feel like before us, we have an opportunity to be audacious, to interrupt cycles of systemic violence, racism, and educational pillage, and to set a new North Star for this district, and to make real the work that OUSD has long endorsed. If you look at this resolution and see hurdles, yeah, sure, your eyes are open, of course. This will be hard work. We're on the heels of years of both racist policies and colorblind reformist shrugging. This is not intended to be a silver bullet. This is a working blueprint for battling white supremacy and prioritizing Black lives. The road will be long because systems tend to grind innovation to a halt, including this one. But you all have the opportunity to join the community on this side of the dais. It's time to set aside the parliamentary hand-sitting and dilly-dallying. It's time for implementation committees instead of exploratory ones. I implore this board to break with precedent, to be audacious, to take the step in righting the wrongs of this district and becoming a beacon for others. Please pass the Reparations for Black Students resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brecky Meisner. We're going to take 2 more speakers. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Douglas Spalding.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the school board. I'm a son of Oakland and a teacher. My parents went to school in Oakland. My mother was a teacher. And fortunately, I have 2 kids in middle school, 6th and 8th grade at Melrose Leadership Academy. I'm doubly fortunate that Melrose is a quality school. I wish that every student in Oakland had the opportunity. It's been hard work. We don't really get the support of Oakland for facilities or much else. So it's kind of been done on the backs of a lot of hard work on parts of the teachers, administration, and parents. I also want to add my voice, lend my voice to the in support of the reparations for Black students. For years and years, for longer than I've been alive, we have failed Black students. This board has failed Black students. When you close public schools like Kaiser, like Roots International Academy, in favor of doing the dance with charter schools. You are failing our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. Last speaker.
Our last speaker is Katie Ferrari.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Ferrari. I am a teacher and resident in D1. I teach at Claremont Middle School, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of reparations. A lot of people have talked about what's going on in East Oakland. I'd like to share a story. One of the 8th graders that I work with on reading intervention, because he's below grade level, we're reading A Mighty Long Way right now, which is about the students who integrated Little Rock 9. And when I asked him, what do you think about all of this? He is a Black 8th grader who went to Sankofa. And he said, you know what? I kind of feel like it's still happening right now, because when I went to Sankofa, we didn't have enough money for supplies. Our parents had to pay for everything. And so, you know, we spent all of last summer saying that Black Lives Matter. You know, I remember that John Sasaki showed up at the Oakland Tech March. If this board and this district really believes that Black Lives Matter, this bill needs to be passed tonight with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferrari. So that's going to conclude public comment on agenda items. We're going to do a check for interpretation.
All right. Let me give you a moment. Ms. Ho, why don't you start with Cantonese, and I'm going to lower all the hands so that we can see who is interested in needing Cantonese translation. Ms. Ho, go ahead.
各位歐聯社區人士好，呢一度係歐聯聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm finished, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. I see a hand up from Cecilia Jordan. Oh, okay, the hand went away. Okay. Okay, I don't see there's hands going up, but I don't think they're for Cantonese. So there'll be no Cantonese interpreting for this item. Ms. Vargas, you are next for Spanish.
Ok, buenas noches otra vez y estamos una vez más ofreciendo el servicio de interpretación, pero nos tenía que avisar si lo necesita y para hacer eso tiene que levantar la mano en la parte inferior de la pantalla, en el panel de control, busque la mano que dice Raise Hand y avísenos si necesita el servicio de interpretación. Una vez que lo activen, busque el globo terráqueo, púlselo, se va a desplegar un menú y seleccione Spanish. Cualquier cosa que necesite, avísenos por el chat. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, I see a hand up. I'm going to presume it's for Spanish interpreting. It's not going down, so why don't we do Spanish interpreting for this item? Give me a moment. Okay, Spanish interpreting should be live. And Madam President, back to you for what I presume would be item M1.
Yeah, we will move on to item M, but I think it's safe to say, since we haven't started special orders yet, that we're not going to be done by 10 p.m. tonight. So I will move to extend our meeting to 12:30. Is there a second? I see Dr. Thompson. Dr. Thompson. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
The motion to extend the meeting to, I believe you said 12:30?
That's right.
Okay. Student Director Powell? Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. Director Ng? Director Ng? Okay. Director Yi? Yes. Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
I do not agree with extending the meeting without extending public comment. No.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
And we will be taking more public comments when we get to, we'll take public comments on special orders and also on our public hearing and new business, unfinished business, and item Z. So there'll be more opportunities for public comment. With that, we're gonna move to special orders, which is our budget reduction option presentation from our Chief Business Officer. Ms. Grant Dawson.
Good evening to everyone. My screen up. So good evening to President Gonzalez, Vice President Davis, and to our esteemed directors and Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. We are here to present what is the projected date for our budget reduction options, which has now been amended to include a bridge plan. In the process of developing the budget and working through the strategies over the last several months, we've reached a place where we've understood that we need to make a reduction of $16 million as is summarized in this document. We also understand that as we're moving forward with this particular fiscal year and working through our second interim process, we also need to have these items included in our second interim and a resolution. So that is not a challenge. The challenge is identifying the specific priorities to bring to the board for adoption that total of 16 million. And a large component of this includes some of the different strategies and needs based on, as we've shared before, the budget being the budget allocations and the various needs by school site, and not really having clarity around different programmatic and or other adjustments that we can make without impacting and interrupting the district even further. It is clear that the district has made multiple millions of dollars of reductions over the last 10 years. It has not been clearly understood what the impact of those reductions have been, to include if we're going to move forward on more reasonable new and or existing recommendations, the impact to the organization must be established. It is my professional recommendation and my deep concern that if we continued in the framework of developing a list of reductions that would not materialize, the district would, as I've shared before, continue to be in a place where every year, every other year, we're faced with needing to make reductions, where ultimately a budget being developed in any organization is a standard process. We want to get to the point not only that it's a standard process, that it is not a traumatic process, as it has been. And in addition to that, we can really see and identify where the priorities are. We are building the budget as we shared using the board's policy, BP 3150, as well as other components, and want to be able to have the time to really pull out and flesh out different areas that we've identified as needing to be addressed. We built in the budget development strategy and calendar the opportunity for community engagement. This helps not only, as this week we started the budget meetings with our school sites, which have been just tremendous in learning and being able to connect with our school sites, but also many of the consistent and cyclical needs that are still not being addressed. And not only do we need to make reductions, we need to see how to make new investments with the resources that we have. It is clear that the district can use now, it is clear, some one-time money to be able to help build this bridge, but we do have a very aggressive strategy that in the event that this plan is adopted, we'll need the full support of the board and the stakeholders to meet an aggressive December 2021 deadline to still move forward on making reductions, which is now using the bridge for 2022-23. We do have identified, not only summarized on this list, but then there's a chart attached, budget reductions totaling nearly $5 million. This particular budget reduction, the first one is reduction in staff, is a carryover from next year with an ask that there be 1 year extension. We would like to eliminate contributions to student nutrition. And in the summary of the agenda item have explained why, to include some intense history that the district has had in contributing to student nutrition, that ultimately the general fund made reductions to that were not reduced in that particular fund. It is the responsibility of the general fund to support any resource and fund that is not self-sufficient, but it is not prudent for the district to continue a 15+ year trend of supporting this program. It is our responsibility to determine how we can increase the revenue, which is on our list of strategic actions to partake of. And we are recognizing higher revenue annually than we have historically since we've been in shelter in place. There also will be a cost avoidance from the reduction in the police services component of our budget ongoing. There is a George Floyd resolution that will not be impacted by what is projected to be this ongoing $1.8 million budget that was allocated to the police department. We've also made some recommendations about at the end of this year, carryover to help continue with the phase 2 of this resolution, which has not been developed. It is the expectation that as this moves forward, that any budget requests and or adjustments be handled with the district's annual budget development process. And so therefore, want to just really make clear that there would be no impact and continue to be an opportunity for the actions on our safety plan to continue to move forward with the entire budget strategy. The one-time bridge plan, which totals $16 million, which is not an accident on purpose, because these items above could be not accepted by the board. There could be other additional items that are added for review, but we want to make sure that we have the $16 million we identified. Last week, when we finally received the update on the next wave of the $57 million that we communicated to the board that we would receive in what is now the elementary secondary emergency relief number 2 allocation, we are able to use a portion of those funds to be able to support maintaining positions. And so we would identify specific positions that likely we may need to look at and consider as we're continuing to do our analysis for the rest of the year and as we begin the new school year of areas for reductions. And then we are recommending a $5 million allocation out of the $16 million that we'll receive for Assembly Bill 1840. That again, we did not recognize until we will recognize it in second interim. And that's because we did have some other tenants and activities that we needed to meet in order to recognize it. It didn't mean we weren't going to receive it, but we did need to finish some tasks to recognize it in our revenue. And so we'll be doing that. This bridge will allow us the opportunity, and I'm going to slide down to the chart. So as our community looks at the chart, we are not stopping the budget development process, and we'll continue using the Budget and Finance Committee meetings and other forums to continue the discussions about what is recommended, a review and reorganization of the district administrative services. That includes understanding what is central. A common adage that has been noted or as a strategy in cutting central office reduction, but not understanding clearly what is central and what does central support to our school sites. And so with that reorganization analysis, we'll be doing that concurrently with other activities. And then at the same time, we want to continue our work on realigning expenditures that have been paid for out of other supplemental resources that really should be funded out of the general fund base. This activity would again continue through the rest of the year in preparation for what would be a very robust and strong and much more strategic and understood list of budget options for the district to consider moving forward. So it is our recommendation that you receive this list for first reading about the reduction options and the bridge plan. We can still, as engagement continues in March, look at additional options. We do have a list of different areas that we already plan to cover as we seek to educate and inform and then be able to support strong decision-making. But we also want to make sure that with this particular list that we're able to include this list in our second interim, which we will be presenting at the next board meeting. This does not mean that these options would be voted on, it means we, in its absolute terms, it means that we have made a commitment and have shown where we can reduce and or use bridge funding beyond the $16 million that we have indicated that we need to make reductions for. And so with that, I will pause there and turn the mic back over to President Gonzalez for the board's deliberation.
Thank you. Could we close the presentation for the moment? Colleagues, are there any questions on this? Any discussion? Vice President Davis?
Thank you so much, Ms. Grant Dawson. It's really nice to have good news as far as the planning and the realization that we don't have to have implement any drastic budget cuts in the middle of this pandemic. I do know that some school sites are concerned about, reductions in staff due to just the projected drop in enrollment. And so that's definitely a concern that I know we've talked about. I just wanted to raise that since I know that's something that's on a lot of people's minds. And I just wanted to also highlight for the community the fact that we are going to have a special board meeting on March 16th to discuss other uses of the one-time funds and just planning around that for next year so that we can have, obviously we've had a really difficult and terrible year this year. And we all want to come back and have a strong start next year and come back, with all engines running full blast and really get people back and support students around that return to school. So luckily, we do have significant amounts of funding, as you were pointing out, and that's not even all of it, right? There's still potentially other federal relief dollars and other state, reopening dollars. So it's really an opportunity for us to think outside the box and think about what our students need to help recover from this pandemic.
Thanks, Vice President Davis. Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I share the sentiments, and I really want the community to hear. This is really, really good news. And as somebody who's been tracking and organizing around the budget for a long time, this really represents a philosophical shift. And so also I want to say publicly, thank you, Lisa Grant Dawson, for not just this options list, but for all the work you've been doing with all the committees to really try to bring up our knowledge level around this issue. I think it's been really, really helpful. But now we are making a philosophical decision to keep any funding cuts or any spending cuts away from our classes, away from our students, and away from our school sites. And philosophically, we are looking to reprioritize the budget and use one-time money to bridge whatever gaps might come up. This is a really important shift. I think it's something that a lot of the community should be excited about. And hopefully going forward, as we start to do this, for the first time in 5 years, this year's budget discussion is not going to be which of a list of things do we want to cut. Finally, for the first time, we have some baseline funding where we know it'll be guaranteed again for next year. And hopefully, we can even start to have a conversation about how we can reprioritize our budget on top of this to really start focusing on putting our resources where we know they'll have the biggest impact. But this is a huge start. And as a new school board member, I'm very, very happy about this because I will be able to deliver on my campaign promise of no cuts to our schools for next year. This is the kind of stuff that we can all come together around, and hopefully we can replicate how we come together around these issues to some of our other looming issues that are out there also. But thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson. I think this puts us in a really good position in developing next year's budget.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. I saw Director Eng.
There's somebody else that goes first. I can go next because I've been in a sneezing attack. 1 second.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Sure, I'll jump in.
Go ahead, Director Williams.
I just want to again say thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson. You really are bringing transparency to this labyrinth of a district that we have, and I think that is the first step. I'm about relationships, healing, about really trying to lift each other up. And so I definitely want to, support the work that you're doing. I think that it's really important that we have, and this whole thing, this feedback thing is we have tough decisions to make, but the tough decisions actually start way earlier. Like, looking at how our operation is working and making choices from there, than waiting to the last minute and being forced to make, cuts that we don't want to make. So you really are bringing the transparency to say we have to really look at how we're doing business in our district. We have to look at our controls, and we have to make some adjustments. And so I'm really happy that that conversation is out there on the table. I look forward to working with you. And also, I want to say, as a teacher myself, I will not be supporting any cuts for teachers or staff class or classified staff. So I'll just tell you that, on the front. So it's not even, there are cuts to be made, but I'll tell you that I will stand philosophically with educators and classified staff as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Williams. Director Ng, are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Ms. Grant Dawson. I know that we started some of this conversation in Budget and Finance last week or a couple weeks ago, and appreciate the updated plan. I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of providing a bridge and to be able to utilize the additional time to really set priorities and revisit our investments across the district. I do, however, as I'm sure you do, have just some concerns around where that sets us up for next year, just given the many priorities we have and the needs, as we know, to continue to increase priorities such as compensation across the board. And so I do think that although we have a more extended timeline, I am just as eager as I think all of us are to already start thinking about how we can be prioritizing our investments and revisiting our budget for next year, to set us up well for a year from now, because we know that it will continue to get tighter, and also the uncertain impact of enrollment will also continue to challenge us. And so I applaud the efforts, but also want to at the same time encourage board members, caution around, yes, there's good news in the very near term, but also there's a lot of work to do within the next 6 to 9 months to set us up well for next year. So I know we are planning on doing some community engagements around the budget priorities. I think we should still plan to do engagements just to level set as a city and with district stakeholders around where we are and around tough decisions ahead. I think we should continue on some of those plans for this spring, and engage in conversations. And last thing is that I wanted to also just reiterate, I know that there was some areas that were part of the resolution last year that were too soon to be able to implement for this current academic year. I know Ms. Delton has raised this before in Budget and Finance, but I do think it is worthwhile. I know we had a report on it in Budget and Finance in the fall, but worthwhile considering if any of those fiscal solutions might be part of our planning for next year as well, because we may have time to revisit it for the next school year as well to implement. Thank you.
Thanks. Director Yee, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you. The only part that is a bit confusing to me is I know schools are planning their budgets for next year based upon enrollment projections. And so are the enrollment projections still operative in terms of schools that will need more staff because of enrollment gains, or maybe need less staff because of enrollment losses? So I heard Director say, about his policy position around cuts to staff at the schools. So I'm not sure if what his intent about that is, but I wanted to get clarification about your budget balancing that you presented so far?
So I think that's the other component about this season. So one, I do want to clarify that though we are in a pandemic, the enrollment decline was already happening. So we would have experienced an enrollment decline, but again, we're funding on attendance, which I'm gonna point that out again, big area for support. In strategizing that, we would have already experienced that. The concern, yes, is with our attendance, which is being lower, how will be funded for the new year is going to be impacted. So the question is, during our budget development, yes, we projected schools that have lower enrollment from the prior year and schools that have an increase in enrollment. And I think what you're hearing is there's an ask to maintain staffing allocations for school sites. If that's a proposal, it would have to come in a proposal that we utilize these one-time resources that may be above the amount projected for that. So currently we're moving forward with making the reductions as we would in the absence of that for any school sites that have a reduced reduction. There has been some communication about school sites that we'd like to not see that happen, but we need this action formally from the board to pause that by, if not tonight, but definitely by the time we do second interim. So that's the other action that we would need if that's the intent based on the timeline in which we're in. So thank you for the question. I hope that answers it.
Yes.
Great. Colleagues, I'm just going to say real briefly, and then we need to take public comment, and we have a public hearing that's supposed to start in 1 minute. We also have our contracts expiring with our largest unions in June. And so we also have to just be aware that on top of an anticipated enrollment loss, that we are going to want to have good settlements, right, with our unions. So we also just need to be aware that that's another expense that we need to prepare for. And just, be cautious about making sure that we're not overcommitting to other things. Okay, colleagues, is it okay if we move to public comments? Okay. Ms. Floyd, can you call on any speakers who wish to speak on the budget reduction options report from Ms. Grant Dawson?
Yes. Our first speaker is Jarrell McClinton.
All right, thank you so much. Greetings, I am Gerald McClinton. I serve a lot of nonprofits, but I'm representing Parent Voices of Oakland today. And I had something written up, but after listening to all these comments, they got exactly what I got, which is from one of my favorite mentors, Cesar Chavez. We cannot seek achievement for ourselves and forget about the progress and prosperity of our community. Our ambitions must be broad enough to include the aspirations and needs of others for their sake as well as ours. I'm proud of my community. And but I do want to say we need Black teachers and educators because they see the student as well as the child. And thank you guys. And I knew you was a good egg, Mike. I knew it. I knew you was a good egg. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is James Bracy.
Good evening, and good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My hand's been up for quite a while, and I just on reparations. As an African-American man here in Oakland with a 5.5-year-old in Oakland Public School District, I'm looking at two pictures. One of my 5.5-year-old son and one of my great-great-grandfather, who was the descendant of a Confederate soldier and an African-American slave. Reparations are well past overdue. Oakland School Board, you have an opportunity to do something really magnificent. The history of Oakland sets trends throughout the nation. In the late 60s, 1969 exact, the Black Panther Party started free lunch programs out here. They are now nationwide, everywhere around the country. If you start this program of reparations, the rest of the nation will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
That's the side of you. You got me, baby. You want to?
Okay. Not sure what happened.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm concerned about the impact statement that's not in there. So every reduction that you have to do, what's the impact, positive or negative? I'm concerned about reduction of staff, that we have a race equity lens created to make sure that we do not disproportionately relieve ourselves of staff based on race. I'm concerned about the elimination of contributions to students around nutrition, much needed at this point. I'm also concerned about, lastly, elementary and secondary emergency relief. There are we cannot predict this element. We have to be prepared for emergencies. So impact-wise, $11 million, how will that affect emergency relief? That's very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening, everybody. Superintendent, board, Ms. Grant Dawson. I was very glad to hear about the bridge plan and the application of the one-time funds. A number of us have been advocating for that approach for some years, and I'm very, very pleased that Ms. Grant Dawson has brought it forward, especially in the context of having a deep and detailed discussion about the organizational aspects of the district going forward, which of course impact the fiscal aspects. I am, like Director Ng, concerned about the future. And I truly hope that the board will always use the language of budget solutions and not budget reductions. And that we will not, as a district, be pressured into whether it's school closures or property sales or reductions that people don't want to make because the board has settled on a particular number. So please be cautious with your language.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ishmael Almendarez.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Ishmael Almendarez, and I'm the first vice president of OEA. And I just want to speak right now to Director Gonzalez. I want to say, first of all, I love and respect you, Gonzalez. You are the only brown woman on this board, the only brown woman, and you represent the brown community in the city. You represent us all. And we cannot have the only brown board member in this city of Oakland vote against Black reparations. Think about that. The only brown person on that board who represents us all across the city. You represent us all, Shanti. Every brown person in the city. We cannot have our brown leaders standing in the way of our Black community. We have to be in solidarity with them. Do the right thing. Come home, Shanti. Come home and do the right thing. Come home. We need our brown leaders to stand with us and to represent us. We cannot have the only brown board member voting against Black reparations. What kind of look is that? Stand with us.
Thank
Stand
you,
with
Ms.
the
Armendariz. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
I had a couple of questions. I'm really pleased with what I'm hearing from Grant Dawson. Bless you. We, for so many years, have been looking at reports that made no sense at all, 1 week to the next. The question I have is, I'm still concerned about looking at the district office management staff and the fact that we have approximately 70 people working in the district office, either in upper and middle management. And maybe that could be reduced down some. Also, I wanted to know if we are setting aside money to make our schools safe before our students return. Ventilation is a big problem. our 5 points per billion. As far as the lead is too high. Berkeley has 1 point per billion, and hopefully down the road, we can find a way to give our teachers a raise.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Taisha.
Hi, I'm speaking and my daughter, if that's okay. Okay, so hi, good evening, board members. My name is Taisha Allen. I'm a mother of 4 of OUSD. I'm a parent leader with Parent Voices Oakland. I reside in District 1. I'm a part of the parents that were fighting to end school closure. While my daughter, she was attending elementary school, it closed and forced us out of this school district. It was devastating to the children because they created a family. My daughter even questioned if her voice matters. I urge you to support reparations for Black students. Please vote yes tonight so that we can have our children and give them a promising future. Equal education for Black students. Thank you. Here's my daughter. We only have one phone. Sorry. Go.
Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Julia Allen. I have been a part of an organization called Parent Voices Oakland with my mom for 7 years. I am also a senior at Oakland Technical High School with 2 other siblings in OUSD as well. I'm the first Black student that created an online petition in support of the increase of the Black teacher population in OUSD because I saw that at firsthand the lack of support we're facing when it comes to an education. I have raised over 500 signatures and worked with Terror Guard. As a Black student with an ambition to become a doctor and the eldest of 4, I am chosen to be a leader, which means I have to be a part of the change I want my siblings to see. I don't want my siblings to go through the same cycle of problematic racism I went through when it comes to their education. I demand you to vote yes on reparations for Black students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jerry Malik.
Peace and blessings to everywhere. I'm Jerry Doja Malik, and I work for Oakland Adult Career and Education, teaching GED and high school diploma classes. These are unprecedented times. Unprecedented things can happen now. We are standing at the crossroads. What footprint or milestone will we make? I'm so grateful for the parents that put blood, sweat, and tears in producing reparations for Black student resolution. Let's together uplift Black children, for we know when we do that, we uplift all children. The weakest of faith is to do nothing. Take action, which is the strongest of faith. Vote yes for reparations for Black students. By the way, from 2006 to 2015, 30,000 students in California who met all other high school requirements were unable to graduate due to the CASI test. These students can now retroactively get their diploma. Please contact your district for more information. Thank you. And community long-term economic investment for all children.
Our next speaker is Vilma Sariano.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Vilma Serrano, and I'm a resident in District 3 and a teacher at Melrose Leadership Academy, and I'm a proud member and executive board member of the Oakland Education Association. So I'm here speaking in support for the reparations for Black students in OUSD. Speaker after speaker has made an important case about why we need to reinvest in our Black students. This pattern of disinvesting and pushing out our Black students, as well as targeting and closing predominantly Black schools, is shameful. And this is an opportunity to turn the boat around. Let's do the right thing. It's time to enact bold policies that will support the education as well as the healing of our Black students. Be bold and vote yes on the reparations for Black students in OUSD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Luna Fife.
First off, I wanted to ask if President Gonzalez was present.
This is your time to speak, Luna. Please go ahead.
I'll hold off until President Gonzalez gets back because I have something specifically directed for her in her response, her anti-Black response to the policy that's being talked about tonight. Yeah,
Okay, well,
I'll
I
wait
believe
till-
you already had an opportunity to speak once tonight on this topic, and there will be more opportunity later tonight. So that's probably the best time to talk when she's facilitating.
Well, but if that's not what was said to other people speaking on it, I think it's very unfair to pick out one person for new treatment.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Luna, do you want to speak on this item now, or did you say you wanted to wait until?
I'll wait
President
until
Gonzalez?
President Gonzalez is present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luna. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mary Grace McGee.
Hi. I like the budget plan. Thank you. All school closures result in a loss of students from OUSD. Please vote in the Black reparations resolution with its inclusion of no co-locations and no school closures. School closures have radically reduced our OUSD income. And when we stop co-locating and closing schools, our school populations grow. And that's what we want. And that's what stops consolidations, which teacher consolidation. That's what stops having children being put in schools that are already struggling, being put in mixed grade classrooms, K5 or whatever. It's much harder for them to learn in those situations. We want to stop that. So in order to make this budget bridge help us to get to the other side, a place where our schools aren't shrinking and disappearing, we must please pass the Black reparations resolution as it is.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual and as a fan of Lisa Grant Dawson. If anybody's starting a fan club, please contact me so I can sign up. That being said, nobody's perfect. And I don't know what her imperfections are. I haven't studied the budget enough, but I do know that we have a pandemic. And I would like her to explain what's different this year in terms of how we spent. I've heard that custodians in the past have been cut. Well, you're going to have more custodians if you're going to have to provide greater duty. You can't ask the same person to do double duty. So the issue, are we stuck? Are we like a love boat and we can't turn ourselves around and change course? We have to do it. Our students are depending, our parents are depending on a budget which is going to meet the modern.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. That's your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Soletta Hunter.
Oh, hello. Hello, everyone. I thought it would be a lot of people. I want to say good evening. And I'm just back to say, as I said before, the first thing is that the function is the dysfunction. I just want everybody to understand that that's calling in. And I hate to hear people begging for something. That should be a right, especially in the school district that we're in, that has served this community, that's supposed to be for all of our children. But where Black kids suffer worse. I hope that everybody does what they're supposed to do this evening. I mean, we've been here before, so I just hope that everybody does what they're supposed to do and that you listen to your community and listen to your teachers. I've been talking to people all last week and I'm getting a runaround. And I would say that majority of the reason why our kids are not succeeding is because there are no people that look like them at the district, at the levels working on literacy and things like that. When that changes, it will change.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Erica.
Maybe go to the next speaker if Erico isn't available.
Erico. Okay, I'll go to the next speaker, Holly. Holly.
Oh, hello. Can they not hear me? Why is it not letting me? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So I'm calling in support of and claiming into existence the Black Reparations Resolution being passed tonight on the 24th night of Black History Month. The time is now to stop saying Black Lives Matter as theory and or virtue signaling and put it into praxis. Y'all have the power to make this happen now, so let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Catherine Gibson.
Good evening. I am Catherine Gibson, and I am a teacher at Greenleaf TK8. I'm also a alumni of Oakland High School. I was coming on first to say my TK students are doing great in distance learning. I have almost 99% attendance every single day, but I wanted to talk to you about making sure that as a board, we all represent our Black students and pass this resolution for reparations for our Black students. Currently, the OUSD is out of compliance with its own policy that they have presented. We need to vote this reparations in and make sure that we are helping to eliminate the Black opportunity gap by 2025. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bobby Lopez.
Hi, good evening, school board. How are you doing? I know you have many speakers, so I'll try to be brief. Bobby Lopez, parent of 2 Glenview students, member of the East Bay Latino Democratic Club, elected member to our central committee. I hope you please take into account tonight the testimony of so many Black parents and students that spoke. And I really want to also share that many people like myself, a Mestiza, Indigenous, Latina, are here in solidarity for those pushing for this resolution. Now, I understand there are details to hammer out, but please, please do that tonight. That is really a strong expectation of the community, particularly young people. And in terms of language around closures, I just want to say, in reflecting in my neighborhood in North Oakland, it's very clear to me that all the schools that have shut down have been disproportionately African-American: Golden Gate Elementary, Santa Fe and Elementary, Lakeview Elementary. And so for me, that language is just reflective of the reality that's happening in our city. And this is the opportunity to redress that history. So I know there's a lot at stake tonight, but I really hope that you can work it out. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jarrell McClinton.
I am so glad I have another opportunity to speak. Good evening, superintendent and school board members. Please prioritize Black students. I serve many nonprofits in Oakland around education. I feel it's my responsibility. And as a proud member of Parent Voices of Oakland, I'm asking this board to recruit Black teachers and educators as requested in the resolution, especially in this climate. Black teachers have a sense of getting to the student and seeing the child. They both have value. Our children deserve the privilege and responsibility to grow their minds, possibly all the way to service, where they can help shape the community like you good people. I, as a Black mother of an autistic son, am looking to our board to pass Black student reparations. I demand it. History has its eye on all of us for those Hamilton enthusiasts out there, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Kampala Rancifer.
Good evening, board. My name is Kampala Rancifer. I am a parent and teacher in the district. I'm also someone who's helping to organize this campaign. You know, we really need you all to show up as allies. We need you to stand in solidarity with us. We need this policy, not your policy. We need this change. We know what's best for us. We can speak for ourselves. Parents, teachers, students, put this work together. Putting forth of your own version, again, is oppressing Black voices. I just have a question to some of you directors. Director Davis, did you help rewrite this reparations policy? I want to know what qualifies you. Amy Ng, substantive changes. What's your experience as a Black parent, community member, or student? Shanti, what qualifies you? Director Yee, what qualifies you? We can speak for ourselves. This is the resolution we are putting forward. Ibram Kendi says policies either uphold racist practices or they dismantle them. Which side?
Thank you, Ms. Tace Rancifer. That's your time.
Which side are you on?
Next speaker is Chaz Garcia.
Good evening, board. My name is Chaz Garcia, and I am the second vice president of the Oakland Education Association. I want to lift something up. I spent 20 years teaching at Stonehurst campus, and when I started there, we had 9 Black teachers. By the time I left, after 20 years, we had 0. And that right there is just a reflection of the district's inability to retain teachers, support teachers, and provide that type of educational system that our teachers need to thrive so that our students will thrive. And we have an opportunity to address that here. The Black community has come together with so many other communities in partnership to put forth this resolution. And I, for one, as a Latina, as a proud educator in Oakland, am embarrassed and disappointed to watch Shanti rewrite. I signed Shanti's reelection paperwork, and I've been disappointed before, but this one takes the cake. To rewrite and put forth different language than what the work has been done by the community at large. Everyone has spoken so eloquently, but at the end of the day—
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. That's your time. We're going to take 4 more speakers, and then that'll be it because we need to move on to the public hearing.
Okay. Next speaker is Kate Leahy. Kate Leahy.
Yes, hello, good evening, members of the board. My name is Kate Leahy. I've worked in education for many years, and I implore you to please say yes to the Reparations for Black Students resolution. We need a plan that serves all of our Black students, and the programs in place are clearly not enough since OUSD has lost more than 2/3 of its Black students over the past 20 years. That's 18,000 less Black students, and the children that remain in the district are performing consistently below grade level in reading and math. We need to change and transform the old ways of systemic racism and replace it with systemic equality and equity for all students. Please do as you say on your website and provide these students with the education that they deserve and they need to thrive in life. And I just really can't stress enough how important it is and how much these children will benefit from it, and everyone will benefit from it in the end, because these children will be given the strong basis and foundation and education that they need to have a strong life for all the time ahead. So I just please ask you to pass this resolution, say yes, do the right.
Thank you, Ms. Leahy. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Andrea Cousins.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm speaking up for my Black family in Oakland's District 2. And I really want you to pass the resolution for reparations for our Black students. Like, how many Black students, parents, teachers, and national public radio shows do you need to hear in order to understand that the agenda and platform set by the reparations for Black students is overdue? I'm a parent of a middle school age child in Oakland, and I've done a lot of research into a lot of other school options for my son, just because of the yearly dread that we have to face as Black parents to ensure the safety and equitable treatment and education for our children. And it's an annual fight, and it shouldn't be. My family should be able to look forward to an enriching school district and school community, just like any other parent. Pass the resolution.
Thank you. And this will be our last speaker on this item.
Jessica Black.
Good evening, community. and school board members. My name is Jessica Black, and I'm with the Black Organizing Project. And we are here today because we support the Black Reparations Resolution. It is taking too much time and too long for us to have to continue to come to school board meetings for something that is right. The time is now. Listen to the voices of the people. We have spoken. We are clear. You have been provided with a vision. It is written and it is plain. The time is now to reimagine how we see Black students. And it doesn't matter if you personally don't understand. That is where you partner with community that has showed up here today very strongly in partnership, in solidarity, stating exactly what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to proceed now to the public hearing.
Director Davis, real quick, just want to let you know, we only have 2 other hands up on the screen. Can you let those 2 at least speak?
And there is no time length requirement in the agenda. You can't just cut it off on a whim. That's not how the agenda is written or how we practice. It's not a set amount of time like there is for non-agenda items. This seems very arbitrary. And there at least
I think we need to move on to our.
It at least requires
hearing.
a vote to end public comment. There is no reason that it's ended while there's hands still up. And if we had comment cards, this is not how it works. That's not the procedures. And it's very disrespectful to the 2 hands that are up. It is not supposed to just be cut off because somebody decides. That's not how the agenda is written.
Okay, I'll take
Vice President Davis, I'll take over from here.
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Brecky Meisner already spoke, and I don't.
Not on this item. Not on this item. He didn't.
Mr. Brecky Meisner, are you speaking on the budget item? That's what we're taking comments on right now.
Well, but that's not what just the last 20 or 15 comments were about. So we can't just make up rules as we go along. Nobody was told at any of the comments that they had to just address the thing. This meeting hasn't been run right from the beginning, but you are not allowed to just cut off public comment on any agenda item at the whim of the vice president or president. That's not how the bylaws are written, and that's not how this
can
agenda
you
is written.
opine on this? Do we, is there
And
anything?
in this time, we could have already done it in this time.
Public comments.
You do not have rules except those stated on the agenda about time limits.
Okay, I'm gonna end public comment at this time.
No. It requires a vote. You can't do it unilaterally. It's not listed on the agenda, like Mr. Rickshaw just said. That's not how this works. And it is so disrespectful to these people. But that's not what the bylaws are. And Mr. Rickshaw just confirmed that. So are we gonna follow the bylaws and parliamentary procedure or not? This is a huge issue.
General Counsel, are we required to take a board vote on ending public comment? I don't believe so.
No, the question is, can you just unilaterally end public comment on agendized item? This is not public comment on non-agenda, and there's no time listed on it.
But under parliamentary procedure, it's in essence what the 2 members of Mr. Hutchinson is doing. He's appealing the decision of the chair to close comments to his colleagues. And if that's the case, then the board needs to rule whether or not they're going to sustain the chair or whether or not they're going to not sustain the chair in terms of cutting off the debate.
Okay, colleagues, is there anyone else who would like to hear, is there a second to continue to hear all the public comments?
I think there's only just a handful left.
Okay, so let's take a vote, Mr. Rakestraw. There's a second there to hear the rest of the comments. Can we hear an attendance roll call?
Yes, on the roll call to extend debate or not sustain the chair's decision in this particular matter. Student Director Powell.
Yes.
Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay. Director Ng. The question is, shall the decision of the chair to close the debate on the matter be sustained? Director Ng.
She may have wandered off.
Okay. Director Yee.
Director Rakestraw, would you restate the question again?
Yes, the question is, should shall the board sustain the decision of the chair to close debate on this matter? It's a yes or no question. Director Williams?
No.
Director Hutchinson?
No.
Director Thompson? Director Thompson?
I'm sorry, I thought I was on. Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes.
The chair's decision is sustained.
Okay, we're going to move on. In that case, we do need to vote to adopt this. I believe the budget reduction options and bridge plan. So, Mr. Rakestraw, can we get a roll call on this item?
Sorry, Madam Chair, this was noticed as a first reading.
Ah, got it. Okay, thank you. So, students, I'm really sorry, but we have our public hearing noticed for 8 p.m. It's already 8:33. So we're going to take up our public hearing item R, and then we're going to come back to the student board member report immediately following the public hearing. Oh, General Counsel is saying we need to do an interpretation check at this moment. Interpreters, are you going to make your announcements?
各位 Oakland 社區人士好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去連屏嘅右下方點擊地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President.
I'm sorry, President Gonzalez, I was speaking, but you couldn't hear me because I was on mute. I apologize. Okay, so I see a hand up, Laura Rice Hall. If you are still needing Cantonese interpreting, if you could keep, oh, okay, so we will not do Cantonese interpreting for this item. We will next move to Ms. Vargas. Let me just take her off of that. Okay, and again, if folks could lower their hands, please, just because this is the way that we ask who needs interpreting. Okay, Ms. Vargas, go ahead.
Ok, buenas noches otra vez. Y si usted apenas se está uniendo a esta junta, estamos viendo quién necesita servicio de interpretación al español y para eso nos tienen que avisar. Entonces, levantando su mano en el panel de control, en la parte inferior de la pantalla, va a haber una manita así que dice Raise Hand. Por favor, púlsela para avisarnos que necesita el servicio de interpretación al español. Una vez que lo activen, por favor, vaya otra vez al panel de control, encuentre el globo terráqueo que dice Interpretation, púlselo, se va a desplegar una pantalla, seleccione Spanish. Cualquier cosa, por favor, avísenos a través del chat. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. There are hands up and indications in the chat, so we will do Spanish interpreting for this item. Give me one moment to set that up. Okay, that is set up, and then we will go to Ms. Jimenez for Mom. Welcome, Ms. Jimenez.
Good day, buenas noches. Adjusted Dr. Nicole, Talisman Shahal, Comet of Tokyo, Stones is Rats of Dr. Copenhagen, Dr. Race Hand, Gogat Bear, I thought Dr. In Dr.
Okay, I can't tell whether there's one hand was raised in addition. But since you are here, Ms. Jimenez, let's assume that that hand was raised to request it. And so give me a moment, I'll set up Mom.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Spanish and Mom interpreting that are both live. Madam President, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maraca, I'm going to turn it over to you because I'm not sure who's presenting first. Mr. Daniels, Ms. Maraca says she's not a panelist.
My apologies, doing too much. Give me a moment.
Madam Chair, did you formally open the hearing?
I am now opening the public hearing on item R, which is item 21-0013.
Madam President, I'm going to, a few of the folks from Aspire Edis that need to be promoted to a panelist, so give me a moment while I do that. But if Ms. Baraka wants to introduce the item, that's fine.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, board members and Oakland community. Tonight, we will be presenting our staff findings regarding a material revision request from Aspire Eris Charter School. And after we present, there will be representatives from the charter school presenting on their response to our staff findings. And so we have a short presentation whenever board staff is ready to bring that up.
Ms. Baraka, to what I understand, the school site will be sharing the screen.
Oh, sorry. First, our staff will be presenting.
Okay, okay.
And are you bringing up that presentation?
Michelle, are you able to bring up the presentation, or should we have someone else do it?
I can bring it up.
Okay.
Mr. Seychell, you should know both the school, that's the school's presentation. The district has a presentation. Ms. Baraka, do you have the presentation?
Gotcha, it's coming right up.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Seychell. And do I have control over it, or I can ask you to go to the next slide if you don't mind? Great. If we could go to the next slide. Thank you. So as I mentioned tonight, the board will be voting on the material revision request from Aspire Eris Academy. Next slide. Here we have the details of the material revision request. The school is requesting an increase in their maximum enrollment from 250 students to 600 students. This increase would occur over approximately 4 years, starting with the addition of sections at the kindergarten and 6th grade levels in the upcoming school year. And just a note that the school is currently in the middle of its 5-year charter term, and so this material revision would remain in place through at least the remainder of their charter term, which is through June 2024. Next slide, please. Here you can see we've outlined the criteria we considered in our staff evaluation of this material revision request. we are recommending denial of the request based on the fourth item listed here in the criteria, which is whether the charter school is demonstrably likely to serve the interests of the entire community in which the school is proposing to locate. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our supporting evidence for this finding is outlined at a high level here. There are more details in our staff report. First, it was determined that if the school were to expand to 550 or 600 students, that would substantially undermine existing services and offerings in other neighborhood schools in this community. Secondly, it was determined that other schools in the neighborhood have sufficient capacity to meet the needs that we see in terms of the demand data for Aspire Eris. Next slide. So in closing, I just wanted to summarize a few main things. A reminder, this material revision request that the board is voting upon is about a potential expansion of the Aspire Eris program. I do want to acknowledge that we know this has become a very emotional and challenging situation for the school community. And from what our team has seen throughout the past several years, Aspire Eris has a solid academic program with strong school leadership and a tight-knit group of families. But the new state law on charter schools does ask us to consider whether the expansion is demonstrably likely to serve the interests of the entire community. And our findings show that the negative impact of the proposed expansion on the surrounding community would be substantial. Regardless of the board's decision tonight, Eris will continue to be an OUSD authorized charter school, and we would continue to work with the school, including around the Proposition 39 process for facilities. Thus far in this year's Prop 39 process, we have made the school a preliminary facilities offer at a location that they requested. Thank you for your time and consideration. I believe now we would switch over to the charter school for their presentation in terms of their response to our staff findings. Thank you. And I believe it'll be Ms. Mala Batra and maybe Ms. Jenna Ogier.
Good evening, Board President Gonzalez, directors, and Superintendent Johnson Trumel. My name is Mala Batra. I'm the CEO of Aspire Public Schools. I'm here with you tonight in the absence of our Bay Area Superintendent, Nicole Williams-Browning. As you well know, we've spent countless hours over the past 10 years speaking with you and your predecessors about Aspire Eris Academy and the importance of this school to Oakland and to the Fruitvale community. If you have not already done so, I hope that you will take the time to read the formal response I sent to you yesterday evening, as we don't anticipate this will be the last time we discuss the application of AB 1505 and the importance of serving all Oakland students with a quality education. Tonight, we were limited to just 2 speakers and 10 minutes to address the lasting impact that this vote will have on thousands of current and future Oakland families. We have decided to give our time to those most impacted by this decision, our Eris families, students, and staff, so they can tell you what is on their hearts and their minds. Our principal, Ms. Jenna Ogier, will present a video that lifts up their voices.
Ms. Ogier, I apologize to interrupt. There are some black boxes, just so you know. It's the top line bar and it's the bottom left that for the public might make it difficult to see. It's a new feature of Zoom that we don't know how to get rid of, so I apologize, but just want to make sure you're aware.
We are a TK through 8 school currently serving 237 students, and our demographics are similar to other schools located within the Fruitvale. 97% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch, and we primarily serve Latinx students. Since our founding in 2009, Eris has continued to be one of the top 3 performing schools serving a similar population in the Fruitvale in both ELA and math. In the material revision staff report, OUSD states that Eris is performing better than the district at serving economically disadvantaged Hispanic students. On the OUSD website, it states that the first priority of the district is quality community schools.
One key thing that Eris has always needed from the very beginning is a bigger, better equipped school site. But every time a new solution presented itself, the district elected to turn its back on this school, the students, and these families.
For more than a decade, OUSD has repeatedly denied families from EDAs access to an adequate facility that meets their children's needs and has prevented us from growing to meet the demand of the community. School closure will be devastating. At a time when our community is reeling because of the pandemic and has already been disproportionately impacted, EDA's families now have the added stress of finding a new school.
In addition, we really worked hard with our leadership and our support team to go above and beyond for kids and families.
Tengo ansiedad y temor que mis niñas no sigan con el rendimiento académico que tienen, y en especial el no poder encontrar los servicios adicionales que he recibido por años en ERES para una de mis hijas. Me preocupo por el estrés que mis niñas están cargando a diario con esta transición y el efecto negativo que tendría en su rendimiento académico con el cierre de la escuela. Nosotros seguimos luchando por una propuesta positiva de ustedes.
You, OUSD elected board members, are denying my community and my family the opportunity to remain in a high-quality school. In doing my research for other potential schools for the following school year has brought me and my family anxiety, sleepless nights, knowing that there is no guarantee in being able to get into a quality school. As a parent, ensuring my children are getting a quality education is my priority and right. My traditional neighborhood district school performs in the red, at its lowest in ELD. I cannot rely on OUSD to provide a quality education for my children with this kind of performance. It is your job as elected board members to listen to families and advocate for all children in Oakland. Your actions demonstrate that you are putting your political preferences above serving all children and families.
Fue una escuela que me ha apoyado bastante, que ha apoyado a mis hijos bastante. A mí me gusta que es una escuela que ve por el porvenir de los niños, los ayuda a que terminen su escuela, a que sigan estudiando, se enfocan que ellos terminen la universidad. Peleando y vamos a luchar, dice, para que no cierren la escuela. Yo no quiero que cierren la escuela. Que vean por el porvenir de los estudiantes, que no vean por el porvenir de ellos, que ahorita lo que más cuenta es la educación de los niños. Bueno, sí, cada padre tiene el derecho de escoger una escuela, no ellos van a decidir por la escuela que ellos quieren poner a cada niño. Uno de padre tiene el derecho de elegir una escuela de calidad.
Exijo que nos den la oportunidad de mantener nuestra escuela abierta por el bienestar de nuestros hijos y por el futuro de ellos. Ustedes, miembros del Distrito Escolar de Oakland, nos han tratado a nosotros como gente de segunda clase, como que si no tuviéramos derechos. Han pisoteado nuestra dignidad, tratándonos injustamente, y nos den la respuesta que nosotros queremos, lo que andamos buscando, mantener nuestra escuela abierta. El dinero es para los estudiantes, no para ustedes.
I am frustrated that board members are putting their own agenda over high-quality schools in Oakland. I am angry at the adults who failed us and said no to our community, a community that means so much to me and so much to so many others. Eris deserves better. Students and families deserve better. The Eris community is counting on you to do the right thing. We are asking you to have yes in your heart. This is your opportunity to show kids in Oakland and Oakland families that you care.
This is an amazing school. It's my second home to me and many of our children. Please, please help us. Don't shut our clothes. Don't shut our doors. Don't do this to our kids. This is our future. This is our kids' future. If you have a heart, please help Eres, help our kids, help our families, help us. Thank you.
Is that the end of the presentation? Ms. Ogier, is that the end of your presentation?
Yeah, we're letting our student voices and family voices say it all. Are there any questions from directors?
Colleagues, questions for Aspire Eres?
No question, but just a comment. I was impressed with the double-digit growth that your subgroups had. And I was also impressed with the high retention rate. And also what was very impressive to me is the strong parent, student, teacher culture that exists, that you guys presented, that exists at edX. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Any other colleagues? Any other comments, questions? Okay. In that case, oh, right, we should take, go ahead, Director Yee.
And I also want to congratulate you on your student outcomes, your service to the, especially your service to the mom community, and your collaboration with Premier Iglesia Church, where you're currently located.
Thanks, Director Yee. Well, go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you. Since it sounds like it's going to be going to a vote after this, I just really want to point out for clarity that this is not a vote to close Aspire Eres. This is a vote on a material revision on whether or not they should be allowed to double their enrollment and possibly move to a new location. Aspire Eres does not have the Darby Avenue parcel. And with the new city council, it's very unlikely that they'll be able to. So there's not a site in place. And I just think we need to be honest with the community about what this vote is about. And so this is not a vote to close Aspire Eres. And I just want to remind everyone that 2 years ago, the school board, the entire school board, voted to endorse Assembly Bill 1505. If I remember correctly, Director Ng went and testified for Assembly Bill 1505, and I know I worked very hard to get it passed. And that is now the governing law when it comes to charter matters. And so I just really want to stress to the community, especially Aspire Eres families, and especially the families that live in District 5. This is not a vote to close your school. This is a decision around whether it should be allowed to expand and double in size. And hopefully after this vote, there can still be an effort by the leaders of Aspire Eres to do better by the community and provide a good facility for the community. But I just find it a little bit offensive, some of the presentation, that you put it on us like we're voting to close a school when that's not what this vote is. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. We will take public comment unless there are other comments or questions by the board. And just to provide some more clarity, we'll do 20 minutes. So it's 8:56. So we will go until 9:16. Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Laura Rice Hall.
I actually wasn't talking about the Aries, the Aspire Aries. I wanted to speak on the reparations.
We'll be back on reparations when we get to new business.
Okay.
Unfinished business.
Okay.
Next speaker is
Okay.
Williams.
I'm sorry, Ms. Floyd. Mr. Seicha, I think we're viewing your screen. Not sure if that's intentional or not, sir.
Yeah, something's going on here. Give me 1 second.
Excuse me, while that's happening, is there an opportunity to respond to the comments of the board members, or are we not taking responses?
Let's hear from our public speakers. And then, yes, I can come back to you, Ms. Batra.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ms. Williams. Can't bring Ms. Williams aboard. I'm sorry. Next speaker is Alicia.
I think you're on mute, speaker. Okay, let's go to our next speaker, Ms. Floyd.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I want to thank board member Hutchinson for clarity. Nobody's trying to close this school. The Darby Street property has a permitting system by the city that says it has to be used for residential purposes, okay? The American Indian Health Center just got approval from the city to build 75 residential units. That's right on the same with 22 parking spots. That property that Derby Street property cannot be used except for residential purposes. That's the permitting system. Please stop putting forth as if somebody's trying to close your school. But you cannot use that Derby Street property because we are working for affordable housing as a #1 priority by the city. All city property used for affordable housing, including the Derby Street property. Get your students off of that deplorable building. Move to a site more appropriate for your children if you care about them. Please move those children out of that building.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Alicia.
It's your turn, speaker. Okay, let's keep moving, Ms. Floyd.
Sure. Next speaker is Rada Morales.
Buenas noches.
Espera un momentito, señora Morales. Necesitamos llamar al intérprete.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. It looks like Ms. Vargas might be doing simultaneous interpreting. So Mr. De La Torre, if you are still here. Let's see. All right, Mr. De La Torre, I'm going to bring you off of mute, off of this interpreting. Give me 1 moment. Okay, Mr. De La Torre, can you speak? Can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Señora, go ahead.
Señora, adelante, ya les escucho.
Gracias. Buenas noches. ¿De qué manera sigo tratando de explicarle yo a mis hijas que los líderes a cargo de manejar los fondos para la educación de su escuela las ven como si no importaran, como si sus voces no tienen valor o como si sus opiniones y preocupaciones no valen? Porque es exactamente como nos han hecho sentir a nosotros como padres en las reuniones que el distrito nos ha otorgado, y no porque sea de su agrado. Muchos de los estudiantes de Oakland enfrentan desafíos que no se han abordado en el sistema actual, un sistema que está definitivamente fallando en su compromiso de proporcionar a todos los niños acceso a escuelas de alta calidad, como lo es ERES, la escuela que yo escogí para mis hijas. Los líderes públicos tienen el compromiso y la obligación moral de asegurar a cada estudiante una educación de calidad. ERES enfrenta hoy la posibilidad de no seguir ofreciendo ese servicio. Como padres, siendo voz de nuestros hijos, exigimos que se pare la injusticia y el daño que han hecho, después de 10 años de estar luchando por un espacio. Es vergonzoso saber que mi escuela planea cerrar porque el distrito prefiere priorizar su propia política anti-charter sobre el futuro de nuestros hijos.
Gracias, señora Morales.
Okay, so let me say good night, and I just want to express to you how can I express to you that my daughters are facing all these problems with if you are closing this school. In some occasions, we have met with you in several occasions, and we feel that our voices are not being heard by you. It is not nice because we've been fighting to have high quality schools for our kids, and it seems like you are not paying attention to these, and you are not really working, and you are not have a compromise to have this school. Please do not close this school because this is a nice space for our students, and we will be fighting for this school for a long time. Please do not close the school.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Shauna Barchas.
Hi, my name is Shauna Barkas, and I've been the mental health counselor at Aspire Edis Academy for 4 years. We've been here before you many times, and you may be wondering why we continue to fight. There are two main reasons. One, we don't want to be the first in a series of high-functioning schools that have to shut down for political reasons. Edis is exceptional. We recently did the hard work of renewing our charter and are showing up as way more effective than other schools in the Fruitvale. We are serving our primarily low-income, high-passion Latinx community with pride and with skill. We have built amazing relationships between staff and parents on behalf of our beloved students. We are thriving, and we are being destroyed by adults who care more about philosophy and politics than reality and children's education. We do not want other excellent charter schools to experience this destruction. And the other reason we fight is to show our students that when something really matters, you fight hard until the very end. We fight because the next generation needs examples of why, when, and how to fight for critical causes, because they are going to pick up the baton on the next lap of the ongoing fight against racism and for justice and opportunity for all. So I ask you, please open your hearts to the many speakers who are advocating for our Edis scholars tonight.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cecily Cruz.
You need to unmute Ms. Cruz if you're speaking.
I'm actually not speaking, but thanks so much for recognizing me. I appreciate that.
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, I'm speaking about the procedures, and maybe I'm wrong, but is there somewhere that you have written how you're going to handle charter school issues, which are very emotional? Because you seem to be making up the rules as you go. So for the years I've been coming to board meetings, the charter school got to make a presentation at a previous meeting. I would think that at this meeting, everybody's equal, but somehow you implied that you were going to give the Aspire people a second bite at the apple. Does that mean you're going to give a second bite of the other side at the apple? They get to respond to what the school board members said. You never allowed that before, but now you're going to allow it? Okay, go ahead. But the big problem here is if you double the size, Prop 39 is coming to your school. Everybody in Oakland realize it. That's not.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. That's your time.
Coming to your school.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nicole Bratton.
Ms. Breton, you need to unmute.
Hey, how y'all doing again? I know we only got a minute, but I just wanted to insert some love and some light. And I just wanted to, acknowledge everybody for being present. You could have chose to be anywhere else on the planet, but you chose to be here part of this meeting. And so while you're here, be open, be courageous. And I just want to say, I'm looking at some of these faces on the screen, and some of y'all have a disposition that is just wearing all over your face. I'm not going to say anybody's name, but some of us need to check our energy. We need to check our our language, and the energy behind what we're saying. You know, have the passion, but listen, y'all, we are here for the kids. Like at the end of the day, there is nothing that we can do unless we're standing for the kids. It wouldn't be no director position, no superintendent positions, no kind of positions if we're not here to serve the damn kids. So y'all focus, let the kids be the forefront of this. And I just want to say, listen, we're all human. Let's love on each other through this work. Love on each other through this work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cassandra Chin.
Hi, my name is Cass Chen, and I've lived in District 5 and taught at UFSA for the last 13 years. I urge the school board to vote unanimously in support of reparations for Black students and against expanding Aspire
Right
EDIS.
now we're talking about the
I know,
EDIS.
and against expanding Aspire EDIS. I hope I get time for that now. As a district committed to restorative practices and reparations is an essential step towards repairing the harm from decades of anti-Black racism and divestment in Black students, families, and educators. Related to how we serve Black students in Oakland, Aspire EDIS does not serve our whole Fruitvale community, as they claim to. They are not serving Fruitvale's African-American community. It's a problem that in the same neighborhood, UFSA serves 15% of our students are African-American, whereas less than 3% of their students are. They are not serving our African-American community. The same thing's true for serving students with IEPs. So charter schools in Fruitvale have consistently been disrupting our public schools and students' educations like EPIC and Lodestar. Expanding Aspire EDIS will affect UFSA's ability to continue providing the best education possible for our students. They threaten the extra academic support we provide and the electives. Please vote in support of reparations and against expanding EDIS.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Lucy.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucy Paredes.
Okay,
Nosotros como padres de familia tenemos el derecho de elegir
Señora
una escuela
Paredes,
de alta
espera un
calidad.
momentito, por favor. Señor de la Torre, que puede traducir.
I believe it's Ms. Vargas. One moment.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Vargas, I think you are on.
Muy bien, pues adelante, señora.
Nosotros como padres de familia tenemos el derecho de elegir una escuela de alta calidad para nuestros hijos. Por tal motivo, nuestros hijos no van a ir a escuelas que el distrito escolar quiere elegir para ellos. Como ustedes dicen que al enviar a tu hijo a una escuela charter, usted está robando dinero del distrito. Ustedes no pueden robar algo que no les pertenece. El dinero sigue al niño. Tu hijo no pertenece a un distrito. Ellos quieren una escuela de alto rendimiento académico para un buen futuro de cada estudiante, porque hacer la vida más frustrante quitando escuelas de alto rendimiento académico y apoyar escuelas que durante 4 décadas pueden estar fallando en aprendizaje y académicamente, y ustedes, el distrito escolar, las quieren mantener abiertas, a pesar de no ser de alto rendimiento. ¿Por qué hacer nuestros estudiantes que vayan a escuelas que no tienen acceso a maestros o directores que tengan el mismo interés que los padres, ayudando a la comunidad e involucrándose con ellos?
Gracias, señora Paredes.
Okay, so we as parents have the right to choose which school and which high quality school we want our children to attend. The district does not have that right, the right to choose for us where to send our students. You say to us that when we choose a charter school, we choose to steal money from the district. That money does not belong to you. We're not stealing from you, and you do not get to choose to send our students to a school district, a district school. The future of our children depends on the quality of the school, and we have the access to high academic, a school that has a high academic achievement. So we do not, why do you support or support schools that have 4 decades of low achievement? We deserve a high quality school, and our students deserve to continue attending a school where teachers and principals have the same level of interest as parents to help our students.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rich Harrison.
Hi, thank you. Rich Harrison, CEO of Lighthouse Community Public Schools. Directors Hutchinson, Williams, and Davis, you three ran on agendas grounded in preventing school closure. You know that voting against the needs of Aspire heirs will effectively shut down the school. I urge you to keep your commitments, preventing public school closure, especially during a pandemic. Director Hutchinson, if I could share some feedback with you, it appears on the video that you're talking on the phone during Aspire's presentation. I would like to urge you that during these sessions where students and families are fighting against school closure, that you listen, because I believe the area's families you represent in D5 deserve your full attention. Ms. Maraca, it would have been helpful to look at the application and demand data in Oakland enrolls for the last few years and compare that with public charter schools and district schools in the area. You should weigh your recommendations based on current enrollment, as well as where parents want their children to go and how many parents were denied acceptance to Aries due to being on the wait list. Ms. Ogier and Ms. Batra, thank you for your work in leading your schools during this difficult time.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. That is your time. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Joseph Marek.
Good evening, directors, students, and families of Oakland. My name is Joe Merrick, and I'm a school leader at Lionel Wilson Prep in East Oakland. I'm here tonight to communicate my support for Aspire Heirs Academy as a quality Oakland community school for students and families in the Fruitvale neighborhood. I deeply believe in the shared commitment we have as educators to serve all young people, especially those who have been historically marginalized and underserved. We know that Aris is academically outperforming schools in its surrounding neighborhood. We know that this is happening because of the incredibly strong community of teachers, staff, and families that work tirelessly day in and day out. If academic performance is not enough, simply listening to the stories of students and families should indicate to all of us that there is amazing work happening at Aris and that we as educators can learn a lot about their approach to serving the whole child. If we as educators stop listening to the voices of our students and families, I fear that we will only further perpetuate the disproportionate outcomes that our current system here in Oakland is already producing. I ask that the board listen to the voices of these students and families and allow Edis the opportunity to grow and to continue to provide a quality education to families in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Maria Flores.
Hello, good night, everyone. My name is Maria Flores. I'm here speaking on behalf of Families in Actions and students and families around Oakland School District. I want to state in AB 1505, the law says that if there's a duplicate program currently offer, there's approval or denial of a material revision or a school opening. But I believe that there is no similar high quality program. Please consider interpreting the law in a fair way, that there's no similar program to deny this expansion. This material revision that will be provided, that will provide high quality education to our kids. EDIS outperforms 11 out of the 12 neighborhood schools. More than 200 students are in the waiting list. And this community is already being hit hard by COVID, is already being hit hard by things. Our community is, has like a high rate of low income students. Please do what's right and approve this.
That's your time. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Francisco Rodriguez.
Sí, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, espera un momentito, señor Rodríguez. ¿Hay intérprete para traducir?
Yes, Ms. Vargas, one moment.
Ready? No.
Gracias. Adelante, señor Rodríguez.
Sí, ya, ¿puedo hablar?
Sí, adelante.
Bueno,
Sí, adelante, señor Rodríguez.
¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Francisco Rodríguez y soy padre de 3 estudiantes que asisten a Aspire Heirs Academy. Señores miembros del distrito de Oakland, estamos hartos de tantas injusticias. No es ningún secreto que el distrito de Oakland tiene años de fallarle a las familias de esta ciudad, comprobando una y otra vez con bajo rendimiento académico para los estudiantes latinos y afroamericanos. Como personas electas por el pueblo, ustedes tienen la responsabilidad de apoyar y servir a los niños que asisten a escuelas públicas, tanto como del distrito y charter. Este es un compromiso con el que han fallado y por eso mismo las comunidades y familias de Oakland optaron por abrir escuelas autónomas como ERES. Familias como la mía fueron el motor para comenzar el movimiento de escuelas autónomas, porque nosotros como padres ya estábamos cansados de tanta ineptitud. Esto no es un negocio ni una marioneta, se trata de la
Gracias,
educación
señor
de mis
Rodríguez.
hijos y por eso voy a pelear hasta el final.
Gracias.
Yes, good evening, members of, my name is Francisco Rodriguez, and I'm the father of three children attending Aspire Eres. Members of the school district, we are tired of your neglect, and you have failed the families in this city for years. And you continue to support low achieving schools and that have failed to serve Latino and African American students.
Pero ¿por qué no
We
me
are
dijo
tired of the lack
el
of
güey que ya podía
respect
hablar?
in this sense. Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Vargas.
yeah.
Is that it?
No, I'm not. I heard something. So this is why due to this lack of service, this has pushed families to stop attending district schools and instead going to charter schools. That's why families such as mine are continue to support autonomous schools. This is not a business. This is about the education of our children, and we will continue to fight until the end.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Our last speaker, Ms. Floyd.
Laura Young.
Hi, my name is Laura Young. I'm proud to teach at Urban Promise Academy, and I sympathize with any parent who's being told that their school is going to close. But again, OUSD is not making the decision to close the school. The Aspire Network is choosing to close the school. Families that are upset, I would encourage you to ask your leadership why they are closing the school. And I'd also ask them and everyone here to keep in mind that this school closure is what families at other schools in Fruitvale will be facing if Harris expands, because there are not 250 students who need a new school in Fruitvale. So this expansion will take students and therefore funding from schools that are here and serving the community. And I would encourage anyone listening to compare our academic record and demands from families to Aspire Harris. When Aspire says focus on the kids, I want you to think they're saying focus on these kids, the kids who could get a school with a new roof deck, but they're not saying those kids, the kids who go to schools like Urban Promise Academy, where I teach, who can't afford to fix our leaky roof. We'd be directly negatively impacted by this expansion. And I want to thank the board for defending all of our community's public schools and the families that depend on them.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Colleagues, that concludes public comments. I know, Ms. Batra, you wanted to respond. I'm just going to give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. I just wanted to briefly respond to the comment about the application of AB 1505 and acknowledge Director Hutchinson and Director Ng in being involved in that process. So certainly you understand the complexity of AB 1505 as opposed to the simplistic interpretation that was applied to the material revision, which is a threat to all quality school options. How a school that outperforms the majority of schools in its neighborhood is not serving the interests of the community is not in keeping with the spirit of the law. How a negative fiscal impact results from parents making a choice of where to send their kids is not in keeping with the spirit of the law. These dollars do not belong to the district. They belong to students and they belong to families. And this law must be applied in a way that supports children and not protects adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there more discussion? And if not, I will entertain motions.
So moved.
Well, okay, we have to make a motion first.
Okay.
I
would make a motion to allow the expansion, or to look for a building to allow the expansion of EDIS to 600.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Is that a motion to approve the material revision to a charter? Because I thought that's the issue at hand, not
Yeah,
about.
we're not talking about the building right now, Director Thompson. We're just
Okay.
talking about the material revision. Is there a second for to approve the material revision? Okay, I'm not.
Madam President, you do not have a main motion to approve the material revision because Director Thompson's statement was about a building.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Director Thompson, would you like to restate your motion to
Yes,
focus?
I would restate it so that my motion is for us to approve the material revision for Edis.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, Director Thompson, I'm not seeing a second for your motion.
Oh, okay.
Are there any other motions?
Yes, I would like to move that we accept the staff recommendation and deny the material revision.
Okay, is there a second? Director Yee, are you making a second?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. Colleagues, is there discussion or questions about the motion on the floor? Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to again clarify this is on the material revision to expand the charter school by over 300 seats, I believe. And I just want to say I really appreciate the staff report, and I reviewed it, and it's consistent with, we got a petition from the community from some of the schools that would be affected, such as United for Parents, Families, teachers, staff from United for Success, UPA, Manzanita Community School, Manzanita Seed, Global Family, Life Academy, ICS, Bridges. So these are all schools that would be impacted by an increase in enrollment at another school. And the law does allow the board to deny based on the impact of this revision. So I also believe there's an additional basis for denial of revision. And I discussed this with our general counsel, Josh Daniels, specifically Education Code 47605C8 asks whether a district is positioned to absorb the fiscal impact of a proposed charter school, and says that it is not able to absorb that impact if it's under state receivership. And Oakland Unified is under state receivership, so I would like to move to amend the resolution, and I believe that General Counsel has some language to amend that with.
General Counsel, do you have language to show us so we can all see it?
I do. One moment, Madam President. We can pull up the right document here. Okay. Can everyone see this?
Yeah, Vice President Davis, you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, so it says, be it further resolved that the board finds, separate and apart from its prior findings, that the district is not positioned to absorb the fiscal impact of the material revision, given that the district is under state receivership as described and defined by Education Code Section 47605C8.
Great.
And I would consider that a friendly amendment to my motion.
Okay, so that gets included in the prior motion. Colleagues, discussion on this addition or any other discussion or questions? Okay, General Counsel, I think you can take that down so I can see everybody. Okay, not seeing any further. Oh, go ahead, Director Ng.
President Gonzalez, sorry, I think the screen was up, so you might not have seen me. I just wanted to acknowledge the parents and students that came here to advocate for your schools. I recognize the emotion that I heard, and just wanted to acknowledge that this is a difficult, I can imagine, difficult decision for you to hear. I also want to reiterate that I do support ARIS in finding an adequate facility, but I don't support the increase and expansion of growth of this size. I believe that during the renewal process, issues of fiscal sustainability did not come up in the process. I also support the recommendations that staff reviewed in their report, as well as the findings that Vice President Davis also reiterated. And I do believe that Aspire has other programmatic options it could consider and pursue, and I'd encourage the school to do so if as a way of supporting the retaining of the school as well. And so I just wanted to most of all acknowledge families and students who took the time to show up and to advocate, and also just reiterate my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ng. Colleagues, any other discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt the pending motion. Student Director Powell. Student Director Powell. Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay, Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
No.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
President Gonzalez.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. I believe that will close this public hearing. And students, we will go back up to item N, the student board member report. General Counsel, do we need to do another interpretation check at this moment? Yeah, okay.
We do, Madam President. Thank you. I believe that we have, with our appreciation, excused Ms. Jimenez because she was only here for that item. I will move on to Ms. Ho to do a check for Cantonese. And before she does that, I'd ask that everyone with their hands raised, please lower their hands so that we can be clear on who is in need of Cantonese translation. I'll give it a minute. Okay, I'll just lower all hands then. Okay, Ms. Ho, go ahead.
各位奧倫社區人士你好，呢一度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺影片嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺影片上舉手等我哋知道。多謝。I'm finished, General Counsel.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Carmen Beltran, who has their hand up, you have your hand up for Cantonese interpreting. If not, please lower it. Okay, we will go with Cantonese interpreting. Give me a moment, and I will add Ms. Ho. Okay. All right, so we have Cantonese interpreting now. Ms. Vargas. Oh, Ms. Vargas?
Sí. Buenas noches.
I'm so sorry. Sí, un momento. Let me just, yeah, so go ahead and ask for Spanish interpreting. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Ok, buenas noches, pues otra vez estamos pasando al siguiente asunto en nuestra agenda y necesitamos checar quién va a necesitar el servicio de interpretación al español, y para ello nos puede avisar levantando su mano. En la parte inferior de la pantalla va a encontrar el panel de control, busque la manita y levante su mano para avisarnos que necesita interpretación al español. Una vez que lo activen, en ese mismo panel de control encuentre el globo terráqueo que dice Interpretation, púlselo y seleccione español. Cualquier cosa, cualquier problema técnico, avísenos por el chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do see two hands, so we will do Spanish interpreting for these next few items. Give me a moment while I set that up. Okay, we have Spanish and Cantonese interpreting. Madam President, back to you.
Thank you, General Counsel. I will turn it over.
Oh, never mind. It's a student's report. I thought we had a misfire on the shared screen, but go ahead.
Yeah, so we're on item N, which is our student board member report, and I'll turn it over to Directors Powell and Ramos.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. There is to be 2 little boxes on the screen. I know it's a Zoom glitch, but I'm wondering if we could take that off.
You might try advancing your slide and seeing if it goes away.
No, it's a window and it's the top bar for the screen. It's a Zoom glitch that they somehow what didn't happen before. Mr. Seychow, if you can move maybe the chat window or the participant window on the right side.
Yes, go ahead.
There's 2 windows blocking the screen. One, I believe, is the top bar for the screen share. And then the right one, I believe, is probably the chat or the participant bar window. If you could move those or minimize those off screen or at the top, because those who are not screen sharing can't see.
I don't see on my end.
Okay, maybe I will be able to do it. Give me a moment. My apologies, Director Ramos. Give us a moment and we will have it ready for you. Is that better, Director Ramos?
That's better.
All right. The Zoom gods favor me. Thank you. All right, Director Ramos, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, students, families, and parents in the community. Sorry for having my camera off. I am currently eating. This is just a reminder to all the people who are watching and you have not ate, please take the time to go eat. It's very important. I have not ate since 2 p.m. So I am sorry to the community. And we are also sorry for voting against the community. We did not realize that we voted against the community and we wanted to have those voices heard as our last 2 speakers. We're gonna go ahead and start with our listening to our families and student voices and then student leadership and events that will be happening this month or next month. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Just again, family resources, we have the familycentral.ousd.org with the food distribution that happens every Monday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. All children under 18 years old and younger are eligible to get food. For more information, you go to ousd.org/nutrition or call 510-879-1700. And again, for our tech check survey, if you have not filled out the survey, please complete the survey. There has been a lot of discussion about what is the difference between OUSD Chromebooks and OU Chromebook. You can check by seeing if your OUSD Chromebook has a little label and that is a loaner. You can also go on the tech check survey, which will let you know if you qualify for a Chromebook, and that Chromebook will be for yours for the rest of your life. You can go off to college with it, and it's a great opportunity, and this will be going on until March 31st. Next slide, please. Again, we would also like to invite all our families to the Family Medical Info Sessions in partnership with the UCSF Pediatric Advisory Task Force. The scheduled ones are general session, February 11th, which already passed, and the one that's upcoming is tomorrow. So please, all African American family sessions is from 5 to 6 p.m. tomorrow. We also have the pending ones, such as Latino family sessions, special education family sessions, youth sessions, and Asian American family sessions. Next slide, please. And then listening to our student voice. There is now a survey for all our students. It's mostly dedicated on mental health and being the plans for next year with quarter and scheduling quarter versus semester. It is very highly important for your students to be able to fill out the survey. We're doing a raffle. So there's 5 middle school, it is for middle school and high school. So we're doing 5 middle school gift cards and then 5 high school gift cards in case we're also doing a raffle, and that will be till March 2nd. So please fill it out, take a photo, do what you need to do and grab that link so we can have better access for next year and having that student input, which is highly important. Next slide, please. Oh, I'll pass it on to Director Powell. Going back to the last slide.
If we can go back to the last slide, please. And the slide before, sorry. And so another one with the student survey, recently OUSD students, students from Skyline Tech and Oakland High, we're presenting our Y Plan projects. At Oakland High, we are happy to say that we sent out a survey recently to over 200 students and community members, talking about how the district can best support unhoused youth in OUSD. And so with the results of the survey, it has came to my attention that a really big problem in our district was mental health. And as the board directors, student board directors sitting on this board, we constantly say that mental health has been a really big issue in our students. And so how are we as the district, how can we as community members best support our young people in our district, especially with their education? And so this is something that Oakland High has been working on with Y Plan in supporting unhoused youth. There has been a recent email for board directors that are invited to sign up to go to these presentations at Skyline Tech and Oakland High. And if we can go to the next slide, and I'll pass it right back on to Director Ramos.
Again, just an update on our board policy and resolution work. We have been doing research meetings with different organizations and different leaders around or different community leaders around Oakland. We are also working on the Student Bill of Rights, which should be presented. Will be talked with President Shanti Gonzalez. Next slide, please. In our upcoming and focus areas, tomorrow is a big day for all our high schoolers. We're calling out all high schools. So all the teachers, principals, staff who are watching this, please contact your high schoolers and make sure to have OUSD high school students to be at this meeting. We're also talking about reopening sessions for the schools and being able to get that student input. And we're also talking about updates on the Oakland Youth Vote. And it's from 4 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And we hope to see you there. And I'll pass it on to Director Powell.
Thank you. And if high school students, if you are interested, if there are students in this meeting today, if you are interested in running for our All City Council Governing Board, please save the date for this year's High School Youth Action Summit, which is Saturday, April 24th from 1 to 4 p.m. This is important in running for a position. Please reach out to ACC as soon as possible. Also, for our middle school students, parents who have middle school students, please save the date for the Ethnic Studies Conference, which will be held Tuesday, May 18th from 4 to 7 p.m. More information will come as soon as the dates get closer. If we can go to the next slide. And so, as students in AUSD sitting on this board, we stand with young people in Oakland. We can't express enough the power we hold as individuals. We are here to protect each other, to work together, and build each other as a community. Our Black and Brown young people's education matters, their safety matters, their voices matters, their presence and their time in our world matters. Director Ramos, if you have any last comments before our report ends.
With that saying, we are in full support with the reparations for Black students. And I would also like to thank one of the youth organizers, Luna 5, who reached out and we were able to have a nice conversation about how we can best support Black students. So if anything happens tonight, we would like to say that we are in full support and we'll hope to see all students tomorrow students know what's up. So definitely thank you to all the youth organizers. Thank you to all the organizers who are working on this campaign/resolution. And we hope to see what happens tonight.
Thank you, student directors. Colleagues, comments or questions for our student directors? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow's All City Council meeting. It was good to hear that I assume the surveys that you're talking about are being conducted by the All City Council, and so if there is any need or request to help amplify those and share those around to more students, please let us know how we can help out with that. And I actually have a question for you. I was notified of an issue yesterday where I heard about high school students who needed to trade in the laptop they had gotten from Oakland Undivided for one that the school has so they can access the standardized testing. I don't know if you all have heard of that and if it is an issue. And I want to ask publicly, please, if you are hearing of those issues and we as a board need to do a better job, that we are lifting up not just student voices, but these real specific issues that we keep uncovering as we're going through this crisis. And especially for laptops, to do standardized testing and some of these policies and things we've done to try to get through the crisis, if it's not really supporting students like it should, please let us know, or however I can support you in letting everyone know. Because we need to try to be proactive for some of these things. So hopefully I'll have a chance to talk to you at the All City Council to everyone tomorrow and get more information. But I'm really interested in not just student voice, but student input as we're going through this crisis. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hutchinson. I think I saw Director Yee. You are on mute, Director Yee. You are still on mute, Director Yee.
Thank you. I was Director Ramos and talking about the All City Council meeting. I had been following some higher ed information, and one of the postings came out that compared to last year, the completion of FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, is down 11% in California for seniors, and especially for the California DREAM Act students, it's down by 50%. And I just want to, our college and career centers and our counselors have been doing a good job in the years past, and there may be some fall off in here. And so I just want to underscore that it's not too late to apply for FAFSA. The deadline is March 2nd, and it would be a shame to leave the money on the table when it is a matter of filling out the form online. So could you be sure that the All City Council is aware of that fall off so that we can be sure that we do our best in the remaining 2 weeks to get all of our high school seniors signed up for FAFSA? Thank you. Have you heard anything about this particular issue, Director Ramos or Director Powell?
Yes, absolutely. One of the reasons that this is falling out is because a lot of students are working and don't have the necessity or don't have the privilege to even just have time to be able to fill out the FAFSA. And I know as a first generation, I had a lot of trouble and had to get to 3 different counselors to be able to help me out to fill out my FAFSA. So it's mostly about an equity problem. One of the things that I would suggest is to having the learning hubs be able to have host events on how to fill out the FAFSA in these last 7 days. I think it's not even last 7, no, it's last 4 days, 5 days left that we have. That's one of the things I've been noticing, that a lot of students who are immigrants, students who are the first generation just don't know how to travel through the FAFSA page. So it's one of the problems that we've been having. I know Skyline, Oakland, the big schools are having this big competition, and I know Oakland Tech is in the lead to completing all of their FAFSA. That's one of the things that college career centers have been pushing for, to be able to have at least some competition so it can have our boost. But right now, just everybody's mental health is all over the place, and it's affecting a lot of our seniors. So that's definitely one of the things I talked with Director Williams about, how we can increase also about the graduation and being able to push that forward to see what are the plans for graduation, because I know a lot of our seniors are already thinking of also striking now for the graduation if it's virtual.
Well, even if it's late submission, it's never too late to submit, but to get priority at the money, it has to be by March 2nd.
Definitely.
And so just remind everybody. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or feedback for our student directors? Go ahead, Director Williams.
Yeah, just want to lift up the work you're doing, Director Ramos and Director Powell. It is amazing to see how engaged you are on all of the issues that the board has been going through. So I just really want to lift that up and just say how great it is to just see young folks like yourself really get involved. That's, and I know there's so many other young folks that's willing to do it. So I hear the city council. I missed this Thursday, but I'll catch the next one. Is it going to be televised? Is it going to be sent out to Facebook or anything? That's my question.
Are usually not recorded.
They're not.
No, it's a space for.
Oh, it's young folks. It's young folks. Okay, yeah, I got you. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Ng.
Yeah, I had a question on the survey, just to make sure I'm understanding, because I heard that it was for unsheltered youth, but then I also had heard that it's also identifying mental health priorities. So could you reiterate the target audience for the survey? And then also, are you receiving support to do outreach at the schools to outreach to high school students so you can reach more of your peers? Just wanted to make sure that you have support in terms of outreach on the surveys. Thank you.
Just to clarify, it's two different surveys. I'll let Director Powell speak on her survey. But the All City Council is, we have at least now we have with middle school and high school have 500 students who have filled it out. We are reaching until March 2nd. So we are trying to reach up to 1,000 students. So if that can happen. And we also have contacted all the high schools, all the middle schools. We are still sending more emails out, just as more teachers, especially since teachers have more power to be able to reach it out to their students, having it on Google Classroom streams, which will be very, very helpful. Again, it's a raffle. So, just to have, get the money. So passing it on to Director Powell.
Yes, and the second survey, this is with Oakland High's LSJ, so Law and Social Justice Pathway, with the juniors. And so this is the YPEM project. And so we made a survey together in supporting unhoused youth in OUSD. The mental health part was just something that I've seen come out of the survey results from the responses that we've gotten from over 200 people in Oakland. And so a really big thing that I did get out of it was due to mental health.
Thanks for clarifying. Thank you for all the work.
Okay, thank you, student. Oh, go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Just real quick, because I know we're short on time, but thank you for inviting me to the ACC tomorrow. I will be able to come just for half an hour from 4:30 to 5, so I hope that works out. And I'm also signing up for one of the Y Plan sessions to get more information. So I'm really looking forward to learning more. Thank you so much.
Great. Student directors, thank you so much for your report and for your work. With that, we will move on to item O, which is the President's report. I do have a couple items tonight. The first is just to remind people about the March 2nd deadline for families to complete their intent to return forms. That's going to help the superintendent and her team in planning for our elementary school students and families who have interest in returning to in-person education. And then some of us already talked tonight about our appointees to the Sustainability Advisory Committee. Just a reminder that those applications, I believe, are due this Friday. So if you have somebody that you would like to appoint, please make sure they apply by then. And then I also wanted to share that our board took a vote today on a statement about our hopes about being able to return to in-person instruction for some students this spring. And so I want to appreciate Vice President Davis for his work on this. And this is a statement that will be, I believe, published, and Superintendent can tell me about the next steps, but I believe published on behalf of the board from myself and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. But here's what it says. And I don't know, I'm sorry, General Counsel, I don't know if this is something that you can show on the screen or if I should just read it. So let me know if it's possible to show it as well.
I don't have it up this moment,
okay.
Madam President. I'm happy to try to find it. It'll take me a moment though.
No, it's okay. I'll just read it. Dear Oakland Unified Community, we reach out today to discuss something that's on everyone's mind, the opening of our schools for in-person learning this spring. We don't have to tell you that the pandemic has been terribly difficult on everyone in our school communities. Many have lost family or friends to the disease, and many others are struggling with isolation and mental health impacts of sheltering in place for so long. But after almost a year, we're at last starting to see infection rates drop and vaccination rates slowly increase. While this period has been challenging, our district has also had many successes. Our teachers and staff have worked incredibly hard to put distance learning into daily practice, to distribute food and technology to our families, and to plan for a safe return to school sites, all of which would have been unimaginable just 1 year ago. After being in distance learning since last March, the OUSD Board of Education now believes it's critical for the social, emotional, and academic well-being of our students that Oakland Unified safely open our school sites for in-person learning by mid to late March, in alignment with the proposed deadlines currently being discussed in Sacramento. Of course, any opening of schools this spring would include the option of continuing distance learning for those families that prefer to do so. As described in OUSD's plan, this will focus on classroom learning for students in preschool and at the elementary level, as well as for high need students and higher grade levels, particularly students with special needs, unhoused students, and students who are having difficulty accessing distance learning. Of course, due to the need for small cohorts and social distancing, this will not be the normal school day, but a modified schedule. In grades 6 to 12, instruction may remain primarily in distance learning until the end of the school year, but all students should have the option of in-person socio-emotional and academic support and extracurricular activities. Before we bring back students, you should know the safety measures that we have in place that will allow us to open safely. The district has invested heavily in ventilation, cleaning technology, and personal protective equipment, measured classrooms to make sure there will be sufficient social distancing, and worked with school principals to develop plans for in-person learning at each site. More details will come as families with students in TK through 5th grade use the intent to return form to confirm their plans to have students come back to campus this spring or to continue in distance learning. And that way we'll know how many students to expect. We urge every family to complete the form for each student by March 2nd. This has been a stressful time with countless challenges, but we have seen many school systems across the country successfully reopen with sufficient precautions in place to educate students safely. It seems that everyone has come to appreciate like never before how much students benefit from being together in a classroom. After a long year away, it will be a tremendous relief to see our students return to campus this spring. We call on all of us as a community to help make this happen. Respectfully, the Oakland Board of Education. So that is my president's report. I will entertain comments from my colleagues. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. First, I need to say that I did not support this letter. I actually find it offensive that I received this letter in my email today at 4:07. I had no part in crafting this letter. I wasn't asked what I thought, and we as a board have not had any conversations about how we think the reopening plan should go. I find this a cynical attempt to try to provide what we were elected to provide to our community. And I don't think it's nearly good enough. This leaves more questions than answers. What are our pods going to look like in March? What happens if we're still in the purple in March? What happens if the rates drop? We still don't have enough agreements to even do this. And again, what I'm expecting from my fellow board directors is for us to come together to plot out how we lead this district out of this crisis. This letter does not do it. And I want to publicly ask again that I be placed on one of the working groups, the committee that's deciding this, that currently has no membership from school board members at all. And so I think we need to do a whole lot better. And I know with the parents, teachers, and community members I've been speaking to, this isn't good enough. We all want the same thing, which is to get through this year and to start returning to in-person instruction at the safest possible time. A letter written and sent to me an hour before I was asked to vote on it does not cut the mustard after almost a year of this. So hopefully we are going to do a lot more, because right now there's nothing in place. Our next meeting is 2 weeks away and things are moving backwards instead of forwards. So I'm calling on all of the community to press all of us school board members and demand that we do our job, we act, we provide a solution, and we direct district staff like we were elected to do. So again, I didn't have any part in this letter, and because I wasn't consulted, which means District 5 wasn't consulted, there's no way I could support an effort if we're not even included in the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. And I want to thank Vice President Davis for drafting this letter that certainly reflects my commitment and my intention to follow a safe reopening of our schools. I already have a message that just came over from a family. Please know that we are fully supporting the reassuring sentiment behind this. With this message, the board sets a very clear tone in support of Oakland students. And with that, please know that you have our support to make a safe and effective return to school as described happen. So that just came over my thread right now. So if people are listening, and thank you for supporting me. I voted for this, and I feel comfortable as it reflects my own sentiments as your board colleague.
Great. Are there any other questions, colleagues, or comments? Okay. We're going to move on then to item P, which is our superintendent's report. And Superintendent, do you have any highlights you want to share before we take board questions?
I'm sorry, Madam President, let's do a quick translation check.
Right, thank you.
General Counsel.
Give me one moment. I'll take Ms. Ho off. Okay. All right, Ms. Ho, you're coming. Okay, Ms. Ho, go ahead.
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你熒屏上面舉手等我哋知道。多謝。I'm finished, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. I don't see any new hands. I apologize. Actually, I should have lowered hands before we did that. So I'll do that for Spanish. There's no Cantonese interpreting for this next item. We'll now move to Spanish. Folks could lower their hands while I take Mr. De La Torre off and allow him to do the introduction. Okay, I'm going to lower all hands then. Okay, Mr. De La Torre, go ahead, sir.
Ok, ¿sí me escuchan? ¿Sí me escuchan? Sí. Bueno, ok, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Las personas, nada más estamos checando las personas que necesiten traducción al español para este asunto. Si por favor pueden levantar su mano para saber cuántas personas pues necesitan la interpretación. Una vez que levanten su mano y que se active el sistema de interpretación, en la parte de abajo ustedes van a ver el globo terráqueo que dice Interpretation. Por favor denle clic, escojan español y van a estar escuchando ustedes la traducción en español. Levanten su mano por favor para que sepan que si necesitan traducción. Gracias. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. I do not see, I think that hand is there just for, okay, so do not see for Spanish. So I'm going to, we're not going to do Spanish or Cantonese translation for this item. Superintendent, I apologize for interrupting you, but go ahead.
Thank you, General Counsel. Good evening, everyone. It's great to virtually be with you all, and I hope that everyone is remaining safe. during these unprecedented and challenging times. My written report has many of the same updates. I just wanted to highlight a few things and then open it up for board questions. So one, we provided just a snapshot of the various places and spaces where there are vaccinations. As a county, we're straddling between 1A and 1B, which is prioritizing educators, depending on where you go. I want to give a huge shout out to the talent team that has been coordinating among a lot of different entities. So we've got the Oakland Coliseum site that's federally supported. We have various retail sites like CVS, where you can also receive your vaccinations. We checked in with Kaiser again. They are still in the phase of 1A. However, for our employees that are 65 years of age or older, please do connect with Kaiser because you will be eligible to get your vaccine. And then we have various hubs across our city that are county run or coordinated. That is similar to our Fremont site. And again, I want to underscore Director Hutchinson's appreciation for the Fremont leadership. I also want to appreciate Andy Nelson at the county and our Chief Systems and Services Officer, Preston Thomas. It was a lot of collaboration working together to be able to have it at the Fremont hub. And there are many other hubs. There's La Clínica de la Raza, and I believe Allen Temple may be opening up, if not already, a vaccination site. So all that to be said, it is very confusing because we have vaccination sites. I think our state is trying to do the most urgent job it can with the low supply to get vaccines out in as many different places as possible, and being able to prioritize our most vulnerable, whether it's through area codes, and also prioritizing being able to reopen schools through prioritizing educators. So I ask all of our staff, please reach out to the talent team if you are confused where to go, where you need an appointment, where you can walk in. We are all here to just help cipher through a lot of the constantly changing information or new sites that open up. So there's information about that. Again, please, we're asking all families to submit and fill out the intent to return form. We're setting the target date of March 2nd. We're prioritizing TK5 first because that is where we hope to be able to reopen first. We will come back and ask our pre-K families and our 6-12 families at a later date. We're really using this information to get detailed plans for what hybrid programming will look like site to site. So that is the reason for that information. I want to thank Shelia White, all the clerical staff, the family navigators, community school managers, in addition to teachers and principals. A lot of the feedback that we've received from past surveys, and probably from myself too, as a parent, working with kids at home, the last thing, a lot of times that's on the top of your mind is checking your email to answer a survey. And so wanting to make sure that we get a reflection of all demographics. We have folks who are in connection with parents on a regular basis anyways, really doing one-to-one calls so we can support through language or just making sure people remember, did you check your email? Did you remember to fill out the survey? So I just want to thank all of those in our schools on top of other things that they're managing to really support in that process. And I think I will stop there. There's other information in the written report and I will take any questions.
Colleagues, questions for Superintendent? Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Thanks, Superintendent. I just wanted to recommend to everybody that they check out the presentation because there's a lot of great things in there. And I'm sure a lot of people are really excited about sports, outdoor sports that are starting up safely now in next week. And also I saw sort of a tease of the school level readiness dashboards, which are going to be coming out soon. There's some screenshots in there. So that's a really great thing that we're going to get more in-depth information about the state of each school in terms of readiness. And it was also obviously great for me to see Piedmont Avenue Elementary School featured, Ms. Brucey's class. So that was great. And I just wanted to ask a question I've been getting from the community in terms of, and I'm really glad to hear that all of this outreach is being done to really make sure we get as many responses proactively on the, families returning survey. But I'm wondering if a family doesn't respond by March 2nd, is there a presumption that they're going to stay in distance learning, or is there, wiggle room?
So thank you for the question. We have to set a target so that we have a place to continue planning, but we're going to still, if we do not receive a response, we are still going to do that outreach. The team has done a really good job at being in contact. As I've mentioned to a lot of people, the way districts across the nation are responding to the pandemic, it's varied. So we've been in conversations with districts in places like Texas, for example, where they have been reopened for a while. And that's been some of the advice, is not to actually assume that a parent is going to want A versus B. So we're going to continue to do that level of outreach. And I think we heard that tonight, even with community, right? We know there are many families that are ready to send their kids back. And there are also many families that want to maintain distance learning, either for fear of safety, or many folks are just in a routine. They finally figured out that routine and may not want to shift it at this period of time. So we're going to have to continue to get that information. I also wanted to, I forgot to acknowledge our research and assessment department that have been working actually probably for the last 3 weeks over the weekend to be able to develop and to design these surveys so that we can get the information that we need. So I just wanted to acknowledge their efforts as well. Other questions? Happy to answer.
I think I saw Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. Whatever order we go in here. So I want to lift up again that I would respectfully request, actually, like I heard at least one parent earlier tonight in the meeting request, that we as a school board agendize this item, a report on reopening or a response that we as a board have not agendized and had a public conversation about yet once. And I think it's really inappropriate that this has entirely been in the superintendent's report and we as a board are not discussing it. I've heard some feedback about the survey where it's leaving people with questions where they're not sure what to answer because there's not enough details in it for them to really give an informed answer for what they want for their family. And I'm a little worried that we're doing a survey online and by email when we could be doing it through the classes that they're enrolled in. So I'm just worried that almost by definition, we are only going to be getting responses from certain parts of our school population when it's done this way. And I think we need to be much more intentional about it. I do need to say, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, I was very upset with the press release that was released Monday at 6:30. A press release that said, quote, if we learn of incidents in which our staff is insulting or disrespecting families or vice versa, we will respond appropriately. This is based on people's private social media posts. And if staff needs to be given a message, it should be done on an internal staff email, not a press release. I also read this as a threat to our families over their social media posts when it says we will respond appropriately. That is unacceptable. And I don't know who OUSD News is or who authorized that, but a press release at 6:30 p.m. on a Monday with that message is entirely inappropriate. And I would request that that doesn't happen again. And I would actually request the board respond so we are responding to say that that message did not come from us, that we're not monitoring our family's social media posts. And lastly, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, I am again requesting to be included in the working group for the COVID response. That is the working group that has been making all of these decisions. There is no school board representation there. And as a school board member, I don't know at this point how I can even be informed of these conversations that are going on. So I need to be a part of the working group. I was elected to represent 50,000 people in District 5, and I can't do that if I'm not even a part of the conversations. And I don't know if the fellow board directors feel the same way, but I need to be included in the working group. So please let me know how I can be included in these conversations moving forward, because I think it is very important that our democratically elected leadership be involved with these decisions going forward. It's the only way we can get the best solution possible. And also it'll help staff give support to this process. This should not be left up to a handful of district staff. We need to be involved with this decision. So please let me know how I can participate in the working groups. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Are there any other board member questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Yee.
I asked a question. I would appreciate a response from the superintendent when I asked a question instead of—
Director Hutchinson, do you mind repeating your question, please? Thank
Yes.
you.
How do I become involved with the working group? As a school board member, I need to be involved with the working group. The community needs to know that there's no school board involvement. President Gonzalez has made no effort when I voiced this request over and over. So I would like to know, as the democratically elected school board director for District 5, how am I going to be able to participate in the working group that's making these decisions?
I'm happy to discuss that with you during our next one-on-one. There's always the opportunity to have board engagements. As you know, we've had for over a month and a half listening sessions in every single district, in addition to parent sessions as well. So there are multiple opportunities to be involved. And I'm happy to talk to you about
and
more.
I'm speaking specifically about the work.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson.
I'm speaking directly about the working group. And so this is going to be an issue for me, board directors, going forward, that as a democratically elected school board member, I can't even get an answer on how I can partake in these conversations. And I've seen the list of who the members of these committees are, and not one of the 7 school board directors are a part of these committees. Okay. So who is making these decisions?
We talk one each, everybody talks before another person talks again. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. On another note, on a different note, I was looking at the summer learning planning, and I noticed that for high school, the primary emphasis is on credit recovery. And I wonder if there are going to be any opportunities for students, for instance, to do a summer concurrent enrollment. It wouldn't even be concurrent enrollment, but to be sure that our high school students know that they'll be able to take classes, summer classes for free in the community college that are credit bearing. And as we're doing the planning, I think the community college can be a real added acceleration for our students, especially over the summer. So I don't know if that's part of the planning around summer, and I know that it's beyond the scope of the OUSD work, but I think as the community college has been a good partner in this, and we have an active dual enrollment program team, adding that piece in the high school could be a friendly addition, so that families can actually, or kids, young people can actually see the opportunities to get a jump start on college.
Superintendent, did you have any response to the question about community college?
No, I'm appreciative of the feedback. I'm just writing it down. My Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Aguilera, would you like to just give a general update of where we are with summer planning?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, I got the idea by reading the bullet that says, community partners have applied to be summer learning lead agencies offering enrichment along district academics. And so that's what prompted me to ask that.
So Director Yee, I will get back to you on the dual enrollment specifications during the summer. We don't usually have dual enrollment courses that are happening in June and July. It usually starts in August, but I will get back to you and see if we are approaching this differently this year. But the focus usually is during the regular sessions, which is August to May.
And I shouldn't have excluded, specified only dual enrollment, because there's going to be a pretty significant catalog in the community college where the kids can take the classes without the concurrent high school classes. But in case they fail the high school class, there might be the opportunity for them to duplicate or replicate those credits, even though it's not in dual enrollment. The class may still be offered in the summer. So that's part of the makeup part, but the other side is the acceleration.
So we often provide the courses that students have not done well in. So you'll see in our offerings this year, we're going to have an algebra focus. So that way we're providing more opportunities for students to deepen their skills in algebra. And then also a literacy bridge as we're bridging students from 8th grade to 9th grade. So we've done some preliminary planning to enhance those supports for the summer program. But I will check on the dual enrollment question and get back to the board on that topic.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I don't think we've heard from Director Williams or Director Thompson. I don't see Director Ng. Looks like Director Williams, would you like to say something?
Yeah, just a couple words. Superintendent, I just want to thank you for, continuing to lead the district. It is always a balancing act. You can't appease everybody all the time. You're making the best decisions you can. And so this is something that we as a board have to work together to support. We give you some directions, but we also have to support you and be willing to, accept what you're doing. We have to have faith in you and believe that you're going to move us in the right direction. So I just want to, thank you for continuing to do the work. I know your heart's in the right place, your mind. You got so many parts of the district that you're overseeing. And, I look forward to continuing to move forward. So thank you very much for the report.
Great. Are there any other questions or comments for the superintendent's report? Okay. Thank you, Superintendent, for your work and your team. We will move on to item Q, which is comment by collective bargaining units. Let's see here. Are there comments by, I see Mr. Brown. I don't see our other bargaining units represented yet. Ms. Floyd, can you call on our labor partner?
Yes, Keith Brown.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board Directors. In January of this year, I expressed my optimism about 2021, and I still believe that OUSD has never been in a stronger position to lead the change for the world that we do want to live in. And OUSD directors, you're in that position to lead that change today, February 24th, 2021. You still have time. OUSD directors, I urge you to make history this evening and invest in our Black futures. Pass the reparations for Black students resolution today as written. We cannot amend and water down our students' future. We need full investments in reparations for our Black students. It is my hope that OUSD, students, community, and labor can work together to implement the reparations for Black students resolution to reimagine our schools. A couple of weeks ago, Los Angeles Unified passed their Black Student Achievement Plan. Richmond passed a $7 million fund for Black students. We are Oakland, home of the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers created the first community schools. Oakland Unified School District can make history and vote for Black reparations unanimously. So directors, I urge you tonight to stand on the right side of history. We know how this COVID pandemic has exacerbated the inequities for our Black students and families. We cannot wait for this pandemic to be over to address anti-Black racism in our Oakland schools. The time is now to reimagine our schools, undo the harm of anti-Black school closures and anti-Black racism. It's time to tell our Black students that they matter. Vote yes unanimously on the reparations for Black students resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I am not seeing representatives from our other unions. So with that, we will move on to item S, unfinished business. It is already 10:22, so I am going to take consolidated comment on reparations for Black students, item S1, item S2, which is the academic update from the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and item S3, the fiscal sustainability plan. Now is a good time to raise your hand if you would like to comment on any of those 3 items. For clarity's sake, we will take 30 minutes of public comment. It is 10:22, so we will go until 10:55. Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Edgar Sanchez.
Yes, hi, can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, hi, my name is Edgar Sanchez, and I teach at CCPA in District 6. As a Chicano teacher, OUSD parent, and proud member of OEA, I proudly stand with the Black community organizations, and OEA to demand a reparations fund to address the historically institutional oppression in the field of education faced by Black students and families. The realities of institutional oppressions and the level of anti-Black racism faced by Black students need to be at the forefront of a much needed change in our schools. The explicit hiring of more Black teachers, the increase in direct resources to Black students, the support of Black families, anti-racism training for OUSD board members, staff, admin, and educators, and the uplifting of the Black community's voices are some of the crucial first steps. Besides it being the right and righteous thing to do, we are indebted to the fierce legacy and continued resistance of the Black liberation struggle, a struggle that keeps leading the charge towards that just society many of us dream of. Let's honor this tonight and vote yes on reparations for Black students. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nia McMillan.
Hi, my name is Nia McMillan, and I'm an 18-year-old resident of District 6 and a restorative justice intern at Restorative Justice for Oakland Youth in West Oakland. Ms. Gonzalez, your platform lied, and I regret voting for you. Additionally, I hope Sam Davis and Clifford Thompson are not reelected for their districts after this term. You are not representing the opinions nor the needs of the communities you claim to serve. Those who voted earlier to stop the public's ability to speak on the reparations issue were blatantly unfair and clearly displayed a lack of concern for community voice. Many of you have spent much of this time on your phones, looking annoyed and speaking rudely to the community members who have taken the time to be here. Remember, you work for us. If you don't vote to pass the resolution for reparations to Black people with no amendments, you're a disgrace to my community and my peers. You're voting to continue the status quo of lack of opportunity and lack of achievement amongst Black students in our city. The fact is, there is enough money in Oakland to provide equitable and resourced education and safety in schools to all Oakland students, regardless of race or class. We should not and we do not have to compromise. Also, shout out Jim Hutchinson and Van Cedric Williams because they care about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cecilia Jordan.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Cecilia Jordan. I'm a former OUSD teacher and RJ practitioner. I was at Roots International when we were unjustly closed. I was consequently blackballed by a central office staff afterwards, and that never came out, and I just walked away. And I think when we talk about reparations, we are talking about a deep sense of love for Black people. And I'm going to talk to you directly, Dr. Gonzalez, because I don't understand where is your love. because this is about recognizing the historical role of the state in disrupting the lives of Black families. And if you really, really love Black people, you decide to become an enemy of those very systems that oppress us without excuses. You find the money, the city has given their support. There is no excuse for any amendments. And so today I ask you to choose love, because that's what reparations are. And it's a continuous commitment to love. Shanti, show us that you can love us, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Derek Tilliston.
Thank you. I'm a Black person who's lived 50 years in the Black public school system that's rejected us. Does the system of reparations in Oakland help the kids who are on the street? No. Does it help kids who chose charters? No. Does it help the kids in private schools? No. Does it help the kids who are homeschooling? No. Does it help the kids in Alameda County juvenile? No. Does it help homeless kids? No. Does it help foster kids who are mostly Black? No. It's a policy that does not serve all Black students. It'll probably serve less than half of the Black eligible students in Oakland. I do support Black reparations as someone who's lived through the system, who's seen the hell that Black kids face in charters, in the district, in private, everywhere in this system. I support reparations, but I do not support a reparations policy that leaves out half the Black kids. And to say that when I was approached around this as one of the founders of State of Education.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ebony.
Greetings. I'm a member of the Black Organizing Project and a former OUSD teacher, as well as an Oakland community member. If the board recognized the need to eliminate school police due to the violent, traumatic, anti-Black racist culture and practices their presence perpetuated, if the board recognized the imperative need to pass the George Floyd resolution to transform harmful, destructive school culture for Black and therefore all students, then there should be a clear recognition by the board for the need to pass the resolution for reparations for Black students to address the disproportionate harmful impact OUSD schools has had on Black students. Additionally, the school board should be clear that it is our responsibility as the people to hold the district and the school board accountable to their commitments to the community, to us. In that vein, we also want the board to require receipt evidence that all the school police weapons have been destroyed as promised in the George Floyd resolution plan. And this is in line with the reparations for Black students resolution. Pass that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I'm not understanding who rewrote the resolution we're currently dealing with, and why that new resolution doesn't still, and why do we have to raise money to accommodate the services and resources and whatever is needed for this initiative? Why are we doing things that nobody else has to do? And I think as you go through your discussion, identify who rewrote this. Who rewrote this? Why did it have to be rewritten? What was eliminated? Why was it eliminated? And the original resolution took out things. I'm looking at it, and I don't have enough time to go through all the stuff he took out. But why do Black children have to go through a process that other kids don't have to go through? Why do we have to go through the struggle to get something done for Black children? And I've been doing it for years at this school district. For years, trying to get attention to Black children.
Thank you, Ms. Olagbala. That's your time. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Trish Belenson.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Trish Belenson, Library Tech in D7, also an SEIU union member and OUSD parent. I urge all board members to support reparations for Black students. Part of Black reparations is allowing for Black voices to be heard and have the agency to create and implement. As allies, it's our job to center those Black voices, and it's not our job to pick apart and restructure the resolution that has already been tirelessly worked on and developed by the community. That only further perpetuates white supremacy. Please support reparations for Black students as is. This will positively impact Black students and families across the district, and especially within D7, of which my students are in. And it will also set a precedent for our country with Oakland's leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belenson. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Crystal Bannigan.
Good evening, directors. I want to once again implore you to pass the reparations for Black students resolution as it is, as it was written by the community, because it's very apparent that as elected officials, you're not speaking for the community. The community is speaking tonight. And we're telling you that we are done waiting for this. It's time right now to do this and to pass it unanimously. We're done waiting. There's nothing else you can do. And if you don't, then we'll still be here. We'll still be doing it. But you need to pass it now because Black students are important. And if you don't pass it, you're saying that they're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is reparations.
Greetings and good evening. I'm board. My name is Talmira Richardson. I'm a parent of a child of an OUSD student. I'm basically just here to really call everybody out. I mean, seriously, this is like, it's too much. It's overwhelming. Like Black children, Black students have been just neglected for years. I was once an OUSD student, but back then we had the things we needed. We had music class, we had a library, we had librarians, we had people that, or teachers, I should say, that identified with ourselves. So once again, you know, we're standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. This is a very historical moment. And once again, standing in solidarity with OEA. Also, I'm an organizer for Bay Area Plan. And you're just gonna lose. You're gonna lose a lot of folks. And I just want to say real quickly, before you all start talking about reopening schools, which I could have sworn I heard that was not on the agenda.
That's your time.
Okay, but real quick, you guys need to get it in order. You need to get it in order. It's time. Pass the reparations resolution. Right.
Speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sayuri Valenza.
Hello, I'm a moderate severe teacher at Bret Hart Middle School. And I've shared before how my father's family was affected by the Japanese American internment, and Japanese Americans, like my family, did in fact receive reparations. This is a two-part story. Each person received $20,000. $20,000. That's reparations. And so my father refused to sign his check. That's the first part of the story, because he believed that Black Americans should receive reparations first. And so I just want to let that sit with you. The second part of the story is my mom forged his signature. Okay, so you have to believe, do what is right, and just believe that the details will get worked out. Our students deserve this. The Black community of Oakland deserves this. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenza. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Luna Five.
Hi, my name is Luna Five. I would first like to start by appreciating Jessica, the student director's support and allyship with reparations for Black students, as well as Mike Hutchinson and his avid support for the Black community. And the second thing I would like to say is I'm happy to hear that President Gonzalez is finally seated and present and listening to the people speaking about reparations for Black students in the public forum. Second off, I think it's destructive that you, President Gonzalez, have the audacity to speak to a group of Black students, parents, and teachers and say to us that there are systems that already benefit us. Second, every single non-Black board member that participated in the rewriting of the proposal is participant in anti-Black racism. What warrants your involvement with something you've never experienced? I, for one, have experienced anti-Black racism in OUSD schools for the entire time I've been a participant in them. And it is audacious for you to say that you can rewrite a proposal that you have no experience with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fife. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Zarita Sharp.
Ms. Sharp, are you there? Let's come back to Ms. Sharp. Ms. Floyd.
Okay, next speaker is Nicole Bratton.
Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. No lack, no slack, just act. Vote reparations for Blacks. No lack, no slack, just act. Vote reparations for Blacks. Do that now, do that earnestly, do that eagerly, do it now, do it today. Let's be the pioneers for systemic change where barriers to quality, comparable education is suppressed. Everyone has spoken well, authentically, eloquently about these very issues and why we provided all the whys. We're past the whys. It's just time to act. And literally, you guys, we can make history. It will be our story. It'll be our history, not history in the way it's been told in the past. But I'm getting caught up in my words. But the point is, no lack, no slack, just act. Vote reparations for Black. I'm going to say it all the way through. No lack, no slack, just act. Reparations for Blacks. And I just want to commend all the speakers, whether you was Black or not. Thank you for standing chin up, chest out, 10 toes down. We got this. We will have victory. Victory is ours, y'all. Victory is ours.
Thank you. I think Ms. Sharp still wants to speak, Ms. Floyd, so can we try again?
Sure. Zarita Sharp. She is unmuted.
Okay, well, let's try again with her in a minute. Why don't we go on to the next?
Next speaker is Hema Gitsal.
Hello, my name is Hema Kitsan. I am a former student director and also former student state board member on California State Board of Education. And I just have to say is that for years, Black students have been disenfranchised by OUSD. As a non-Black Latina, I want to say that non-Black people should stand in solidarity with the Black community to fight for justice and equity. And that means investing in Black youth. If you support Black Lives Matter, you understand that it's more than just fighting against police brutality. It's about advocating for justice and advocating for equity and other systems of oppression. Therefore, we have to support and advocate for the investment in reparations for Black students. Pass the reparations for Black student resolution as written by the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quetzal. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Chaz Garcia.
Good evening. This is Chaz Garcia, Second Vice President for OEA and proud teacher of 26 years in Oakland. And I just want to urge the board to pass the resolution as it's written. I would like to point to the fact that for so many years, we've been dealt curriculum that is written by folks who are not a BIPOC, Black, Latino, and otherwise. And that curriculum has done a terrible job of presenting and providing what is necessary to our students. And so essentially by rewriting this resolution, board members are reenacting that harm and are taking the power away from the community. So I ask you to put your rewritten resolution to the side and to stand with the community and other allies and pass the resolution as it has been written. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Garcia. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Myra Alvarado.
Good evening. Could you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry, my internet's being kind of glitchy. I'm Mayra Alvarado. I am a resident of District 7 and a proud fifth grade Spanish teacher at Manzanita Seed. And I would urge the board to pass the reparations for Black students as it was written by the community. The community has put in really hard work in order to put this out for us to serve our Black students. And just living in LA and living in Oakland myself and going to schools in both of those, I think that like just seeing the Black and brown tension and how, yeah, we need to stop that, right? And this is part of it. And I want to be a part of combating the anti-Blackness within the Latinx community. And with that being said too, President Gonzalez, I urge you to vote yes on this, because a vote of no is only going to further the Black and brown tension that is already within our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
We spent almost an hour on the charter school resolutions. If you read, and I believe you know how, maybe 1505, the governor said that charter school teachers must have a teaching credential. Number two, they cannot duplicate a subject that's already offered. And the big one is that you cannot add charter schools or programs to districts that are in financial trouble. I don't know why your legal didn't tell you that to begin with. But as far as what's going on, I'm looking at this board and I cannot believe in Oakland, California, the racism that I'm looking at. 4 of you at least are backed by financial charter school money, and you do not represent the Black people in this city or in Oakland Public Schools. We are not ready to open our schools, Superintendent, safely, and we will not use our kids as guinea pigs.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Greg Hodge.
Mr. Hodge, I think you're on mute if you're speaking. Ms. Floyd, let's come back to Mr. Hodge.
Okay, our next speaker is Mary Grace McGee.
Hi, as I said, I am a teacher in Oakland. I teach second grade at Sankofa, and I'm a parent. My children were born and raised in Oakland. They went K through 12, and then they went to college. And I'm a community member. I've never seen as much suffering in this community as I'm seeing during COVID. Almost every day I hear of someone else who's someone very close to them committed suicide, died of any number of things. This is a terrible time. My students, our families are suffering so much. And I just want to say that I do stand in solidarity with those that composed this resolution for Black reparations. I love it. And I think that we should listen to the people who set it up, to their voices. I don't believe that we should dictate to those that set this up, who spoke, who worked on it. We should dictate what we suppose their needs should be.
That is your time. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, we'll try Greg Hodge again. Greg Hodge.
Hey, good evening, fellow Oaklanders. I want to call in tonight on behalf of our children. I want to call in tonight on behalf of the folks in our history who have worked on behalf of our children and on behalf of our community. People like Marcus Foster, a superintendent who was assassinated just outside school board offices back in the 70s. I want to acknowledge our elders like Oscar Wright. This is one of those moments where you need to look into your hearts and do the right thing, even though it might not comport with what you think is practical or fully outlined or detailed. But I have to say that this is a moment for you to make a really tough decision. I've been in your seat. I know how hard it is to look interested and stay interested over hours of these meetings. But tonight, you get an opportunity to say back to your constituents, your community, that reparations for African American children is the right thing to do. And we'll figure out the details as we go forward. God bless you and make a good decision tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kim Davis.
Good evening. Thank you. I just want to say really quickly and specifically to Director Gonzalez and Davis and Director Eng, I know how much you want to do right by this district, but I think you need to look inside yourself and understand that what you're doing, you're ticky-tacking with this resolution to try and make it work with whatever you think is the appropriate dollar and cents sort of analysis is offensive. It's offensive that you're trying to substitute your judgment for that of all of the families and leaders who have put this together. And I also want you to think that if you fail to pass this resolution tonight as written, what are you saying to those families? And what will that ultimately cost this district? Last year, after you closed Roots and you closed Lafayette, we lost $10 million connected to the students that left the district. There is a cost to what you are doing in terms of loss to children, but there is also a dollar cost that you need to put into your calculation. Do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ishmael Almendarez.
Hello, board. This is Ishmael. I don't know if you heard me earlier, Director Gonzalez, but I'm going to repeat what I kind of said. I want to say that I love and respect you as the Brown/Latinx board member on this. You're the only one on the board, and you represent our entire Latinx community in Oakland. Our entire community is on your shoulders. And this vote today, you're going to represent our community. And if you vote no or do anything to change it, it's going to reflect on our entire community. You are our representative on that board. I need you as a brown woman to stand with the Black community today. Represent our community. Represent us. This is what we need. We need you to do the right thing and to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armendariz. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cecily Mart Cruz.
Yes, good evening, board members. My name is Cecily Myart Cruz. I'm the president of United Teachers Los Angeles, and I rise in support of this motion for Black reparations as it is written. I implore the board to listen to Black voices, Black students, and the Black community. Coming here from Los Angeles, California, all the way to the Bay Area, I stand with the Black community and Black students in this fight, as we here in LA are also fighting for Black students. I implore you to pass the resolution as it is written and move forward. Let's be bold on this board and let's move forward. Support this resolution as it is written. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is B. Alawi.
Hello, my name is Bilkis Alawi. I'm the Arabic parent organizer for Bay Area Plan. I'm calling tonight on behalf of the Arabic speaking parents again, and I would like to say that I'm representing the Arabic speaking parents who don't even speak English, but would like to stand with pass the reparation for Black students. Please listen who are asking for reparation for Black students tonight. Who Black students deserve to have justice. They deserve to have better education, quality education, and the parents, Arabic parents who live in the communities with Black students are sending their voice and asking you and urging you to please pass reparation for Black students as written by the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Parent Voices.
Good evening. Good evening, board directors and superintendent. My name is Clarissa Douthard. I'm with Parent Voices Oakland. I'm the executive director. And I just wanted to say, after all of the examples of white supremacy and anti-Black racist violence that we've seen from the federal level here locally, I am disturbed that so many of us must make a moral appeal to you about our humanity, to some of you, about our humanity and our right to exist. Our right to exist safely, our right to exist with justice. And I want to say that truth has a perfect memory. Our community is watching you tonight. Our community is watching how you react, how you respond, how you preserve our democracy, which is what you were elected to do. This is about democracy. This is about human rights. And you have an opportunity to be an example and embody what we say equity is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Douthard. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Andrea Cousins.
Hello, this is Andrea Cousins, and I'm still here waiting to make sure that this vote yes on the reparations for Black students proposition passes. And I just want to, I have a message for my district representative, Amy Ng. I really want you to support this resolution as is. I feel that, we have a lot of really great leadership in District 2 who have integrity and want to stand up and fight. And I want to be able to count you among those, I want to be able to count you in the group of Barbara Lee, Rob Bonta, and Nikki Bass. And there are Black families with school-age children in District 2 who are counting on you. Okay, we also need you to fight and stand up and make sure that these schools are equitable, accessible, and safe for all of us. So please, Director Ng, vote yes on the resolution. Do it for us so that we can say that we're proud of you.
Okay, we're going to take 2 more comments.
Next speaker is Adrian Grays.
Hi, yes, this is Adrian Grays again, parent leader at Bay Area Plan. Also, I'm a core leader on reparations campaign. I just want to say, you guys have been making decisions for us too long. You have been doing it for us, not with us. We're asking you to stand with the resolution that's as written and pass the vote as yes.
Thank you, Ms. Graves. Last comment.
Last comment is Zach Norris.
Hi, I'm also still here, and I spoke earlier as a parent and as a Black man, and I'm here now speaking as a resident of District 6, a lifelong resident of District 6. Just to remind Director Gonzalez that your constituents are watching, and we want to see this resolution passed as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowles. So we did over half an hour of public comments. With that, we will move to board discussion on item S1. And I don't know, Director Hutchinson, Director Williams, if you all would like to say anything by way of introduction. I know we've had one discussion already, but you're certainly welcome to kick us off.
President, you need a motion and a second on the floor.
Is there a motion?
So I'm go ahead, Director Williams. I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead, Mike. It's fine.
So I move approval of the resolution.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it. Yes, I second.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So let's have a board discussion. I see your hand, Director Thompson.
Yeah, I would like to make a friendly amendment, if I might, please.
Wait. I appreciate you wanting to go with a friendly amendment, but I think what Mike did not tell you is that this amendment is, this resolution is the way it is. Either we're just going to vote for it all, because what happens is all the amendments will water down what the original intent is. And so we just can't actually start chipping away at it, and then it has no real meaning at all. I appreciate it, Director Thompson, but I think we really have to just stay true to the original intent of the amendment, and just either just go with all of it or go with none of it. You've had over 100 plus comments, and now after the comments, you're going to undercut the people who ask you to pass the amendment as is, and I cannot allow that to happen. But before we do, I'm sorry to jump in. I just have to go ahead and make sure we understand where everybody is. Sam, you were elected to bring in racial justice and equity lens to D1 leadership. This is your chance, more than a campaign promise, to actually follow through. You know, Black parents and allies, believe that you followed what you said. And so now it's time for you to show that you believe that Black lives is more than just a slogan, Sam. Amy, you have also you've called for more equitable district, but you've been very hesitant to be bold in how you get there. Now is your time to actually trust Black students and families and educators. Gary, you've had many times that you've talked about how much you appreciate Dr. Marcus Foster, how he inspired you and became an educator for so many years ago, and that this time is now, and to end disproportionate harm to Black students. This is your time to live up to that call of what Dr. Foster has called the time is now. Shante, this is the work that's already been happening. This work has been required by the state for us to do. The failure to do this is not an option. To do it now in partnership is the way that we're trying to move. We really want to work with you. We want Black parents' voices to be heard. We want Black leaders to be part of this community-driven effort. And this is not the end. This is just the beginning. And it doesn't take the amount of resources that you may think it does. It really is about a reallocation of our intention. And our intention is to really put the spotlight on Black students. Cliff, you made a lifetime commitment to educate children. And you know that it's a comprehensive, co-created plan that is exactly the right thing to do to close the opportunity gap, and including the focus on literacy. This is our vehicle for success. So I'm asking you to just join with the Black parents and the students and the fellow educators and our leaders in supporting this. Let's not try to cut it down to be a meaningless resolution and then walk away thinking you're feeling good. This is a referendum on the board. This is a referendum on the board. This is about us. This is about when you talk to your next Black friend, to the next Black staff member, to the next Black student, to the next Black family member, you're going to smile at them and say, how are you doing? But what we will know is that we've actually said your child is not worth investing in. We cannot play these games anymore. We really have to stand up to this, what our values are. This vote is a vote on our values, right? This is an institution that needs to change. We need to pivot it into the direction of social justice, social equity. And so this is a vote to do that. This is a humongous, this is an amazing vote. Everyone is watching us. Now it's time to do right. We sit up here every meeting, talk about healing. We talk about Native acknowledgement. This is our time to actually show our actions. This is our time to build trust with the community. This is our time to say you matter in this community. This is our time. We cannot undercut it anymore. We have to stand with it, work with it, and make the necessary adjustments. It's not about money. It's not about money. Don't get fooled that it's about money. It's about your belief in coming together as a community to say these kids matter. Our kids matter. Every single one of our kids matter. So let's cut out all these games. Let's cut out all chopping it away. And we ran on a campaign to lift every student. We have our opportunity to start right here, right now with this vote. So I cannot accept any amendment. It's not friendly. Any amendment is not friendly. We will not accept it. We just need your vote. Either you vote, just stand up and just be bold with your vote. Yes or no, so we can move it on and we'll know where you stand for the rest of the year. You can't come back and say, oh, I wish I would have done that. This is the vote for the moment, for now, to actually speak to what we need to do. If you're standing for racial justice and you're standing for the kids and you're telling your district staff, the district staff is watching. Now, this is the message we're going to send them. Black kids don't really matter because when it comes to talking and putting it on the table, we're going to actually punt the ball down the field. And so we just can't have this anymore. We just really have to stand and say, what do I believe in? And then you just stand by what you believe in. You stand by what you believe in. And when your Black friend come to you, you can say, I don't believe in Black students enough because I just needed to know about how much it was going to cost for us to invest. But the cost of lives of kids going to jail, kids not graduating, kids with 50% literacy rates, that's way much more. That's way much more. We scared folks gonna break in our house, steal our car, all this kind of crazy mess. And we're gonna walk around like we have no part of it. We have a part in it. This is our education. This is our institution. Our institution should do right by the young folks. And this is the first step. Now we don't worry about, oh, there's gonna be somebody else knocking at the door. Let's work with those folks who are coming knocking at the door because we need to heal all these relationships. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We just can't do it, Cliff. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make a motion for us just to vote on it, and you vote your conscience, vote your values, and then we move on to the next motion. There's no need to just continue to harbor what needs to be improved. Either we're gonna go in and work together as a task force, look at how we reallocate, not add more, reallocate and focus on our kids. You know, and it's not about charters. It's not about anybody else. It's about you sitting in this chair making a vote for either Black kids or not. That's just as simple as it is. I make a motion that we just have a vote and just call it so we all can get on with the rest of our business. Thank you very much.
President Gonzalez, I want to make sure that I'm.
Go ahead. I was just gonna, and I'm sorry, Director Thompson. I just want to clarify there that with this motion on the table, we are not going to accept any amendment as friendly. So thank you, Director Williams, but I just want everyone to hear that clearly from us. We will not accept any amendment as friendly.
So Director Gonzalez, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay. As a Black man who has spent 40 years over 40 years in education, as a Black man who taught in East Oakland in District 7, as a Black man who was also an administrator in District 7, as a Black man who was a single father who raised a Black son who graduated from Skyline High School, as a Black man, I understand exactly what's being said. I understand that the resolution talks about the struggle of trying to retain or recruit and retain Black educators. I understand that the resolution talks about the acknowledgement of the passage of the George Floyd resolution. I understand that the resolution talks about how we're going to try to seek and ensure Black students are reading that are ready for college and career. As a Black man, as I read the resolution, I understand that OUSD seeks to eliminate actions and stop and repair the harm to Black children and families. As a Black man, I understand that our Black superintendent really is to establish this, what we call this Black Student and Family Striving Task Force that we call the task force. As a Black man, I understand that as a part of the literacy initiative and curriculum, the adoption will actually talk about involving a number of people in the task force. In addition to that, it's going to review the prior adoption, the recommendation from the superintendent or her cabinet to meet the needs of our kids and literacy development. I understand that concept, but there are a few things in the resolution, and I reached out to several individuals and I said, can we do something about this? And that was not done. So I'm not sure, President Gonzalez, do I make
wait.
motion?
No. I'm sorry to interrupt again. We're not making any amendments. Vote against your son. Vote against all the black kids that you have. Vote against everybody, but we are not making any more amendments.
Director Williams,
You can go ahead and vote
everybody
against
let
your
you
history.
speak.
We're
Nobody
not making any
interrupted
more
you.
amendments.
Nobody interrupted you, Director Williams. Can we let Director Thompson speak, please?
So I was just wondering if I am to make a motion or just vote on the motion that Director Williams is going to present.
So my understanding, and Mr. Rickstra, you can correct me if I'm wrong, once a motion is made and seconded, it belongs to the whole body. It does not only belong to the author of the motion. And therefore, any board member can make amendments. Is that correct? Can propose amendments?
Yes.
Okay, so Director Thompson has a right to make an amendment. I understand you don't want any amendments, but Director Thompson has a right to propose an amendment, and you have a right to vote no on that amendment.
I'm sorry, Madam President and Director Thomas. I wanted to just check one thing in terms of the order of motions. I believe there was a motion to close debate.
No.
I believe, is that incorrect, Mr. Rickstra?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So I wanted to
need a second if you want to make an amendment.
Yeah. I'm sorry, ma'am. May I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to close my amendment with saying that I totally accept the last be it further resolved that the board directs the superintendent to include the Black Student Thriving Plan within the 2021-2023 strategic plan to increase and maintain the necessary mandated infrastructures and resources to develop the engagement, leadership, and decision-making power of Black students, Black families, and communities.
Okay,
I didn't hear an amendment.
Can we see the language that you're proposing, Director Thompson? Do we have?
Yes, could I ask General Counsel if you could please show the language?
Sure, Dr. Thompson, do you want to show all of the proposed changes or just at the very end, or what would you prefer?
Well, let's show all of them.
Okay.
I want to be totally transparent with everything that I am suggesting.
All right, Director Thompson, can you see this?
Yeah, I have to, let me resize my window. Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So I believe this would be the first change.
Yeah, that's the first change. So,
so if you would read it into the record, please, Dr. Thompson, just so that it.
Okay, so it's
whereas
OUSD seeks to take immediate action to stop and repair the harm to Black children and families caused by decades of structural racism and also by the differential impact of COVID-19 on Black communities. Now I want to stop there. And then the next one is whereas the district's Black and African-American student population has precipitously declined over the last 20 years from 25,540 in 2000 and 2001 to just 8,314 in 2019-20. And then the next whereas I want to stay whereas OUSD acknowledges that student education happens not just in traditional classrooms.
I'm sorry, Director Thompson, you don't need to read all of it, just to describe the changes you'd like to make. So you can just simply say that you just strike the last whereas clause.
Okay, so if you look at the whereas that's in red that is lined out, it deals with an education code, administrative regulation, I should say. And so it's removing implications about governing charter schools and co-locations. And then if you go down further, the now therefore be it resolved. Okay, thank you. I'm taking out directs the superintendent, but urges it instead of directs. Okay, you can go on down, sir. You can scroll up a little more. Yeah. Okay. And if you notice, what I've done is I've asked that things like shall or will, I've changed it to simple words like may, because who knows what might interfere with that. But the interesting thing is a task force is going to be established. The task force will have a variety of people on it, people from the community, staff, and then of course, people from our board directors can be on the task force to make sure that all of the voices are heard. And that's exactly what I want to do. So can we go up a little more, sir? Okay. Yeah, okay, right there. Okay, so then if as you notice, it also says that that things have to happen by a certain date. Right here on number 4, you see that August 1st, I took it straight from the resolution that by August 1st, the task force shall present to the board. So there is going to be a total degree of transparency of what's going on. As I mentioned earlier, I have a clause in there for us to make sure that we have a literacy initiative. And just as a side note, being a teacher in the classroom presently, I do want to say that I understand the importance of explicit and direct instruction, especially when it comes to literacy. That's why I can boast about my kids, 88% of my kids meeting or exceeding their target this year in reading. So I kind of understand the importance of what this resolution is saying. I back the resolution 100%, but I'm just taking out a few things.
So can you summarize just like the main changes so that we have a motion that everybody understands?
Yeah, okay. So the main changes is I'm making certain that
a few things.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Director Thompson. Should I take this off the screen or should I keep going? What's your preference?
No, you can take it off the screen now, sir. Thank you very much. The main changes is we're making sure that we have a focus group that is going to work with the superintendent. And then I want the superintendent to make sure that she has some say-so in that focus group instead of all of us deciding something and then just saying, okay, implement this, superintendent. The other thing is I'm making sure that we have a literacy program that is designed to help our Black kids. Well, it'll help all kids if you help Black kids, but it'll help our Black kids learn to read. As you guys know, many of you who are in education, you'll know that at one point they taught whole language. Whole language was, I think, a mere failure. That's why I think we need to get a curriculum.
Is there a clock on this part of the presentation, please?
We're hearing the amendment, the proposed amendment. And then
we're not now. That's already been read. Now we're just talking. So can we have a clock, please?
Madam President?
Yes, Mr.
You're
Ekstrom?
having debate on an amendment that has not been seconded, which is not in order.
Okay, are you done, Mr. Director?
Yes,
Thompson?
I am. Yes, I'm all done.
Is there a second on Director Thompson's motion? Proposed amendment.
I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Now we can have debate. Mr. Hutchinson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just find it very offensive that this is even being framed as some small changes when you just scan through the page and all we see is red crossed out. And not just am I insulted for what myself and Director Williams have done to bring it this far. But it's so insulting to all of the community members that we just heard speak over the last 6 hours. So the ask from the community, the ask from the hundreds of emails we've gotten has been very clear. And so if people think that accepting this and changing shall to may and taking out whereas clauses that the community has developed and turning what we are calling reparations for Black students into a literacy plan, if you all think that's what the community's asking for, then you haven't listened tonight. So I'm trying not to get too upset right now, but I'm telling you, if you vote for this, that is voting no for what we presented. So again, like Director Williams said, I would encourage the board directors to turn down any amendments and let's have an up-down vote as is on the reparations for Black students like the community asked. So I will clearly be voting no on this, and hopefully we can have a quick debate and call the question.
Okay, Director Yee, I saw your hand.
Thank you, and I would like to address some comments to my colleague, Director Williams, who addressed me earlier in his comments. And you're right, I did reference Dr. Foster several times in my conversations with you, but I also referenced many of my Black educator colleagues that I've known over the years. And when I reviewed the initial plan that you presented, and I raised some of the issues that I did, and you know, your responses to them, I consulted with people to see if this was a move in the right direction or not. And as you know, I offered to work with you on it, but there was a clear sense that the resolution that you provided was all or nothing. And so I think it's pretty clear, and I've made it clear over the time that I cannot accept it as it was without amendments. When Dr. Thompson determined to make amendments to it, I frankly cautioned him because I believe that this was an initiative that the two of you and some of the members of the community knows that. And I said, when I say some of the members of the community, I mean some of the members of the community. That was something you wanted as a whole piece. So there was really no, I hope this is interesting to you as well, Director Hutchinson, but there was no sense that there was any give. And I appreciate you making that, you know, that clarity in your comments to Director Thompson earlier. So it's difficult for me to see how going forward with Director Dr. Thompson's amendments work for you. They certainly work for me. And so I'm kind of in a dilemma because I'm hoping that there is some space for us to meet, but you and Director Hutchinson and many of the speakers have said, no, it has to be whole cloth. So it makes it pretty clear that that I'm going to support Director Thompson, but very sad that we couldn't come to some place where we could agree that no resolution can represent the take it or leave it in a political process that I know of. So I'm supporting Director Thompson.
Thank you, Dr. Yee. Ms. Superintendent, I know that you've had several conversations with different board members about the different iterations, and I just wonder if you wanted to offer any reflections on any of the different versions that folks are proposing.
Sure. So just first, I agree with the spirit and the vision and the principles within the Black reparation resolution. I think the idea of thinking about as a system, how we need to improve, how we're centering our Black and Brown students is the work that we need to do. I've been very explicit. I appreciate all the meetings that I've had with various community members around my desire to have these efforts actually help to shape the strategic plan, so that this is not just the work of a task force, but this is the work that we take on for the next 4 to 5 years. So I think those are really the comments that I've made in small groups with various board members, with my staff. The next presentation actually goes over the CCE report. I want to actually thank members of the state for being so open in terms of how we were framing the fact from the data that it explicitly names Black students in addition to unhoused youth and English language learners as the 3 groups that we need to be thinking about as we think about everything. So even in March, when we start talking about one-time funds, we need to be thinking specifically about Black students when we think about credit recovery or dual language, learning loss, what it is that we're going to need. While people were talking, I actually pulled up the Oakland School Board Ebonics resolution from 1997, because I think a lot of it is also learning from our past, the things that we were trying to do, what kernels of those are good, and how we can improve them for long-lasting change. There are many pieces in the whereas clause that really mimic, or mirror, I should say, some of the issues that were brought up at that time. I would love, and I'm not speaking about amendments right now, but just things that we have done that have had small pockets of success. And I think the spirit of the Black reparation policy is we want to go for system-wide acceleration and really think about all the elements that continue to perpetuate systemic oppression in our district. That's what the George Floyd resolution is about. Again, when we get to the CCEE report, it's that same holistic piece around the curriculum that we're using. That's a lot of what I'm hearing people say. The training for who's in front of our children, whether they're white or are of color. We're all impacted by racism, not just folks that are white. So we all need to do our personal transformation work in order to best serve Black students and other students. So one piece of one example is we recently had the California Teaching Credential approve our ability to do our own induction work here in the district for new teachers. That provides an opportunity for us to reimagine the training that they get for the first 2 years and bring into that how you learn how to be an anti-racist teacher. So that's my vision for the work, regardless of what happens with this policy. I think this is the work that we need to do. We cannot do it as a district without the community. We cannot do this work without the community. But I also know, having been in this district, we have tons of policies. We have tons of resolutions. And then we need outcomes for students. And so what I want to continue to hear from all of us is that the efforts that we're doing, we're really focusing on literacy, making sure our kids are in school, chronic absenteeism. Black students are some of the most chronically absent students in our district. This has been a trend for decades, and making sure our kids are graduating and ready for college. So as we in the task force, wherever this lands, that we're really thinking about how these investments are going to show up and really support our students to accelerate. Finally, I don't want it to be lost that the pieces of this plan are really just talking about all the elements. We know COVID right now has just been completely disastrous, particularly for the Black community. And so I understand the pieces around there in terms of the Black Thriving Fund, looking at some of our funding formulas, how we need to reimagine those as well. So I think there are opportunities for us to be able to do this work. But I hope that there's going to be more fruitful conversation so that we can land on something, so that we can really get to implementation and make sure at the end of the day, this work is going to be happening in school sites, that from our teachers to our paraprofessionals, our classified, our parents, our principals, that not only do we have the resources in terms of the stuff, but also to make sure that people are getting the support in terms of the capacity to show up differently for our students and families.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Which question are we calling?
The amendment is on the table now. And so if we're going to have a discussion, I would much rather it be around the resolution that Director Williams and I brought forward. So I'm calling the question on this amendment, which Director Williams and I and the community have made really clear that we are not in support of. And this would totally rewrite the reparations resolution. So that is the question I'm calling.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. Mr. Rakestraw, I believe you need 2/3 to close debate. Is that correct?
No, you don't need 2/3 in this instance. You need a majority of the board to close the debate in this particular.
Okay. So we're voting on whether to close debate on the amendment. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll call?
Yes. On the motion to close debate, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Okay. Director Ng,
No.
Director Yee,
No.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
No.
Vice President Davis,
No.
President Gonzalez.
No.
The motion is not agreed to. Debate may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss the amendment that's on the table? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just, you know, while I'm on a slow burn here, not only do I find this extremely offensive, but it sure feels anti-Black to me right now. This resolution was brought to the last board meeting, and this school board unanimously voted to push it forward to this meeting. And now y'all think you're gonna rewrite the resolution and all of a sudden substitute it, and the community that's worked years on it, you think they're going to accept this? I'm not sure if everyone realizes who just showed up to support this measure tonight. We had 3 city council members on this call at one point or another, including the council president. And we had other council members send us emails. We've received hundreds of emails over this. And I only heard one caller tonight speak against this. And he was speaking about charter schools and private schools, which we know we can't set their policy. And so what you're doing now, literally, is spitting in the face of us who worked really hard for this. It's 11:30 at night. We got 200 folks who have been on here, this call, since 5:30, 6 hours waiting for this. What do you think they're gonna feel when they see that all the board members, except for Director Williams and I, just voted to continue talking about this amendment that clearly rewrites the community's work? And if you think this is something about politics and you don't understand that the Black community knows that our schools have been closed through school closures. I can tell you about Santa Fe and Maxwell Park, my 2 schools, 2 Black schools. Santa Fe Elementary, 3 blocks away from the founding intersection of the Black Panther Party. That's what's happened to us here. We want to talk about Black students in Prop 39. Like we just discussed Aspire Eris earlier today. That school, according to their stats, has less than 3% African-American students, yet they are set to displace students at Brookfield. In that equation of cost benefit, where are Black students falling? They ain't benefiting from it. We're the ones getting displaced. And so for you to object to that language, that means you think it's okay that we're prioritized first for those closures. To change shall until May, that means you don't really believe in Black reparations, but you're hopeful we can do a better job. And I'm gonna be real, because I think Director Williams was real with everyone before. I hope you are prepared for the optics that you are showing our community right now. Because you're just telling them, like everyone who's got those Black Lives Matter signs up in front of their house, you need to think about how disrespectful you were to these two Black school board directors and to the Black community that showed up today and all of our allies that showed up to support us, including the city council president. We have unanimous support for this across the board. So if you all want to walk out on that limb and defend status quo and think watering down Black reparations and Black History Month 2021 is gonna work for you, that's okay. But like on the real, you don't even understand what you're unleashing right now with this disrespect. So hopefully we can turn down this amendment and we can have the up-down vote that the community is expecting on the original resolution. But you cannot escape that responsibility. And the community who put together this resolution was clear. They want it as is, or they don't want it passed. This is a collective work from the Black community that put this together. And y'all are telling us that you know better how Black reparations should look rather than the Black community. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. I think there are several people who haven't had a chance to speak yet. Director Ng or Vice President Davis, would either of you like to speak?
Sure. Speak.
Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, so I think, it's a hard situation. I think as newly elected board member, it's challenging because I hear the question about, this is the language that the community wrote. At the same time, that's really the job of a school board member, is to integrate the demands from the community into the work that staff is doing. So I know I've spent the past couple of days, since hearing from the community on Thursday that they did actually want more than just a task force. They wanted a lot of different elements of this plan. I've been working with staff to try and understand which elements can be integrated with the work that staff is doing, and which, because what we often see in Oakland Unified is many different plans that are in parallel and that are not integrated with each other. So we really need to be figuring out how to not duplicate our work or have work that's going across purposes. So I take that responsibility very serious. I think in terms of the reason I voted to continue debate was I really wanted to speak to Director Thompson's amendment, which I really appreciate all the work he put into it. I think what we're hearing from the community in terms of the demands, right, is we're hearing funding, a task force, indicators, and a plan. In terms of that's the core of what I've heard from the community, those 4 points. And I did see the indicators, I did see the task force, I did see a plan, but I didn't see a reference to funding, and I do think that that's really important. So I think unless that element is pointed out to me in Director Thompson's resolution, I feel like it doesn't really meet the questions from the community in terms of what they were looking for. So I'm reluctant to support that at this point. I do think that it's a challenging, it's really hard to work fast and work well. And as we know, school boards are very slow moving bodies. You see how long this meeting has taken just to get to this point. And we've had 2 meetings on this. We're trying to pass this resolution. The demand for the community was pass it in February. And I think the challenge we're seeing is if the demand is to pass it in February exactly as written, I think that's a difficult bar to reach, because inevitably in public policy, you do need to make changes to proposals. You can't take something just exactly as written, because you have to have the flexibility to work with staff in order to accommodate the reality of the situation. So it's a tough situation. I think on this amendment, I still want to see something more. But I do see I do understand the need to be able to make amendments to the proposal. Thank you.
Director Ng?
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Davis. You actually hit on some of the main points that I wanted to bring. So I think in terms of making this you know, as Superintendent Dr. Smell said, that this is the work in terms of what the work is ongoing. And that is what we've heard from many of the community members, that the work is already underway. And I think it is really important for us to identify and really be specific about the priorities that we are going focusing on. So I had actually prepared another substitute motion that that was focused on, for the areas that I saw was the highest priorities coming out of the resolution, which was creating a task force, creating a plan for Black students, supporting creating a Black fund that supported targeted investments to increase outcomes for Black students, and the work around the Black Thriving Index and developing accountability to monitor, as well as I had already talked at the last meeting about a commitment towards revisiting the equity formula in the next budget cycle. And we've already talked at the Budget and Finance Committee with CBO Grant Dawson about looking to revisit that formula, as well as continued commitment to the George Floyd resolution, and ensuring that there was trainings across the board in terms of the system. So I know that we're talking about Director Thompson's amendment and not, you know, an alternative substitute amendment. But I wonder, Director Thompson, do we have a copy of your amendment somewhere? Because I would also like to see all of those 4 components specifically addressed, so we can make sure that that we are organizing it in a way that that calls out all 4 of those areas. Am I allowed to show my, procedurally, am I allowed to show my substitute motion just to, I'm looking for.
We have to address the motion that's on the floor, and then we could take up an amendment to, if the board adopts Director Thompson's, then you could propose an amendment to it. But it looks like are you done, Director Ng? Because it looks like Director Thompson would like to say something.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to try to answer Director Ng's question. Yeah, it's certain words were put in, and then if the strikeouts were left for everyone to see. But that's what my amendment would be. Does that kind of help a little bit?
We don't have copies of what you're looking at.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Maybe. I'm sorry. General Counsel has a copy, so maybe he can send it to you. General Counsel, can you do that? You want to sit right now?
Sure.
I'm sure all the board members probably would like to.
So if General Counsel, is it possible that you could send it to all of the board members?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Put it back up on the screen so that folks can see. Just to
Public
have a
would also
reminder.
probably like to see it. Yeah.
President Gonzalez,
Go ahead,
while
Director
there, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I think I shared last time, you know, none of us, I'm not happy with the outcomes that we're getting for our Black students. I wish that I had, you know, known that all this, you know, organizing was going on. I would have loved to have, you know, been part of the conversation. I think it's just too fast. So for me, you know, I already shared that I would have preferred for this to come back in March when we could have more information. And that wasn't the desire, right? That wasn't what Director Williams and Director Hutchinson wanted to do. So, you know, I would just like to see us slow down and get a little bit more information about all the various aspects of what's being proposed. But I am very supportive of us trying to figure out how we can serve our Black students better. I just think that the whole history of OUSD is a bunch of failed initiatives, frankly, that weren't sustained. Part of that has been due to leadership turnover, but part of it has just been due to not really having a plan, right, about how we were going to actually sustain the work over the long term, and not using enough evidence and data about making decisions about investments. And so that's really what I want. I'd like us to slow down and have some more of that information. And I think the idea of making this part of the strategic plan is a really good one, because I think that's how we can actually guarantee that it's going to be resourced, staffed adequately, and resourced properly. So that's what I would offer at this time. Director Thompson, you want to walk
please,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I think you're totally correct. And we wanted to be part of the strategic plan because, as I shared with the superintendent, I want her to be totally involved in what's going on. Because when it's a part of the strategic plan, then we know that we're going to actually put money toward it, put time toward it, put effort toward it in order to make sure that the initiatives, whatever initiatives we agree on, that's a part of that plan, then we're going to make sure that it's worked on and it's worked through. But can I just speak now as a teacher, as a classroom teacher? I know the importance of literacy. That's why I wanted to make sure that stayed in the resolution, because we're talking about making certain that our Black kids are literate. I am not satisfied with what I see in terms of, you guys probably hear me talk about it all the time, tangentially, but I'm not satisfied with what I see in terms of how the academic programs are solid for everyone. Because, and I'm looking at Director Ramos right now, and I know she's going to be going off to college, and Director Powell. Then I just want to make sure that everyone has all of the skill they need and they're totally prepared to get into any kind of college or do any kind of career they want. That's why I think literacy is so important. We talk about math being a gatekeeper. Literacy is the real gatekeeper, because if you're not literate, you can't do anything, not even math. So I just wanted to share that and see, and that's why I wanted to keep a number of things in the resolution. I really did. But then I said, I've got to think about and consciously say, what am I doing as a teacher? Because District 7 is holding me to the fact that I'm also a teacher and I've been an administrator. So I should know all of these things. And so that's what's most important to me, is making sure that our kids are totally equipped to be able to either pursue career or college. That's, just plain and simple.
Madam President, let's see here. I need to figure out how to just withdraw the amendment, because I do not want any. I've asked, Dr. Thompson has not actually listened. I asked for no amendments, and he put forth one anyway. The community is not going to accept this plan that's been changed without their input. So that it really is an insult to them, that we will sit up here and cut up their resolution. As Mike said, for the last 2 years, 150 meetings, and try to give it back to them. So it's rather to let the community know that the board chose not to pass it than to pass a resolution they've had no input in. That is something that I think we really should consider. I will request for us, to call to vote, return this to the original amendment, and I'll just withdraw it, because it is completely, it's painful to even hear that at this time, these particular amendments or these particular expectations come up to change the spirit of what's going on. So I will take the L. We can just move it back to the original, so we can just withdraw it and move on. To me, it's like, the expectations to have everything that everybody wants ahead of time, we're losing kids every single day. And so it is just unfortunate that we put up so many roadblocks and barriers and obstacles to actually get to what we really need to do. And so that's a false sense of like, well, we can just add all these other things into it and change the direction of what it's going to be. And it's going to take another year to get it up and then another year to implement it. But this whole thing is just really about, you know, getting to the table and saying, having a community input on how to help out young Black kids. But to get to the table, we actually are raising up the bar so high to get over the hurdle to get to the table. So we might as well just tell folks, like, we're not going to vote for it. And thank you very much for waiting 6 hours, and let's move on, you know, to try to have a debate and find all the best things to it. We know where we stand. We know where we stand. And so I just don't think it's necessary for us to entertain this amendment. So if we have to vote on it, I mean, why would you vote on changing the resolution and then giving it back to the community? That is the biggest. I mean, that's more than a slap. That's how disrespectful is that? We're not listening to you. What you gave us, we're going to change and put it right back in your face because we know you don't want it anyway, right? That is like beyond disrespectful. You rather just go ahead and vote and say, sorry, we just don't feel like it's the right resolution right now, than to actually vote on a resolution with changes and tell the community we accept that. So I don't know, Mr. Rakeshaw, how we move this or how I withdraw this amendment or withdraw the resolution, but you know, it's terrible to cut it up into sushi and then move parts around and add some extra ingredients in there and call it the same resolution. You know, it's a disservice to Black kids in District 7 and in every single district. I mean, maybe Kyla has something going on with like integrating some of this into the strategic plan, but really, it is a tragedy that you would hear all these folks ask you to do something, and then you said, thank you for calling in and stand up, and now I'm gonna change everything you've worked on for the last 2 years in a 30-minute discussion, and then give it back to you. We're gonna pass it as a board and then give it back to you and say, here you go, take that. You might as well just tell folks like, thank you, but no thank you today. So that's really where we need to be. And we know where, you know, each one of us stand, and it just is what it is. You can come up with more excuses than not to just put a vote out. So I don't know, Madam President, how we can move forward, but I cannot. I mean,
So,
I can't.
I see Director Ramos. I just have a question, Director Williams. Are you wanting to withdraw it indefinitely? Or
No. I made the motion, and we're not withdrawing any motion that we made to approve this. So that's not even on the table now, and that's not how this works. So y'all can go through with this vote on the amendment, but there's no us withdrawing the motion that we made. Y'all are gonna have to vote something else in the community's faces. We're not backing off from anything. So I'd like to hear from Director.
I thought I heard Director Williams say that he wanted to withdraw it.
It doesn't matter. I made the motion to approve it, and that's not how parliamentary procedure works.
Madam President, you're going to have to dispose in some manner with the amendment that's on the floor at the moment, and depending on the outcome of that, will determine what your next step is.
Okay, Director Ramos, I saw you with your hand up.
It was sad. It was very sad. I don't know why we haven't had the student director speak at first. I think this is one of the things that's always for youth, and this is only going to affect the youth and families. And the reason I'm always on my phone right now, it's because I'm getting thousands of youth, not thousands, but we're talking about hundreds of youth speaking to me right now and saying how this sucks. Seeing your own board people who you voted in, who we thought we could trust, be able to pass this, at least tonight, on Black History Month. And the thing that I really just want to bring up is, for me, that I really found this hella important in the resolution. And I even talked to Kampala, who's one of the main organizers of this whole thing, is how I didn't have Black history or any type of a whole Black curriculum being taught to me into my junior year. And it was by a white teacher who I really trust and I really have an admire for, that he literally had to take it out his own curriculum and have his own money invested to buy the books. And the fact that this is OUSD, where like OUSD is like historically Black, known for having hella Black students, and known Oakland is known for the Black history behind it, the Black Panthers. I'm just, I'm just feeling it right now, and I'm not. The reason I abstained was because I wanted to speak up about this and the fact that we're still having the same conversation and going in circles and circles. And I don't know who we're representing. Are we representing charter schools or are we representing actual public schools at this point? Because what I'm seeing right now is I'm representing charter schools, and the fact that we know the history about charter schools. And I know people are going to hate on me tonight, but I'm not even tripping because I'm representing my own youth, and I'm representing the own youth of OUSD. So I'm just disgusted at this point. Yes, so whatever happens tonight, just know it's going to affect students. It's going to affect the trust that we have with the board as a community. And it's like, it feels like when you give your older brother, or like, you just leave your food out there and somebody takes your food and then chews it out and then spits it back out. That's how it feels right now. So I don't know how the community feels, but this is how I feel. So I'm gonna just leave it to that.
Thank you, Director Ramos. So colleagues, would you like to vote on this? Are folks ready to vote? Do folks want to ask him more questions or have more debate? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. I'm not seeing any desire for further debate. I know, Director Ng, that you have some additional language you'd like us to consider. So let's see how the vote on this amendment goes, and then potentially you could propose additional language.
Is it possible can we table this? Is it possible to table this amendment to consider another substitute amendment? And I'm just wondering about procedurally.
You need to dispose of the motion in some parliamentary manner that's currently before you. And what you have is a motion to amend the main motion. There's a proposed amendment to the main motion, which is now before you.
Director Thompson, are you open to additional language around establishing let me look at
a Thriving Black Students
Thriving Black Student Fund that targets investments to Black students to increase outcomes. Hold on, I have this. Are you open to additional language to that creates the opportunity to target and direct funds and resources, and would seek philanthropic and public partnerships to support and direct resources to? I certainly am. Yeah. I need to. Let's second to take up the language really quickly.
Okay, so Mr. Rakestraw, can Director Ng propose an additional amendment to this amendment, or does she need to wait?
Go
ahead.
Is it friendly or unfriendly to the maker of the motion?
Sounds like Director Thompson is open to it.
Yeah, I'm open to it. It's friendly amendment.
Okay, so Director Ng, would you like to share the language with the board?
Okay, I'm typing this very quickly, so let's see how this works. Yes, should I put it in chat? Or
see it also. I can't believe we're wordsmithing Black reparations at midnight and y'all are just playing this amendment game. But the community needs to see what it is. So not just in the chat, please.
It would be. I'm trying to withhold the intent of the 4 priorities that was uplifted to me as the main priorities and goals.
as a Black man, the way we're treating Black reparations, this is how
With
we
all
get.
due respect, Director Hutchinson, you're not allowing us for us to, I would support Director Williams' suggestion of potentially tabling and taking a little bit more time to rework. That's what we had discussed earlier. When we talked about this coming back to the board, we had talked about it as a task force. I have since understand that the desire is for there to be more than a task force, which I also support. So you're putting us in a difficult spot where we are wanting
and
to
nobody reached out to me to work with me on it beforehand.
Director Hutchinson, can you let Director Ng
I believe that there can be a middle ground. I think it's difficult when we're being pulled in these polarized places where I do believe that I would like to be able to work to find a middle ground that helps to support the intent of the 4 priorities that was uplifted to me as the main priorities of the resolution.
This doesn't feel like it. And especially, again, as the bringer of this and as a Black man who brought this, whose family has put in as much time as anyone's family in this district, to hear everyone else think what they think is most important to lift up. And the original motion has been buried under this avalanche of amendments. It is sending a clear message to folks. And I just want to say this, the message is not, we want to work with you.
Okay, I see you, Director Yee, but I'm wondering if Director Ng is going to be able to show the language that she's proposing so everyone can see it.
Okay, and
can you share with the General Counsel so he can put it up on the screen?
General Counsel, can I share this middle bullet?
Director Ng, I mean, you have the ability to share your screen, or you can send the language to me and I'll put it up if you prefer.
I can share my screen. This is just an excerpt of this substitute resolution I was working on, but let me just see here. That it would be oh no, sorry. Oh wait, sorry. Hold on one second. I need to find just that one paragraph. I know that this is okay.
So, Director Ng, we can't see anything shared right now.
You can't. Okay, let me try this again. All right, so that would be what's highlighted right here. The board and superintendent will seek public, private, and philanthropic partnerships to create a fund for Black students to resource targeted investments to accelerate the academic outcomes, support the social emotional well-being of Black students, to increase literacy rates, reduce chronic absence, decrease suspension rates, and increase A through G requirements for high school students and cohort graduation rates. This is already, the board also urges the superintendent to revisit the equity funding formula for the 22-23 school year to ensure the equity formula does not disproportionately impact Black students.
Okay, is that language already in the First Amendment about the equity formula?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Yeah. Not exactly as that, but there is some language in there. There is language in there that relates to the equity formula.
Okay. Well, if you're open to those changes, Director Thompson.
I'm certainly open to those changes, yes.
Okay. So General Counsel, can you figure out how to incorporate them and then show that to us? Meanwhile, we'll take Director Yee's comment or question.
I certainly support the effort that we're doing to cobble together the 2 proposed amendments. I think they're both in the spirit of the comments that many of us made at the first board meeting where it came up. And so I would just though also want to respect Director Williams and Director Hutchinson for their determination to keep it as it is. And it just simply puts the onus on us who are considering the amendment to own up to the resolution that is being proposed. And I accept that responsibility, and I appreciate the work of the folks whose work is essentially in there. I didn't see a lot of it. I didn't see a lot of new language from Dr. Thompson. I don't know about Director Ings, if that was new language. I know that the equity formula, funding formula, was something that I noticed as well in the original adoption. So it seems to me that this is kind of a friendly reinsertion of it. And so if that brings us to some consensus about owning this work that we are about to vote on, I do agree that is the work of the board that needs to take responsibility of it and accept that responsibility, not as the ones who are bringing it forward, like Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Van Williams, but people who are drawing from that and creating something that they expect the superintendent to carry out and implement in the coming year. And that's all I had to say about it. And I was only going to do that while Director Ing was preparing that piece to insert. So.
Okay, Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, I want to make it clear. As you're cobbling together these amendments, the one thing you're leaving out is the original resolution that we proposed. As I'm watching here, the three people who are against this effort to amend everything are the three directors who have said all along that we are highly in support of Black reparations. So please don't delude yourself into thinking that you're actually doing what everyone wants, but you are editing it for our benefit on our behalf. Like, this is really, really insulting. And if you all wanted to work on this measure, you knew how to reach out to us over these last 2 weeks. As the callers let you know, people have heard about this effort to introduce amendments at this late point. So this isn't trying to work together and make it better. You all said this was moving too fast, and you're trying to write something right now on the spot that you want to pass. That seems pretty quick to me. And the community was involved with this. The city council has backed this. You all unanimously endorsed putting this forward. You didn't introduce any amendments last time. You didn't play this game last time. So I just wanted to be clear to everyone, like, this isn't surprising. And what you are doing more than anything is for the Black folks paying attention and our allies paying attention. You are reinforcing the dynamic that I've lived with my whole life, that Black folks have stood up and told you what we want for reparations to make us whole. And you all have sat here tonight and said, well, we know better. And you're picking out the pieces you think are better, and you plan on writing it with no involvement of the people who brought this forward and who have worked on it for the last 2 years. This is the epitome of insulting, disrespectful dismissal. And that's why Director Williams was saying, well, we'll just pull it, because the disrespect is that much. And so I just hope you realize what you're doing. We've tried to tell you clearly. The community who's still on this call now have told you. And if you change the language, you better have public comment again, because what you've done now is you've introduced a substitute motion. This ain't no amendment. And we all see the game that you're playing. And I am insulted that you would choose something called reparations for Black students to play these games around. So you can talk, some of you like to talk about you're playing politics or adult issues or center the students. Y'all need to take a look at what you're doing, because the only person you're hurting are our Black students and their families that for generations have been crying for reparations. We got it this close, and look how you're running away from this finish line.
I see you, Director Thompson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, it was, thank you, Director Ing, but I think your idea was more subsumed in what I presented earlier. So I don't think we need to add yours, but thank you very kindly for that. But I think it's already included. And I think Director or General Counsel Daniel sent that out to everybody, that that language is already in my proposal or amendment.
General Counsel, do you want to show us what it looks like with Director Ng's language there?
Sure. So just to be clear, what I've done is I took the paragraph that Director Ng showed. Make sure I have the right one up. And because it addressed two related but separate items, I broke it into two be it further resolved clauses inserted right before what would be the last be resolved clause under the proposal by Director Thompson. So it reads, be it further resolved, the board and the superintendent will seek public, private, and philanthropic partnerships to create, to create a fund for Black students to resource targeted investments to accelerate the economic outcomes and support the social emotional well-being of Black students, to increase literacy rates, reduce chronic absenteeism, decrease suspension rates, increase A through G completion for high school students, and increase four-year graduation cohort rates. Then a second be resolved, the board urges the superintendent to revisit the equity funding formula for the 22-23 school year to ensure that the equity formula does not disproportionately impact Black students. And then it would go on as Director Thompson previously proposed.
Okay, so Director Thompson, are you okay with those changes?
I'm totally okay with it, yes.
Okay, good. Colleagues, further questions or comments?
Madam President, should I keep this up or should I take it down?
I think take it down. Okay, I'm not seeing additional, oh, go ahead, Vice President David.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand that this is a huge disappointment to the community members who have been on for this long and who wanted to pass the resolution exactly as it was originally stated. But I also do feel like, just in my conversations with staff, that I heard serious concerns about how to implement the resolution the way it was, in all of its pieces. And I think that we have to look at this as, a step forward in the direction that we're trying to get to, and that the additional pieces that have fallen off, we have to figure out how to elaborate those and bring them back and continue to move this process forward. But to me, something's better than nothing. And this addresses some of the demands that the community has brought forth. So I think in its current form, I can support it.
Director Ramos?
So are we creating a whole new resolution at this point? Because I'm just confused, because at this point, like, the community hasn't spoken up. I'm hearing from both the directors who are introducing that they're not in position, and we're just creating a whole resolution at this point. So I didn't know this is for the staff. I just thought this was for the students. So
and the Brown Act applies with a new resolution. This language hasn't been noticed to anybody. I mean, this is really off the rails now. I'm sorry, Director Rom.
All good. Is there any way we can allow public comment to I just want to hear Sister Asada to speak, at this point. That's just my question.
Okay, thank you, Director Ramos. So colleagues, it's 12:09. So we have some choices. We can do another round of public comments, but then I would propose that we move the rest of our remaining agenda items for the night to another board meeting, because I don't think we're all going to be doing our best work at 1 o'clock in the morning by the time that we get to those agenda items. So Mr. Rakestraw, how do you propose that we proceed if folks want to hear more public comments? But then how do we then move the rest of the agenda to a subsequent meeting?
Well, on the first one, if the board at its option desires to have additional public comment on the proposed amendments, then you may do that. It will take a few minutes for the general counsel and I to confer with the superintendent about whether or not there are any other critical items on tonight's agenda that has not been addressed that we would recommend to the board to be addressed because it needs to be addressed before the next board meeting.
Okay. He did say that we do need to definitely do the consent report and perhaps the fiscal sustainability.
And also, I would recommend that you would also do the new business item around the credentialing of teachers that normally you do.
Okay. Okay, so colleagues, does anyone have any strong objections to taking more public comments given the changes? Okay, let's take 15 minutes, 1 minute each of additional public comments. Raise your hand if you would like to comment on what right now what we're talking about is the amendments, and perhaps Director Ng, you can just say the 5 pieces I think that the amendment includes.
I'm sorry, say that again. Are you talking about?
Just so everybody understands what the amendments are that we're going to be voting on, can you just run down the 5 pieces? I think it's 5 pieces that would be moving.
Thank you. So I had a substitute motion that was prepared that had 5 components, but since in lieu of that, because Director Thompson introduced an amendment, then I, in lieu of that, introduced just an amendment to Director Thompson's resolution around the Black Thriving Fund, Student Thriving Fund that was not I did not see included. It seems like the other components, there are components that speak to the other areas that I thought were priority in terms of creating a task force, creating a plan for Black students, creating the Black Fund and the Thriving Index to be able to monitor and develop the and create accountability around the metrics,
okay,
as well as, yeah. So I think those are all included, and I believe the implementation of the George Floyd resolution may have been also. So I will not at this time introduce my substitute amendment, which elaborated further on all those components.
Okay. We will take.
Madam President,
yes.
I will just remind you, if you're taking 15 minutes additional comment, we're going to need a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, I will move to extend the meeting till 1 a.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Can we have a roll call, Mr. Rakestraw?
All right, technically speaking, yes, okay. Student Director Powell? Yes. Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams?
No.
Director Hutchinson?
No.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion extended to 1 a.m.
Okay, we're gonna take public. Thank you,
Mr.
Extended
to 1 a.m.
Okay, we're gonna take public comment until 12:30, 1 minute each. Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers?
Yes, the first speaker is Kim Mayoshi. What happened? Okay, she's disappeared. Next person is Cecilia Jordan.
Word. I'm just gonna give y'all a free history lesson because Mr. Davis, I'm so offended that you as a white man had the audacity to say something about like politics and the rule of law, because what you need to understand is that the rule of law was built to enslave Black bodies. And every day that you don't know the history of California public schools, you slap Black educators in the face who have to know this history. And the history of California public schools and Black schools specifically is purposely underfunding through redlining, through policy after policy after policy after policy. And all we are asking you to do today is to fix the mess that you inherited. And we recognize that this is an inherited mess. We recognize that as a community. But when you continue to play these gaslighting, narcissistic, white supremacist games, you, sir, Sam Davis, are being anti-Black. You, Director Thompson, are perpetuating internalized anti-Blackness. And this is so disappointing. We are tired of this. Director Ng, we know you. We expect better. Do better.
Next
speaker. Do better.
Our next speaker is Pacolia Manigo.
Y'all are so disappointing. It's ridiculous. But I appreciate you because what you just did is you proved that anti-Black racism is real in OUSD. You did it. You stepped up to the mic. I've been texting every single person that I can to just remind them why this resolution came to you. Because we knew that if you had the chance, you would fuck it up, and you did. So don't be surprised when you see the rage that is coming towards you. We do not agree with this amendment. And Director Thompson, shame on your ass for waiting till the last minute to make this amendment. Shame on you, Director Davis. Shame on you, Director Yee. Shame on you, Director Ng. And definitely shame on you, Director Gonzalez, because y'all had 2 weeks to work with us to make amendments, and you chose to do it right now. I want everyone in the public to know that you did not work with us to make this happen. You chose to do it this way. Even the superintendent knows. We've met with her twice, and many of you hadn't even read the resolution that was before you when we met with you or we tried to meet with you. So I want the public to know that we tried to work with this board to make these amendments before tonight, and they chose to do it on the mic, y'all, and they chose to do it this way. And this is anti-Black racism in action right now.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
You know, racism is alive and well. I think the public have seen it up close and personal. We need to start a recall. The fact that you people sitting up there do not represent Black students. And Cliff, I'm thoroughly disappointed in you. You talk about I this and I that and I that. You couldn't even keep 100 men's school open. I did what you were talking about over in West Oakland for 5 years about reading. So you're a huge disappointment. And I wish I had got you, and I would have got you had I had more time. Superintendent, you've been here 4 years, and you have not improved the education of Black children. You continue to close Black schools in West Oakland. You go too slow. You go too fast. Where's the money? This is a racist board, and it's crystal clear that you don't care anything about Black students, and we need to recall every one of you that's sitting up there now that didn't do the right thing.
So Mr. Tapscott, next speaker.
Next speaker is Maria Dominguez.
For the record, this is Maria Dominguez, OUSD proud alumna. I want to direct my comments to Director Sam Davis. I am in disbelief at your arrogance and you talking about public policy and that you're going to be here tonight making public policy. Well, let me remind you, public policy has public in front of it. Public policy in action is not just what the people empowered do. It shouldn't be that way. We don't need you to remind us of how public policy has worked here for over 500 years of oppression. Okay, I have a public policy degree from Mills College. I know what public policy should be. It should have the community in it at all times. And how dare you reject public policy from the community, from the ground up? It's an embarrassment that you are affiliated formally with Oakland community organizations, my training ground for organizing my community in on Ohlone land, rooted in social justice and anti-racism work.
That's your time. And I just want to remind everybody, I know people are feeling a lot of feelings. And I just, please, let's not engage in personal attacks.
Next speaker is Kampala Rancifer.
This is a personal attack. This is a personal attack on our community. Clifford Thompson signed on to this resolution. I read it to him, word for word. Talking about I'm a Black man this, I'm a Black man that. You won by 80 votes. Let's be clear. I live in your district. Let's be clear. You don't have that much support in that area. You have to remember that who you are. Where is your soul? You asked me, did you know I'm a Black man? And after I read it, of course I'd sign on to it. Did you know I'm a Black man? Where's that Black man right now? Where is he? Was that the charter industry that tapped you once they saw what was in it? You knew what the right thing was to do from the beginning, and you sold out. So now, thank you for letting everybody see who you are. Thank you for letting everybody
Transfer, that's your time.
Amy Ng.
Can we hear from the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Andrea Cousins.
Hi, I just wanted to make it clear that, again, I mean, a lot of us are still here. A lot of us really are coming from places where, I mean, we are working with thousands and thousands of community members to fight for just the basics, housing, eviction moratoriums, food justice, transit justice, and it's as if you're talking to us as if we're not familiar with this battle, that we're not in constant conversation with all of the families that are going to be impacted by your decisions to move slowly or rethink or revisit and all the other talky that I've heard from you. And really what we're talking about here is we just want you to recognize that this is a district that has failed and doubled over on failure and needs radical action and radical change.
Thank you, Ms. Cousins. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Craig Gordon.
Hi. Yeah, this is stunning. I'm amazed at how I can still be shocked after being in this district for 30 years. And this is all the outrageous things that school boards before you and this school board has done. The school board minus our two new members who are championing this resolution have done. All the school closures, all the privatization. And over this time, I've been, like I say, 30 years, I've seen the percentage of Black students drop precipitously. It's like, from nearly half to like something like, 21% now, and the number of Black teachers. And it's all because of these school closures and the privatization that has gone along with it. And that has, and what I see you doing now is the incredible disrespect of doing it like this. And what I couldn't even see all the things that were being changed, but the cuts to the getting rid of the,
Thank you, Mr.
the
Gordon.
against closure.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Myra Alvarado.
Good evening again, Mayra Alvarado, resident of District 7, Director Thompson, your district. Teacher in District 5 at Manzanita Seed. Thank you, Director Hutchinson, Director Williams, and Student Director Ramos. Student Director Ramos, you are a role model in what I think more of our school board members should look like and should act like. I am like almost in tears right now. I am frustrated because it is almost 12:30 in the morning, and y'all are bringing a new resolution and giving 15 minutes for people to talk about it? Are you serious right now? This is not this is not the board that we have in mind. This is not what anti-racism is about. And yes, there is some internalized racism on this board. We need to support our students. This is too little, too late. Whatever this is, it's not a few changes. It's a whole new resolution. It's not fair to our students.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bethany Meyer.
I think I've got myself unmuted now. Good evening. I want to thank Director Williams. I want to thank Director Hutchinson. I want to thank Director Ramos. My heart hurts now for my friends, for my comrades, for my colleagues who are blowing up my phone, and for everybody who worked on this so hard, but this isn't over by a mile. We're not done yet. Wherever there are people, there is power. And no one is done with this yet. So I don't know what you're going to end up passing. I don't know what you're going to end up doing, but I do know that our community and the alliances that have been built are strong, are steady, and will continue. Right now, people's hearts are broken, but I don't want anyone to be discouraged. I want you to be proud of the work that you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Next speaker.
Macmillan.
I'm shaken in rage because of being re-traumatized listening to this sham and having to bear witness watching two Black men have to serve as freedom fighters for our children and communities. Shame on you, Clifford Thompson, Sam Davis, Shanti Gonzalez, Amy Ng, and Gary Yee. You will be held accountable. You heard from students, the families, and the community. To not listen is to continue to deny that our voices and our lives matter. Too often, the very institutions like school boards lay claim to and are lauded for being champions, when in fact, you are perpetrating and perpetuating very real harm and have patterns of systemic racism and discriminatory practices. And then you use subterfuge and lies to mask and hide your harm. It's gonna stop. It must stop. The audaciousness and very real violence you perpetuated on us tonight, Director, and the ones that you directed on Director Williams and Hutchinson, it won't be allowed. We do not agree with this amendment. We see you. You will be recalled. I want to give thanks and gratitude to Director Williams and Hutchinson. Thank you. And thank you to Director Ramos as well.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Hema Gitsal.
Hi, my name is Hema, former state board member on California's state board. And I just want to firstly say thank you, Director Hutchinson, Director Williams, and Student Director Ramos for this advocacy and this work that needs to be done, and to the rest of the school board. I just want to say this is the definition of anti-Blackness, and I want y'all to remember that. Director Gonzalez, as a fellow Latina, I'm very disappointed but not surprised as to the fact that you are representing the anti-Blackness that's in the Latinx community that needs to be addressed. Non-Black people should not have to debate whether or not Black reparations should be a thing. They should not. This should be something we support. If you want to talk about solidarity and anti-racism, this is not what it is. This is exactly what anti-Blackness is. And if you continue down this pathway, all I have to say is, are you really for the community? You're not part of Oakland. If you know Oakland's legacy, you're not a part of Oakland if you're not supporting the resolution as written to the community. But like I said, I'm not surprised. So do better.
Thank you, Ms. Quetzal. We'll take two more speakers.
Next speaker is reparations.
Good evening. I first want to just say I commend you, Williams, Director Hutchinson, and Ramos. But I'm gonna call it out what it is. It's white supremacy. I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. But at the end of the day, you know, I feel victorious. We still stood up. We did what we had to do. We came hard in the paint, and we're gonna even come harder. So first and foremost, Board Director Sam Davis, you need to really take that Black Lives Matter sign off your yard and out your window, because that's you're not representing us at all. That's just a facade. Maybe that's a facade to maybe I don't know, maybe you're afraid, but we're here. Black reparations is we coming. Everybody on here needs to be recalled. I hope Williams, Hutchinson, and Ramos, you're a young woman, continue to fight the good fight, because this is ridiculous. And then, is there any legalities in that? Thompson, how are you just going to try to rewrite something that we put together? And then you wait till, what is it now, 12:30? Y'all already had a plan. You knew you wasn't gonna pass this shit. Y'all full of shit.
Last speaker now, Ms. Floyd.
Our next speaker is Asa.
Yes, Dr. Abraham Exkendi made it very clear that what anti-racism is. It's not what you look like, it's what you do. You can be Black and you can be very racist by the policies, he says, by the policies he puts forth. I am a psychiatric clinical social worker. I work in this school virtually every single day in different schools, and I put forth what's necessary for our children to learn. But Mr. Sam Davis, you represent my district, and I've had a personal conversation with you before you ran, and this is exactly what white supremacy looks like. The issue here is that we're looking for a change. This has to be changed. We're looking for a paradigm shift. We're not asking you to continue the paradigm. We're changing the paradigm. And this is what reparations is. HR 40 has been beat to a pulp, and you guys are doing the same thing. Listen, thank you. Send you love. Williams, Hutchison, Ramos, I love you. I will pray for you tonight. I will pray for our people, and we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, colleagues. So we have several other things that we need to take action on tonight. So I see Director Ramos. Go ahead.
We just ask for another 15 minutes. We have council members and youth on the line.
Let me ask Mr. Rakestraw, is it possible to pause this and then deal with the other items that we must deal with tonight and then come back to this? Or do we have to finish?
I have a motion on the table that needs to.
A member may make a motion, and if it passes, to table, which will keep it in this meeting, and you bring it back after other items if the motion to table is successful.
Okay, colleagues, I will entertain motions. We can motion to table this. We can motion to end debate. We can motion to, whatever. So I'll entertain motions right now. Go ahead, Director Yee.
I move to end the debate.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the motion to end debate?
Yes. On the motion to end debate on the pending motion, which is an amendment, Student Director Powell. Student Director Ramos.
No.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
No.
Director Hutchinson.
I think it's very disrespectful that Director Ramos made a suggestion to allow more speakers, and President Gonzalez, you completely ignored her and went on to the next thing. And so we can see that there's still over 150 people in attendance, and there's dozens waiting to speak. And this is how we're treating them. So I'm not saying, but I think that was very disrespectful, the way you just dismissed the comment from Student Director Ramos.
Sorry, would you repeat your vote on the motion?
Abstain.
Okay. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
President Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion to end debate is passed.
So colleagues, now we're going to take up a vote on the amendment. Is there any additional debate? Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the amendment?
Yes, roll call on the motion to amend the reparations resolution. Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Director Ng. Director Ng. Absent. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
No.
Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
President Gonzalez.
Yes.
The amendment is adopted.
You didn't.
Director Ng has her hand raised.
I don't think you called me Mr. Rickshaw.
Oh, okay. What's your vote?
Yes.
Madam President, may I make an amendment to call this the, instead of the reparations for Black students, the white supremacy resolution? I'd like to change the name to the white supremacy resolution.
Or alternately, how to sell out Black reparations. I think either one is a working title for this going forward.
I mean, the community doesn't want the resolution amended. So give it back to the community untouched, and they will work on what they need to work on. But to change at the last moment at 12 o'clock when they've been working on this for 2 years with hundreds of folks involved and multiple community groups, and 153 people was like, give me my resolution back, then change it. Okay, or just change the name of it so we know that this is not the resolution, the reparations for Black students. I will make a motion to change the name and just call it like the white supremacy OUSD resolution, because it's not this is not the original resolution.
Okay, well, you're making a motion. Is there a second to change the name to the white? Are you making a real motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion.
And I second.
Okay. Is there debate on the amendment?
Yes, I'd like to say something. Again, this is a clear Brown Act violation because you all knew ahead of time you were going to introduce these, and it was not made available to the community or to me or to the other board members. It's a clear Brown Act violation. Then on top of it, we can all see the amount of people waiting here to speak. So it's great that arbitrarily you decide to give 10 or 15 minutes, but thankfully that's not how the bylaws nor the law is written. So not only did you violate the board bylaws, you violated state law with the Brown Act, you also violated any goodwill that you could have built up with the Black community. And like I've seen probably more than most people have at school board meetings. I haven't seen anything like this or experienced anything like this. And for you to take the community's work away from them that we proudly called reparations for Black students, and you all gonna rewrite it and retake that name and claim that name? I wonder if anyone knows what the colonial model is, because we sure just experienced it right here, where we had a dedicated group of Black folks. We had a city council member waiting to speak. Y'all just disrespected and ignored her too. We brought all of these folks together. And then a bunch of folks who aren't in our community came and told us that they know better and rewrote it and passed it in an illegal way. And I hope y'all listened to what Director Williams said, because that wasn't hyperbole and he wasn't joking. That's how we feel right now. So you took something in Black History Month that we were really proud and excited about. And now every one of these people who worked on it, who are here speaking on it, they're telling you. And so you turn Black reparations into another exercise in white supremacy, into another exercise of Black folks trying to do for ourselves, and you all saying, nah, we know better. Like, I hope you all have seen what's happened over the last year in Oakland and around the country. These ain't those old days anymore. We ain't gonna let this work no more like this. I hope y'all are gonna do some like lawn maintenance and curb appeal, because their car caravans are setting out. Like, folks are not going to accept this anymore. And lastly, it was so disrespectful of our students. Now, thankfully we have student directors here, so I'm not gonna speak for them, but y'all realize our students just months ago self-organized a 15,000 student march down Broadway in the name of Black Lives Matter. And you know what happened at the end of that march? Our city officials and government unleashed rubber bullets and tear gas on our students. This is the same thing. And for me, I'm done fed up with it. And I worked really hard to have a seat on the school board. I'm a damn equal of anyone else on this school board. And
Thanks,
I'm not gonna take this, excuse me.
That's your time.
No, it's not my time. I am not going to let this go, and neither is anyone else. So I hope you are prepared for the messages that are going out right now about Oakland School Board, their anti-Blackness, and how they cling to white supremacy and cannot let it go. You have sent a clear message tonight that everyone understands, and
Your
you all
time,
see how many
Director
people are watching. Well, thankfully, I control my mute button, and if you learn how to run a meeting with proper procedures and proper parliamentary procedures, then we won't have this problem. But you can't just make it up as you go along, and everyone sees exactly what you're doing and what you're about.
Okay, is there any discussion on the proposed change of the name of the legislation? Okay, Mr. Rickstra. Go ahead, Director Yee.
President Gonzalez, why does that resolution have a name? I happen to believe, as I said earlier, that we own it as the board members who adopted it. And I don't see any need to call it Black Reparations.
Okay, other discussion on the name? Mr. Williams, can you remind the board, is white supremacy resolution, is that what you proposed?
Yes. You know, this is really a joke. I mean, it is really sad again that we have taken something that has been worked on and have twisted it around and made all these amendments. It's not serving the community. So you can't like give it back to the community and call it the Black reparations for Black students, because you've taken the resolution and just turned it on its head and then try to feel good about it. So what we're doing is, we know that there's this OUSD is this institution that's been created prior to us getting here, and it has limited how we actually move and the decisions that we are making. And this is just another continuation of supporting that. So it doesn't make any sense to carve up a resolution and cut out all the whereases and stick in some other terminology and then add more other terminology without even consulting the community who actually created it. I could see if Director Thompson went to the community and said, this is my changes, this is what I'd like to talk to you about, or Amy Ng, let's sit down and here's the changes, and the community could have said yes or no, but we didn't do that. And then we want to pass it and say, feel good for ourselves. But we're doing the complete opposite. Opposite of reparations is white supremacy. That's the opposite of what we're doing. So, I mean, I put it out there. If you want to kill it, you can kill it. That's fine. The point being made is that you want to better the resolution. It's not good enough. So we want to add all our additions without actually engaging the conversation with the members. You've all said to me, these are the changes we would like to see. We went back and made changes. We called up each one of you, talked to you multiple times, texted you multiple times, and not one of you had said, these are our changes that we would like to see. That's the crazy part. We did it. I listened to Shanti. Go talk to the senior leaders. I went and talked to them. I got the rest of the crew. Can you call each other and let them know what's going on so we can clearly communicate what's going on? And not one of you, as Mike said, here is our resolution. Here is, Dr. Thompson said, hey, man, I got a couple questions. I gave him answers to his questions. He didn't say, hey, man, I want to rewrite half of your resolution, delete half of the whereases and put my own stuff. He didn't say that to me, because I would have told him, no, man, get out of here with that. Amy Ng, I text Amy Ng before. I hadn't talked to no other board members. I texted, hey, what do I get? Not one thing. So let's stop the games, man. And that's the whole thing. The title is ridiculous, but it actually is fitting to what we're trying to do here, which is to marginalize Black kids even more by making these changes that we didn't even get a chance to talk to the community about. So if I was you, and one of you directors, I would say I'd rather go to the community first before I make any changes, right? Let me suggest this to the community. Maybe we can find a middle ground to work on. But this particular, we're uncomfortable with your resolution, so we're going to add this at the last moment at 11:30. I don't know what you call that, but it's not helpful, and it's not driving what the original the intent of it is. It's doing the opposite. So the only thing I could think of, the opposite of black reparations, is white supremacy. We go right back to the same place. Now, I don't think y'all actually gonna vote for this and actually say, yeah, we're gonna vote for this and we pass the white supremacy resolution, because it'll go all over the news, and then everybody's gonna be talking about this issue forever. And they're gonna be looking at Oakland and say, what the heck did Oakland do that they actually passed the white supremacy? Like, yes, you have all the Trumpers coming down, high-fiving you. So I don't expect you to actually pass this, but it's just a fact of no one is taking the whole understanding how deep this has affected people. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Dr. Williams. Earlier, you mentioned preferring to withdraw this rather than see amendments made to it. And I certainly, if you decided to do that, and I realize that Director Hutchinson made the motion, not you, so it's not your decision. But I would be interested in sitting down with you and seeing if there's something that would be more acceptable and that everybody could live with. So I'm just putting that out there, that I think it would make sense to sit down. I'm talking right now, Director Hutchinson. I didn't interrupt you. So when I'm done talking, I'll call on you.
You did interrupt me every time I spoke tonight.
I will call on you when I'm done. So Director Williams, I think from my perspective, it would make sense to slow down and see if we can have more discussion about something that everybody could live with. I hear you, that you don't want to see something that is not your full vision, but everything our board does is a product of compromise and negotiation. I know that's not what you're looking for, but that's just the nature of, the fact that there's 7 of us, and that everything that we do is a product of compromise. So I'm just going to put that out there. And Director Hutchinson, would you like to respond? Or?
Yeah, there's no pulling a motion back now. Y'all voted on the amendment. You voted on the amendment. And please don't treat me like you think I'm stupid, like I don't know that this was planned ahead of time. And then even when we got here at midnight, y'all didn't even have the documents ready. Like, this is offensive. You tried to run a bait and switch weak hustle on us. It ain't gonna work. And so why are you telling us now, well, you can still pull it? You just voted on this other resolution. So are you saying you're gonna rescind this vote that you just had on this amendment, and then we can pull it back? Because you didn't even give us that opportunity. You all steamed right ahead to vote for something else instead. So please don't treat us like you think we're stupid. So you can rescind this vote, you can pull it back, and then we can go back to the community and come with something else. But that's not where this stands right now. What you all just did is you co-opted our motion, you co-opted our name of it, and you co-opted our community's work.
So I actually did ask Mr. Williams, Director Williams, earlier if he would like to withdraw it, and you said no, it was my motion, and I'm not withdrawing it.
And Mr. Rickshaw said that you couldn't do that because there was an amendment that had already been introduced, and that needed to be handled first. And what you all did is you voted for that amendment without us having the opportunity to have that. And we never even had an opportunity on an up-down vote for the resolution that the community brought forward, which was their main ask all along.
Okay, colleagues, I think we should just go ahead. I don't see any other debate on the motion that's on the floor. Unless Director Williams wants to withdraw it, we're going to go ahead and vote on it. And then we can go back to the main motion. So not seeing any other debate, go ahead and call the roll, Mr. Rakestraw, on the proposal to change the name of the resolution to the white supremacy resolution.
Okay, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay. You voting yes on this, to change the name?
Yep. Yes.
Yes, also.
Okay, all right. Director Ng?
No.
Director Yee,
No?
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
No.
Vice President Davis, President Gonzalez.
No.
The motion is not agreed to.
So, Mr. Rakestraw, is there still an option in case either of the authors or anyone else on the board withdrawing the resolution so that we could have more time to work and collaborate on something that everyone can live with?
Well, what I would suggest that you know, withdrawal is possible an option, or you can make a motion to postpone to a time certain, and then you can bring it back with any proposed language changes. Either way will probably work.
Okay, would the authors of the resolution have an interest in spending more time on this and trying to find a resolution that would be more satisfactory?
We just approved an amendment, and now that is the standing resolution right now. So I don't know what we're going back for and what you're asking us to pull when you just voted to approve an amendment to the original motion.
Okay, go ahead, Director Yee.
I have to agree with Director Hutchinson now. It's my understanding, according to parliamentary procedure, that the amendment that we adopted has become the resolution. And so, for the sake of the rest of the meeting and so forth, as I said in the beginning, those of us who voted for it own it. And let's start with that place. And if there's some further discussion about it, we can bring it up at the next meeting, because we still have the rest of our items to do. We're not going to resolve this tonight. This is a lot of about this. I would rather just leave it at where we are with the amendment, which we have voted on 5-2, and proceed with the rest of the meeting. And if there's further discussion on it, it can come up again in our next board meeting.
Well, Madam President, the issue with that is that the amendment has now become the main motion. And so if you're gonna do something else with it, then you have to use some parliamentary procedure in order to do that.
Okay.
So, and I'm not
We
suggesting
could do a postponement to a date certain, correct?
You can do that. That's an option.
So, Director Yee, I hear you. I'm just trying to see where the rest of the board is at and trying to be responsive to people's, feelings of hurt and anger that this is something substantially different from what was proposed. And so I'm just curious, Director Williams, I see that you wanted to say something.
Correct. I'd like to propose to amend the amended resolution to the original resolution.
I second.
Okay, is there debate, colleagues?
Yes, please, people, stop messing with this resolution. Bring it back to the original. We will go back and rework it. Period. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and this gives one more opportunity, because obviously some of the board members didn't understand how amendments and original motions work. So now you finally have another chance to do the right thing and not just substitute your own resolution for the work of the community. So I second Director Williams, and I would again respectfully request that you take a minute and pause and consider what this actually is that you're doing and the message that you're actually going to send to the community.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, as I understand it, is that the original language would be restored, but that we would not vote tonight, that there would be a process of compromise and negotiation. That's what I heard Director Williams say. So Director Williams, can you clarify?
Yes, original language should be restored to the original amendment. And upon the passage, we will pull the resolution.
Okay, colleagues, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any debate?
I'm sorry, you're saying that if we're going back to the original resolution and then we would postpone it for further, because I agree with
a time certain date, yes.
Okay.
We'll do
And
a
I would-
time certain date.
I know it's challenging with Brown Act, but I would love to be able to participate in. I agree that the community should have another opportunity to be able to find language that hopefully we all can support.
Okay. Is there
I would
any
like-
other debate or comments? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
On the motion to strike the previously adopted motion and restore the original proposal to its form. Student Director Ramos,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Yee,
No.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
No.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes.
The motion is adopted. The original is restored. Now you need to do something with the
Right.
restoration.
So Director Williams, how do you think 6 weeks would be enough time to convene folks and talk about what would be a potentially a legislation that everybody could live with?
Can we go March 24th? That's a month from now.
Yeah, as long as there's openness to, if the board says, we're not there yet, then be open.
Well, we're going to come back to each director and continue to work through it.
Okay. So
March
the motion
24th.
is to postpone to a date certain, March 24th. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there debate or discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
I would propose now's our chance to not vote for this, and we can have the original resolution that the community asked for all along. We just approved. So I am not willing then to say, no, we're going to pull it back for another month. We just approved the original resolution. That's what I want to stand. And if there's work that needs to be done on it, like the community's been saying all along, now we can start that work. So why do we need to do anything else? We just did what I know the community asked me to do. And I'm prepared to let this stand now, finally.
There's no adoption of the original motion.
No, we just voted to substitute that for this.
Yeah, it became a main motion that's now on the floor. It was not adopted. You amended the motion to restore the previous language, which in effect was an amendment which struck the original amendment that was made on the floor tonight. And now we're back at the status of where you first began when Director Williams made the initial motion to adopt the resolution as noticed and published in the agenda. That's where we
Okay.
made that motion, but that's okay.
Colleagues, is there any debate about the motion to postpone to a date certain, March 24th? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll?
Student Director Ramos,
Abstain.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
No.
Director Thompson,
Abstain.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
President Gonzalez.
Yes.
This matter is postponed until March 24th.
Okay, colleagues, we have a few items that we need
Madam
to.
President, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes, thank you. Would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, I move to extend the meeting until 1:30.
I second.
Okay, can we get a roll call on that, Mr. Rakestraw?
Vice President Davis has moved it, and who seconded it?
I did. Cliff. Director Thompson, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. On the motion to extend the meeting to 1:30 a.m., Student Director Ramos,
No.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
No.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Meeting is extended to 1:30 a.m.
Okay, so colleagues, I'm going to propose that we move S2 to a date certain, March 10th. I understand from General Counsel that we do need to do the consent agenda and S3 tonight. So we will move our new business items also to a date certain, March 10th. And I'm just trying to check if there's anything else, General Counsel, that we must take up tonight.
Madam President, the teacher credentialing issue is usually one that's crucial to the continued functioning. So I would recommend that get adopted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. So we will move on to item S3, which is adoption of the fiscal sustainability plan. And I want to apologize to our colleagues at the CCCE, but we just didn't get there tonight.
Should I start with item S3, Madam President? Madam President?
Yes, let's go, S3.
Okay. So S3, this was presented at the board 2 weeks ago. It was then discussed at Budget and Finance the following day, and it comes back for a vote, an action. There was one requested change that came in after the publication deadline. And so I would ask that the board, whoever makes a motion, if they do, to include this change. I'll just briefly share my screen. Excuse me, Ms. Grant Dawson, gonna bump you off there. That we add the sentence, the district will follow all FVP recommendations that were not completed in its list of actions for the FSP priorities as described below. Basically what this says is that for any fiscal vitality plan recommendations that were not completed, that they will be part of the actions that staff takes up under the fiscal sustainability plan priorities. We referenced that later on, but the request was made to be more explicit about it here. So my ask would be that whoever, assuming somebody does make a motion, that it include this
I'll move adoption
addition.
of the fiscal sustainability plan, including the language just shared by General Counsel Daniels. Can you put it up on the screen so that everyone can see it?
Oh, I apologize, Madam President. It was on my screen, but I didn't hit OK to share.
Okay.
So
Great.
this is where it would be.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Colleagues, is there debate on the fiscal vitality plan adoption? On the fiscal sustainability plan adoption? Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we get a roll call on the motion?
On the motion, on the roll call to adopt the pending motion. Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Okay. Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Williams.
No.
Director Ng. Director Ng. Director Yee.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Okay, we're gonna move then to item T2, which is application for a provisional internship permit. Is there any discussion of this item? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we get a roll call on the motion?
Did I hear?
We need a motion. I will move adoption of the application for provisional internship permits. Is there a second?
Oh yeah, I second that.
Okay, let's get a roll call on the motion.
Okay, SG and CT. All right. On the motion to adopt the permit, Student Director Ramos.
Yes, Mr. Rakestraw, Samantha Paul, Director Samantha Paul is still on.
Okay. Director Paul.
Yes.
Okay. Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We'll take up item V, which is adoption of the general consent report minus the 2 items that were pulled, which were items V9 and V17. Is there a motion to approve the general consent report minus those 2 items? Go ahead, Director Yee.
So moved.
Okay.
And I second.
Okay. Thank you, Director Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
Can we, is there any debate on the general consent report minus those 2 items? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, I want to second what Sister Asada said, what feels like about 6 hours ago now when the community was allowed to comment on the item. I think it's very inappropriate to have over a half a dozen board policy changes within the consent report. And this is work that went on before the new board members even came onto the board. So not only has there been no conversation, there's really been no engagement with the new board members. And as a practice, we should not be having board policies contained in the consent report where they're not properly vetted, highlighted to the community, and discussed. And so I would like us to change that practice going forward. And I'm not going to be able to approve this consent report because of that. Board policy should not be in the consent report. They have to be agendized and discussed so we actually know what policies we're approving. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. Is there any other debate on the consent report minus those 2 items? Okay, Mr. Ray. Oh, go ahead, Director Williams. You're on mute, Director Williams. You're still on.
Can I get clarification, Mr. Rakeshaw? Board policy by consent decree, is that possible?
Any item before the board can be on consent unless it's decided otherwise. Any voting?
Director Williams, just for some clarity, usually when they're on the consent report, it's because something changed in California law, and we're just updating our board policies to be consistent. Generally, any substantive changes to board policies will be on the main agenda so that the board can debate them. I don't know if General Counsel, if you want to add anything else, but that's typically why policies are on the consent report.
Sure. The changes proposed in the consent report are consistent with compliance changes that are needed under federal program monitoring, which was an auditing process that we went through recently. And the changes are consistent with what is necessary to do that process. So they are not intended to be substantive beyond what is required under state or federal laws appropriate.
Yeah, I just thought that was something that was a closed session, board approved changes.
Typically, no, that wouldn't, as a general rule, board policies wouldn't be discussed in closed session. If that's what you're asking, Director Williams?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, can we take a roll call on, is there any other debate on this general consent report? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the motion?
Yes, Student Director Powell. Student Director Powell.
She just left. She stepped out.
Okay. Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Okay. Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Okay. Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
We're going to take up now item B1, which is the second general consent report. These are the items having to do with our general obligation bonds. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Yee. Is there a second?
The poll on the first consent should happen before we move on to a new agenda item.
Okay, we're going to take those up in just a minute. I heard a second from Director Thompson. Is there any debate on the second consent report? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we get a roll call on the motion?
Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We'll now move to the two items that were pulled from the consent agenda, item V9, which was the contract for Teach for America. Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson, would you like to speak to this?
Yes,
We
thank
need a motion and a second before debate.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt? Director Yee, I see a motion to adopt. Director Thompson, I see a second. Thank you. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. These contracts with Teach for America are really a practice that we need to move away from as a school district. I actually find it offensive that we would be looking to find teachers who only have 5 to 6 weeks of training and don't have full credentials and are not fully trained. These are not the kind of teachers that I think it's acceptable for us to put in our schools' classrooms. We need to find highly qualified, highly trained teachers. And while this is happening, we're preparing to hand out March 15th letters to teachers and again get rid of probably 200 to 300 teachers that we already have during a teacher shortage. And so what I would like for us to do philosophically is switch how we do this. We need to create our own pipelines. We need to do a much better job of retaining our quality young new teachers that we bring into the district. We need to consider things like a third probationary year if we need it for these teachers that we're investing in. And why are we going to give $750,000 to an outside private agency so they can send unqualified teachers to our schools? It's bad management, it's bad practice, it's insulting to the teachers that we have in Oakland. And again, putting in the larger context of what we just heard today, you know, y'all didn't want to move forward on Black reparations in the way the community wanted. If you approve this, what you're also saying to that community is on top of that, they don't even deserve highly qualified, fully trained teachers. So again, Teach for America, 6 weeks training. That's not enough to come and work in our schools. So hopefully we can change this. And if we need to find more quality teachers, we know ways that we can go about it rather than creating a $750,000 contract with an outside private agency. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Is there any other debate? Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yes, I have a personal relationship with Teach for America in that I was a classroom teacher at Stonehurst back in 1999, and I had a Teach for America person teaching right next door to me. And so we were grade level colleagues, and so I was able to assist him in actually doing what he was supposed to do. But what I have learned, not only since then, but also recently, I've had grade level colleagues that are Teach for America. I'm really excited because, and also as a college professor in educational program, I'm excited because Teach for America does a good job with helping teachers develop lessons. They do a good job of making sure that assessments are given to students to see where they are at the beginning of every class year. And they also do a great job with classroom management. And also they provide a great deal of professional development for those teachers. There is a communication between the Teach for America person and also the site administrator. And I've been in that role also, where I've had a chance to actually talk about where the Teach for America person was and how well he or she was doing, and then suggest to his or her mentor, which Teach for America also provides, and talk to them about where I think things should happen in order to embellish or enhance that person's ability to teach. So it's just that I've had positive experiences going way back to 1999 with Teach for America. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Is there any other debate on this motion? Director Ramos, go ahead.
I've had amazing experiences with my teachers from Teach for America, but I've also known of teachers who are from Teach for America and have had horror stories, especially with students of color. One of the things is that, Teach for America does place teachers that come all over from the United States and, come and serve the communities, underserved communities, and provide that white savior type of thing, which I've seen in different schools. But I've had myself amazing teachers from Teach for America, but I I also want to share the fact that there's also horror stories about teachers who do come from Teach for America from a 6-week, as Director Hutchinson has said. And it goes for the wrong being of the student, because the student ends up failing, the student ends up not following their dreams or careers because of one teacher or a couple of teachers that do come from different programs. That's my only input.
Thank you, Director Ramos. I thought I saw another hand. Vice President Davis?
Yeah, thanks. I definitely hear the critique of Teach for America, especially on the national level and just the role that they've played. And I just really want to thank Tara Gard for preparing a really thorough memo explaining the role of Teach for America in our district right now, and how she and the district as a whole have really worked to build our own pipelines. I agree with Director Hutchinson. That's something that we need to be strengthening and building up. And so I do see this as a temporary measure as we're trying to build our own pipelines. And it does seem like the number of Teach for America teachers that we're relying on to fill, I mean, we do have a real need for teachers in Oakland. So we don't have an ability to fill all the spaces that we have without using a program such as Teach for America. And I was also interested to see that the district has worked with Teach for America to increase the diversity, because it definitely does have a certain reputation for, what kind of students or what kind of college graduates participate in Teach for America, and that they have actually provided some more diversity to Oakland, especially in terms of Latina and Latino teachers, where we're struggling in Oakland to meet that need. So as much as I do have concerns about Teach for America, I do think this is important to approve in order to continue to supply the teachers that we need in the classroom.
Okay, Director Hutchinson, you had your hand up again?
Yeah, I appreciate the stories of everyone, and everyone has good and bad experiences with different individuals. My younger brother did Teach for America and then stayed and taught in the district afterwards. But I want to bring home the point. These are not credentialed teachers. These are not teachers in the process of getting their credential. This is a 6-week training. And again, I find it offensive that somebody would propose that that's the best we can do by our students and our families. And if it is, we need to be in a different line of business. So the easy solution, because we're talking about a contract for next year, is just don't give so many non-reelect March 15th letters. And we can use those teachers. Or maybe we could use our hundreds of substitutes who are asking for more jobs instead of relying on people from outside of Oakland with 6 weeks training, with an organization that has a political agenda. And we all know who they're connected to. So if you want me to go down the litany of how Bill Gates and the Waltons donate money to Go, which then donates money to certain people's campaigns for school board, which then also funds Teach for America, it's all connected. I don't think we should privatize our teaching force. I think we need highly qualified teachers, which 6 weeks training doesn't present itself. And I do not want unqualified teachers in Oakland, or definitely in District 5. And by definition, 6 weeks training is not what we require from our teachers. So why do we accept it from over there?
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Director Yee, go ahead.
I wanted to what I believe clarifies the preparation of Teach for America teachers, and I wondered if the superintendent could clarify Mr. Director Hutchinson's 6 weeks is the only training they have. I believe they come in with their subject matter covered, the CSET covered, and they are enrolled in an internship program, which is what many, if not most, of our existing programs have. So would you be able to comment on that, Superintendent, or refer to one of the other folks of your staff?
Hi, Superintendent, if it's okay.
Hi, Ms. Gard, thank you.
Hi, yes. Teach for America teachers are intern teachers. They pass their CSET. They're in a credentialing program with intern credentials. So they're not I mean, I think as what's being said is that they get 6 weeks of training, and that's not really what happens with Teach for America teachers.
And then of our substitute pool,
Director Hutchinson, I'm sorry, Director Hutchinson seems like he had something.
well, let me just finish my question.
Right now it's Gary's turn, so please
Oh,
finish.
I'm sorry.
Director
So
Lund.
the second part was Director Hutchinson's comment about having substitute teachers instead of the Teach for America teachers. And what percentage of our substitute teaching force has full credentials? Would you happen to know or estimate?
I don't know off the top right now how many teachers have full credentials that are substitutes. Usually it's retired teachers that are fully credentialed, but if someone has a substitute credential, they can only work 30 days consecutively in the same classroom for that year, which is why you'll hear students say that they have a series of substitutes instead of one consistent person. So if you have a substitute, they can't stay longer than 30 days in that classroom.
Thank you.
And then for special ed, it's 20 days.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, is there any more discussion? Go ahead, Director Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think one of my concerns is just the fact that we're talking about teacher retention and teacher turnover. And it doesn't, percentage of individuals who stay from Teach for America is not that high. And so we're after 2 or 3 years, we're back at the same step we were when we first got them. So I'm a little concerned by that because that continues to create instability in our schools. And so I would like to see if we could make a motion to reduce our dependence on TFA, to reduce it to possibly 0 at the end of the contract. Like, I think we really need to start to develop and invest in our teachers. You gave a list of all the teacher programs there are in the Bay Area, and it just really seems like there's a great opportunity for us to put this money into those teachers who actually live in the area. So our consistent reliance on temporary teachers only continues to produce or actually exacerbate the problem that we have in retaining teachers. So, we probably can go, up to 50 1 year and try to start reducing after that till we get to 0 within the 4-year period. I think that's 3 years. We do something like, up to 50
So
with a goal of 0 by 2014.
So Director Williams, right now we're voting on a contract that is on the agenda. Mr. Rakestraw just told me that because we didn't notice a conversation about having the number of TFA teachers, that's not something that's appropriate for us to vote on tonight. But I think that that's something that, maybe you can work up some language with Ms. Gard about, reducing our reliance on TFA over time, and then bring that back for a future board meeting. Mr. Rakestraw, is that what we would have to do?
Yes.
I know it's late. May I just respond quickly?
Sure.
To that? We hire over 300 teachers a year, and currently we have 17 TFA teachers. And I just don't want the misconception that we're bringing in hundreds of TFA teachers every year, but we do work closely with TFA to make sure that we're bringing diverse teachers, that they're clustered at schools where the principals are seeking other TFA teachers to work with teachers so they have a pair, at particular schools that are not in certain communities that we've talked about before. So we've done a lot of work with TFA, and there are also a lot of TFA teachers who stay in this district. So I'm just going to say that, and I just need to make sure that it's left with a belief that we're filling all of our positions with TFA teachers. That's my complete.
Can we reduce the number to 25 teachers instead of 50?
Director Williams, that's a conversation that we have to have at a different time because we didn't notice that we were going to be talking about
okay.
size of our TFA. So let's have that. Let's bring that back. Is there any other conversation about this TFA contract that's on the agenda tonight? Okay. Go ahead, Director Davis. I mean, Vice President Davis.
Just to note that in my understanding of the contract, is this right, Ms. Gard, that the contract says it's 0 to 50. It's not a requirement that we employ 50 teachers per year. It's a range of 0 to 50.
Yes, 0 to 50.
Okay. Can we have a roll call on the motion, Mr. Rakestraw?
So on the pending motion, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Williams.
No.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng. Director Ng.
Yes.
And Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Okay, we have 4 minutes until we said we were going to adjourn. So colleagues, I'm really sorry, but we still have a couple items here. So I move that we extend the meeting to 1:45. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, can we have a roll call, Mr. Rakestraw?
Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Hutchinson.
No.
Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion meeting extended to 1:45 a.m.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, the other item you pulled was item V17. Would you like, we need a motion to adopt, colleagues. Is there a motion to adopt? This is a learning pod at Sequoia Elementary.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Vice President Davis, second by Director Yee. Mr. Hutchinson, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. There's been a lot of these popping up in the consent report, and I'm really concerned that we are setting up learning pods, but we're not setting up classroom pods. And this really seems like an effort to work around the lack of agreement with a teachers union. And I have real problems with us setting us up this way instead of us doing the real work to provide in-person instruction. You know, these have been rolling amendments to these MOUs for a year now. So the real question is, why are we setting up learning pods at our schools when we've been saying all along it's not safe to set up in-person instruction?
Okay,
And
Superintendent.
Wait, excuse me. I know you love to cut me off, but you know, you can at least give me the 2 minutes here. This is really a problem. This is why we have so many questions about this. And again, the other part of this is we as a school board cannot meet over Zoom if we are engaging in in-person instruction. And so if we're setting up this learning pod, if we're saying it's safe to do this, then it needs to be safe for us to meet in person, socially distanced also. And so we need to tighten this up. What should be happening at our school sites is learning pods with a credentialed teacher. That is what our families want, to provide in-person instruction. And if we're telling our families it's not safe to do that, then how can we set up these learning pods? And why are we contracting with outside providers to do what we should be having our credentialed teachers do? And so this is a problem. There's a lot of these through these consent reports, but we need to tighten this off. And my ask as a school board member, kind of like Teach for America, we cannot give substandard services and programs to our community. So this needs to be in-person instruction in a pod if that's what we're deciding that we're going to do for the community.
Superintendent, would you like to say anything about learning pods that we're setting up?
Yes.
I would. Thank you for the comments. Learning pods, learning hubs is actually a practice that's in many districts across the nation as districts are transitioning into in-person instruction. We have many of our partners that have been working with our students already, such as our after-school providers. So these are individuals who have relationships with that particular school community. We've had many of our paraprofessionals providing the instruction portion, and many of our after-school providers really working on attendance and engagement and more of the one-to-one supports. These are in stable cohorts, so it's very different than bringing large groups of people together who may be different individuals on a regular basis in a large community. It is sanctioned by some of our guidance from the county, and they have to remain at 25% or below capacity. And our launch into doing this really had to do with the attendance data that we've been sharing since the very beginning, just showing the specific groups of students that our schools are having trouble reaching and still having trouble reaching, trying to find opportunities for them to be able to be on campus.
Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. This particular contract is for East Bay Agency for Children, which is in general the after-school provider well known to the school and well known to the families in the area. I believe that the support that they provide, the supplemental support that they provide, is an important and requested addition to the distance learning that's undertaken currently at Sequoia School.
Thank
so
you.
I would urge my colleagues to vote for this MOU.
Thank you, Director Yee. Is there any other comments? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the motion?
Yes, on the motion to adopt the pending question, which is item V.-17, Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Director Williams. Sorry, you're muted, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
So colleagues, we're going to skip our introduction of new legislative matters tonight. It's there if you want to see it. It's a new charter petition coming forward that'll be heard on March 10th. I hope everyone's okay with skipping our regular board member reports and agenda building so that we can spend our last 10, 12 minutes on public comments. Is everyone good with that?
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Rickshaw.
Introduction of new matters is also an opportunity for the public to introduce new items, so I would suggest that you do that.
Okay. Are there any public introductions of new legislative matters? It's hard to tell because people have their hands raised for public comment, I think. Okay, well, I have no way of telling Mr. Rickshaw who's raising a new legislative matter. So we'll move on to item Z, public comment on non-agenda item, on all agenda items. We extend the meeting to 1:45, so we'll take 11 minutes of public comment, 1 minute each, and I'll hand it over to Vice President Davis.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, can we have the first speaker?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to say, I'm just going to call on Frederick Douglass and say, those who profess to favor freedom and yet deprecate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. So since you've done this now, the thunder and the lightning is coming. I used to be mad at the fact that white people put us on ships and brought us to a country that we didn't understand to make us do things that we weren't designed to do for them. But then I had to think about it. Somebody had to tell them where to find us and how to get us on the boat. So I understand everything that happened this evening. And I'm going to say that I didn't go through being harassed as a Black teacher and have my classroom vandalized and be attacked by other teachers to deal with this kind of foolishness. It's hard to be a Black teacher at OUSD. You don't even understand the kind of stuff that goes down, racist emails that they cover up. But I'm fighting for this to the end. Believe that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Oh, I pushed the button, didn't even mean to. Okay, so hi, good evening, everyone. Morning, whatever it is. I just really want to lift that, you know, we showed our students who we are tonight. And I want to commend Director Williams, Director Hutchinson, Ramos, and for standing up for students and the Black community in a way in which they deserve, and am deeply disappointed in the rest of the board. You failed our students and told them that their voices and the voices of the community do not matter. And I implore you to take a deep look at yourselves and step into the whiteness in which you're living so that you can address it, because the current system that you are upholding is the one that has done so much harm over the years to the Black and Brown community in Oakland Unified. Trying to make small repairs have happened throughout my career here, and it hasn't worked. We've heard the outcry. So there needs to be a shift. And I really appreciate people uplifting the idea that we actually, this is uniting people and driving the work deeper. And we will come back together and support the community, but it shouldn't have come to this. Thank you.
That's your time. Next speaker, please. Please go ahead, Ms. Tillman. Ms. Floyd, I think you're muted if you're trying to announce the speaker.
Shalonda Tillman. I'll come back to Ms. Tillman. Melody Davis.
Ms. Davis, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, we'll come back. Miss Money. Sharon Rose.
Thank you. I have two things to say about things that were on the consent calendar. On the question of TFA, I think the best thing you can say about TFA is it's a science experiment and our children are the guinea pigs. And if it was such a great program, why don't we just have TFA teachers and none others? We save a whole lot of money. I'm a really good teacher, but it sure as hell took much longer than 6 weeks to make me into that. And the other thing I wanted to mention, thank you, Sister Asada, for bringing my attention to it, is V45 about adult education. Congratulations. You're finally in compliance with the state law about being represented and figuring out who your representative is going to be on the consortium, on the local adult consortium. Some of us have been trying to tell the board for a long time that you are out of compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Laura Rice Hall. Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. Well, I will be in a meeting tomorrow morning at 10:30, Rules Committee, and I'll be in a meeting at 6:30, Police Commission, and 4:30 at Education for Change. And I will do what I can do best and speak to the white supremacy resolution and expose you for what you have done. At every meeting I go to, I'll be in the Alameda meeting next week and talk about how this board voted for a white supremacy resolution. And by the way, the resolution, the amendment that you so called did, Thompson, I couldn't read it. I didn't know what the hell you were talking about as far as amendments. But I saw that you scratched out chartered schools every chance chartered schools was mentioned. But anyway, I'll be in the next meeting with the white supremacy resolution. I just called a couple of people. All of them fell out laughing how ridiculous you are as a board. And Mr. Davis, something is better than nothing. That's what you're going to tell Black people? Something is better than nothing.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala.
You need to go check yourself on that.
Our next speaker is Myra Alvarado.
Hey y'all, I'm still here. Gonna teach early in the morning, but I'm still here because I love my students. I love my students, and I'm gonna be there in the morning with my cup of cafecito because I love my students. And I invite you all to be actually going into the classrooms because I think that a lot of you have forgotten why you are on this school board. Go to classrooms and see what teachers have to deal with each and every day on Zoom classrooms. With that being said, too, I think that it is ridiculous that we only have 2 to 3 district folks on the bargaining table while there's 12 teachers coming to every session and talking about our contract or our MOU to reopen schools. If y'all really want to take this seriously, then you need to be there at the table too. Like there's no way that we could come up with an MOU on safety and all these different things where there's not people at the table that have the knowledge to actually talk about it. So bring them and visit our classrooms. That's it.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kampala Rancifer.
I am profoundly disappointed in this board. I could speak more about Director Thompson, but my ancestors told me not to argue with someone Harriet Tubman would have left behind. I want to thank Director Williams and Director Hutchinson and Director Ramos. You made me proud. Thank you for your advocacy. This board could have had allies in this work, but instead you've angered the community and you've revealed yourselves. And that white supremacy resolution, that's exactly what you did. That's what you did. Those were choices you made. These outcomes that our students have are not by accident. They are by design. They are the matter of policy that you set. Sam Davis, you were supposed to be different. Hashtag same as every other day. Disappointed. Amy, people don't call you out because you're so nice. I have to let you know, super disappointed. Expected more from you.
Thank you, Ms. Tays-Rancifer.
Our next speaker is Ishmael Almendarez.
You're on mute, Mr. Armendariz.
You want to call the next speaker, please?
Yes. Ben Tapscott.
I'm very disappointed in what witnessed this evening. We need to mobilize, we need to organize, and we need to recall board members. We do not need another 2 years of this. As far as Teach for America, I went to school 4 years to become a teacher. We do not need Teach for America in our school district. You send out your March 15 letters. Just because you sent out those letters doesn't mean you can't pull those teachers back. Many of them are probably in our union. They've taught in our district for a year or longer. And if we bring these people back in, ill-prepared, unqualified, they will probably end up in black and brown schools because that's where the vacancies are. So we do not need to spend $750,000 to bring in Teach for America, unqualified, uneducated, to be in front of our children in our schools in Oakland.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. This will be our last speaker.
I'll go back to Mr. Almendarez, Ishmael Almendarez. Okay, Kareem Weaver.
Hello. I was asked by Cynthia Adams to come and say something quickly. On the agenda tonight, I noticed that there were 95 comments written for the charter school areas expansion, over 320 comments for reparations, but no written comments pre-submitted for the academic instruction report. And as a community and an institution, we have ADHD. We struggle to focus. As Pastor Steve Nation said, you finish where you focus. We need to pick a reading curriculum with significant evidence of student achievement results that can pass a rigorous level of scrutiny and verification and be about the business then of winning hearts and minds. You have to lead. Lastly, the most persistent trauma being faced by our students is not being able to read and access information in the information age. We look forward to your response to the NAACP's administrative petition. You finish where you focus.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. That concludes our public comment because we've reached time for the meeting. So without, unless there's any further items, we will adjourn.
Thank you, Vice President Davis.